Let me tell you a story about two men. It's a true story, and it holds a secret about wealth that has almost nothing to do with how smart you are. Our first man is Ronald Read. For 25 years, he swept floors as a janitor at J.C. Penney. Before that, he spent 17 years fixing cars at a gas station. To his friends and family in rural Vermont, Ronald was a kind, unassuming man who lived a remarkably simple life. He drove a second-hand Toyota Yaris and used safety pins to hold his coat together. Nobody paid him much mind. He died in 2014, at the age of 92, and that's when his humble secret spilled out into the headlines. Ronald Read, the local janitor, left behind a fortune of $8 million. He bequeathed $2 million to his stepkids and the other $6 million to his local hospital and library. The people who knew him for decades were stunned. Where on earth did all that money come from? Now, let me introduce you to our second man, Richard Fuscone. Fuscone was, in many ways, the polar opposite of Ronald Read. He was a Harvard-educated Merrill Lynch executive. His financial career was so successful that he retired in his 40 seconds to become a philanthropist. He was a bona fide financial wizard, featured in Crane's 40 Under 40 list of successful business people. He lived in a sprawling, 0,000 square foot mansion in Connecticut with 2 swimming pools, 2 elevators, and 7 garages. He carried immense debt to maintain this lifestyle, borrowing heavily, confident in his ability to make it all back. Then, the 2008 financial crisis hit. The leverage that had built his empire came crashing down. In 2014, the same year Ronald Read's secret generosity was revealed, Richard Fuscone declared bankruptcy. The mansion that was once a symbol of his genius was sold at a foreclosure auction for a fraction of its worth. So, here we have the central puzzle. A janitor with no financial training, no fancy degree, and no powerful connections dies a multi-millionaire philanthropist. At the same time, a Harvard-educated, top-tier finance executive, a man whose entire job was managing money, goes completely broke. How is this possible? What invisible force was at play here? The answer is profoundly simple. Yet we spend our entire lives overlooking it. The answer has almost nothing to do with intelligence, education, or even experience. It turns out that financial success is not a hard science, it's a soft skill, where how you behave is far more important than what you know. We tend to think of finance as a spreadsheet-driven field. We think it's about formulas, data, and models, and while those things have their place, the real driver of wealth, or destruction, is psychology. It's about how you manage fear and greed. It's about your relationship with risk and your concept of time. It's about avoiding stupid mistakes more than it is about making brilliant decisions. Ronald Read won by being patient and consistent, avoiding the crippling mistakes that ego and overconfidence brought upon Richard Fuscone. One man understood the psychology of money. The other, for all his intelligence, was a victim of it. And that is what we are going to explore together. We are going on a journey deep into our own minds to uncover the hidden biases, the emotional triggers, and the flawed mental models that dictate our financial lives without us ever realizing it. We're going to learn why your own brain might be your biggest enemy when it comes to building wealth. And more importantly, how to fight back. Because mastering money isn't about being the smartest person in the room. It's about not being your own worst enemy. Have you ever made a financial decision that, in hindsight, made absolutely no sense, a choice driven not by spreadsheets or sound advice, but by a powerful, gut-level feeling, perhaps fear, or greed, or the simple, intoxicating envy of seeing everyone around you getting rich. If you have, then you already understand the core premise of the book we are about to explore together. Welcome to our deep dive into The Psychology of Money: Timeless Lessons on Wealth, Greed, and Happiness by the brilliant Morgan Housel. Housel presents a simple but revolutionary idea. Doing well with money has a little to do with how smart you are and a lot to do with how you behave. It's not about complex financial models, it's about understanding the soft skills, the human quirks, and the deeply ingrained psychological patterns that dictate our financial lives. To truly understand why this book matters so much, I need to start not with Housel's words, but with one of my own failures. I want to tell you my own money story. It was late 2017. The air was electric, with the roar of a historic crypto bull run. Every day, it seemed, a new headline flashed across my screen about overnight millionaires, about people who had turned a few $1,000s into a life-changing fortune. My social media feeds were a constant barrage of success stories. Friends who knew next to nothing about technology were suddenly experts, discussing tokens and blockchain with feverish excitement. Logically, I knew the signs of a speculative bubble. I had read the history books. But logic has a very quiet voice when the siren song of getting rich quick is screaming in your ear. My dominant emotion wasn't greed. Not at first. It was a gnawing, suffocating fear. The fear of being left behind. The fear of being the one idiot who sat on the sidelines while everyone else secured their future. That fear, the now famous FOMO, became my primary financial advisor. Against all my better judgment, I made my move. I transferred a sum of money that I was absolutely not prepared to lose, wired it to a confusing online exchange, and bought in near the absolute peak of the market. For a fleeting moment, I felt relief. I was in the game. But that relief was immediately replaced by a cold, heavy knot of anxiety in my stomach. I found myself checking the prices dozens of times a day, my mood swinging violently with every minor fluctuation. I wasn't an investor. I was a gambler who had just pushed all his chips onto the table. And then came the crash. It wasn't a single event, but a slow, brutal bleed, waking up each morning to see my portfolio down another 10%, then 20%, then 50%, was a masterclass in humility and regret. The money I lost was painful, but the real lesson was far more valuable. My failure had nothing to do with the asset itself, and everything to do with my own psychology. I had let a powerful social narrative override my own reason. That experience is precisely why this book resonated with me so deeply. And it's why we're going to approach it differently in this series. This isn't going to be a simple, robotic narration. A book this profound doesn't deserve to be just read aloud. It deserves to be explored, wrestled with, and internalized. Think of this as a humanized audiobook. I will be your guide through Housel's incredible insights, but we will pause along the way. I'll share more stories, both my own and others, to illustrate his points. We'll unpack the complex ideas not as abstract theories, but as lived realities that affect our daily lives, our stress level, and our dreams for the future. This is a conversation, a shared journey of discovery. So, what can you expect from this journey? We will dive headfirst into the weird, often paradoxical, nature of our relationship with money. We'll explore why perfectly intelligent people do such irrational things with their finances. We will investigate the powerful stories we tell ourselves about wealth, the invisible and often misunderstood roles of luck and risk, and the surprising definition of what it truly means to be rich, which, as you'll discover, has very little to do with the numbers in your bank account. This is more than a book summary. It's an invitation to a deep, immersive exploration. It's a chance to hold a mirror up to our own financial behaviors, our hidden biases, and our core beliefs, and to emerge on the other side with a healthier, calmer, and more effective approach to building a life of financial freedom and genuine happiness. So get comfortable. Open your mind. And let's begin our journey into the psychology of money. Welcome to our exploration of a powerful and deeply human idea, encapsulated in the simple phrase, "No one is crazy." When it comes to money, we often see others make decisions that, from our perspective, seem illogical, reckless, or just plain wrong. We see a colleague spending a huge portion of their salary on a luxury car, or a relative hoarding cash under their mattress instead of investing it. Our immediate reaction is often judgment, but the foundational concept we are exploring today asks us to pause and consider a different reality: that every financial decision a person makes sense to them at that moment. It's the logical conclusion of a unique set of experiences and lessons that shape their worldview. Your personal experiences with money make up maybe 0.1% of what's happened in the world, but they account for maybe 80% of how you think the world works. We are all guided by our own unique history. To understand this, let's travel back in time. Imagine someone born in the 1922. They lived through the Great Depression. They saw their parents lose their jobs, their neighbors lose their homes, and the entire economic system crumble before their eyes. They witnessed firsthand that banks could fail, stocks could become worthless overnight, and the promise of a secure future could vanish in an instant. For this person, the concept of risk is not an abstract percentage in a portfolio. It's a visceral memory of hunger and uncertainty. So, decades later, when this person is in their retirement years, they might keep all their savings in cash, tucked away in a safe or a low-yield savings account. A modern financial advisor would look at their strategy and call it irrational. They'd point to decades of stock market growth and the corrosive effect of inflation. They'd show charts and data proving that this person is losing purchasing power every single day. And by the numbers, the advisor is correct. But they are failing to understand that this person isn't making their decision based on charts. They're making it based on the scars of their past. To them, the safety of tangible cash is paramount because they have seen the alternative. Their behavior isn't crazy. It's a rational response to the lessons life taught them. Now, let's contrast this with a tech worker born in the 1990s. They grew up during one of the greatest bull markets in history. They saw technology create unprecedented wealth. Their formative years were defined by innovation, IPOs, and the idea that taking big risks could lead to enormous rewards. They saw friends become millionaires by investing in startups or cryptocurrencies. For this person, the stock market isn't a place of danger. It's a vehicle for opportunity. Keeping money in cash seems like the craziest thing you could do. It's a guaranteed loss against inflation and a missed opportunity for growth. They might pour their money into volatile assets, something the person from the Depression era would view as pure gambling. Who is right, who is wrong? The answer is neither. Both individuals are acting perfectly rationally, based on their own lived experiences. Their perspectives on risk were forged in entirely different worlds. Neither has a complete picture of how money works, because no single person does. We are all just navigating with the map we were given. This brings us to a powerful modern example, the lottery ticket. For many people, especially those with higher incomes and a solid understanding of statistics, buying a lottery ticket is the definition of a foolish financial choice. The odds of winning are astronomical, making it, for all intents and purposes, a tax on the poor. It's throwing money away. From this viewpoint, it seems crazy. But let's shift our perspective. Imagine you are a person earning minimum wage, living paycheck to paycheck. You have no savings, no clear path to a better paying job, and no way to afford the things that represent a better life, a nicer home, a college education for your kids, freedom from medical debt. The traditional advice of save 10% of your income is meaningless when that 10% won't even cover an unexpected car repair. For this person, the daily grind offers no hope for significant change. The gap between their reality and their dreams is an uncrossable chasm. What does a $2 lottery ticket represent to them? It is not an investment strategy. It is the only tangible purchase they can make that allows them to dream of a different life. For the cost of a cup of coffee, they are buying hope. They are buying the possibility, however remote, of escaping a difficult reality. In their world, where other avenues for dramatic financial improvement are closed, the lottery ticket might feel like the most rational allocation of a few spare dollars. It's a fantasy, but it's a necessary one. The wealthy person who condemns this choice is judging from a position of privilege, where they have dozens of other, more reliable ways to build wealth. They cannot comprehend the feeling of having no other options. This is why empathy is perhaps the most underrated tool in finance. Before we judge how someone else spends their money, we must recognize that we are not seeing the world through their eyes. We haven't lived their life, felt their fears, or cherished their hopes. Their financial decisions are a form of biography. They tell a story of their upbringing, their generation, their struggles, and their aspirations. So, the crucial final step is to turn this lens of understanding inward. I encourage you to reflect on your own financial blueprint. Think about your money origin story. What were the first and most powerful money lessons you learned as a child? Did your parents argue about money? Or was it a topic of calm discussion? Did they teach you to save diligently? Or to enjoy life and spend freely? Did your family experience a sudden job loss? Or a period of great prosperity? These early experiences, often absorbed before we even knew what a budget was, act as the software that runs our financial lives today. They shape our subconscious beliefs about what money is for. Is it security? Is it freedom? Is it a tool for happiness? Or a source of stress? Recognizing your own story is the first step toward understanding your financial behaviors. You can begin to see why you might be an impulsive spender, a fearful saver, or a confident investor. It's not because you are good or bad with money. It's because you are responding to the script you were handed. And the most empowering part is this: once you understand your own script, you can begin to edit it. You can acknowledge the lessons from your past that still serve you. And you can choose to discard the ones that hold you back. In the end, no one is crazy. We are all simply people, doing our best to make sense of a complex world with the limited information and unique experiences we each possess. By embracing this idea, we can not only become more empathetic towards others, but also more compassionate and intelligent about our own relationship with money. Welcome to Chapter 2, The Power of Lived Experience. Let's begin with a simple question. What have been the average annual returns of the stock market? The textbook answer is around 10% per year historically. But what if I told you that this simple number, this anchor of financial planning, is practically meaningless to the individual? The truth is, your personal experience of market returns the one that shapes your intuition, your fears, and your optimism has almost nothing to do with long-term averages and everything to do with the year you were born. Consider two hypothetical investors, both equally intelligent. Let's call them Anna and Ben. Anna was born in 1950. As she entered her teens and early 20s, the period where our economic and financial views begin to solidify, she witnessed the stock market of the 1,960 seconds and 1,970 seconds. For nearly 2 decades, the S&P 500, after adjusting for inflation, went literally nowhere. Imagine saving diligently, investing in the biggest companies in America, and watching your purchasing power remain stagnant for 20 years. You'd work, you'd save, you'd invest, and you'd get nothing for your risk. Anna's lived experience taught her a powerful lesson. Stocks are a frustrating, high-risk, low-reward gamble. The market is a casino that can just as easily tread water for a generation as it can create wealth. Her version of normal is a market that disappoints. Now, consider Ben. Born in 1980. His formative years, his teens and 20s, were the 1,990 seconds and 2000s. He witnessed one of the most explosive bull markets in history. During the 1,990 seconds, the S&P 500 increased more than 5-fold. Investing seemed effortless. You put money in, and it grew at an astonishing rate. Yes. He also experienced the dot-com bust and the 2008 financial crisis, but the overarching lesson was different. Dips were temporary. Recessions were buying opportunities. The long-term trajectory was aggressively upward. Ben's lived experience taught him that stocks are the undisputed engine of wealth creation. His version of normal is a market that rewards patience and aggressively compounds wealth. Anna and Ben looked at the exact same historical data chart, but they didn't see the same thing. They each saw a reflection of their own limited, personal slice of that history. Neither is wrong, but neither is completely right. Their financial worldview was forged in the crucible of their youth, a phenomenon we can call generational imprinting. This imprinting goes far beyond stock market returns. Think about inflation. Someone who came of age in the late 1,970 seconds, like Anna's generation, experienced inflation rates soaring into the double digits. They saw the value of their cash savings get decimated year after year. The price of groceries, gas, and housing seemed to be in a runaway spiral. This experience embeds a deep, visceral fear of inflation that can last a lifetime. This person might obsessively pay down their 3% mortgage, even when it's financially irrational, because the psychological pain of holding any debt is overwhelming. They might hoard tangible assets, distrusting paper money. Contrast that with someone who came of age in the 2010 seconds, a decade defined by historically low inflation and near-zero interest rates. For them, inflation is an abstract concept from a textbook, not a lived trauma. They are more likely to view low-interest debt as a smart tool, a form of leverage to build wealth. They might be baffled by their parents' obsession with paying off a cheap mortgage. Again, who is right? Both are simply responding rationally to the normal they personally experienced. Our perspective is also profoundly shaped by our local geography. The financial opportunities and risks you see as normal are heavily influenced by the economy you grew up in. Imagine being a young adult in Silicon Valley in the 1990 seconds. All around you, people were getting rich through startups and stock options. The idea of taking a huge risk, joining a fledgling company for equity instead of a high salary, seemed like a logical, even obvious, path to wealth. That was the local normal. Now, imagine growing up in a former manufacturing hub in the Rust Belt during that same period. The dominant economic story wasn't one of explosive growth, but of steady decline. The good life wasn't about risky startups. It was about securing a stable job with a pension, avoiding debt, and holding on to what you have. The idea of leaving a secure job to join a startup would seem utterly insane. That was their local normal. These aren't judgments about which mindset is better. They are observations of how our immediate environment constructs our financial reality. For someone in Germany, whose national memory is scarred by the hyperinflation of the 1920 seconds, the idea of owning government bonds might be terrifying. For an American, it's the bedrock of a conservative portfolio. For someone in Argentina, which has experienced multiple currency crises, saving in the local currency is seen as foolish. The rational choice is to convert every spare peso into U.S. dollars. Each perspective is a logical adaptation to a unique set of circumstances. And this brings us to the most crucial conclusion of all: our personal experience with money represents an infinitesimally small fraction of what has happened in the grand history of the global economy. You may have never personally experienced a decade-long bear market, but they have happened. You may have never seen inflation run wild, but it has destroyed economies. You may have never seen the world's reserve currency change, but it has occurred multiple times throughout history. Your personal experience is not a guide to the full range of what is possible in the future. It is a dangerously narrow keyhole through which you view an enormous, complex, and often chaotic room. The power of lived experience is that it feels more real and more relevant than any statistic or history lesson. The challenge is to recognize its limitations. It's about cultivating the humility to accept that your normal is not the only normal. It's understanding that other people with different lived experiences can make financial decisions that seem crazy to you, but are perfectly rational to them. By acknowledging the provincial nature of our own financial knowledge, we can start to see the world more clearly, make more robust decisions, and better understand the often baffling behavior of others. Imagine two entrepreneurs. Maria and David. Both are intelligent, driven, and have identified a similar market need for a new productivity app. Both conduct market research, build a solid MVP, and launch their startups with well-thought-out plans. A year later, Maria is on the cover of a business magazine. Her company valued in the millions, hailed as a visionary who perfectly timed the market. David, on the other hand, is quietly closing down his company. Another statistic in the brutal 90% failure rate of new ventures. What was the critical difference? Was Maria's strategy truly a stroke of genius, while David's was fundamentally flawed, or was something else at play? Something less visible and far more powerful. This brings us to a fundamental, yet often uncomfortable, truth at the heart of the lean startup, the inseparable and often ignored twins of luck and risk. In his work, Eric Ries compels us to confront a reality that challenges our most cherished narratives of success. We are drawn to stories of heroic founders who through sheer force of will, intellect, and grit, bent the world to their vision. It's a clean, inspiring, and marketable narrative. But it is dangerously incomplete. The full story always includes the invisible hand of chance, the unpredictable currents that can carry a ship to a safe harbor or smash it against the rocks. Luck and risk are merely two sides of the same coin. Both represent the simple, humbling fact that every outcome in life is a cocktail of individual effort and forces entirely beyond our control. Luck is the positive, unexpected windfall from a risk you took, perhaps without even realizing its full potential upside. Risk is the negative consequence, the hidden variable that lurks beneath the surface of a sound plan, waiting to turn it into a cautionary tale. They are the statistical residue of a world far too complex for any single person to fully comprehend, let alone command. This reality presents a monumental problem for anyone trying to learn from the past. How can we possibly untangle the threads of skill from the threads of luck? Consider any titan of industry. How much of their colossal success was due to brilliant, repeatable decision? And how much was due to being in the right place, at the right time, with the right connections? Bill Gates is a genius programmer and a shrewd businessman. No one doubts this. But his success was massively amplified by a series of fortuitous events. His mother's connection to an IBM executive, which got him the crucial meeting. IBM's fateful and short-sighted decision to not buy the MS-DOS operating system outright for a small fee, instead opting for a licensing deal that would make Microsoft a fortune, and being born at the perfect historical moment to capitalize on the personal computer revolution. If you attempted to replicate his exact business moves today, you would fail spectacularly. You cannot replicate the economic conditions of the 1970 seconds. You cannot replicate IBM's strategic error, and you cannot replicate his unique set of circumstances. This is precisely why studying only the extreme outliers of success can be so misleading. We systematically overemphasize the role of the individual's skill and strategy because those are the visible, tangible elements we can write books about. We completely ignore the silent, invisible, and profound role of luck because it doesn't fit into our hero-centric narrative. A headline that reads, "Visionary CEO makes brilliant move, company soars," is far more compelling than the more accurate headline, "Competent CEO makes a reasonable bet that happened to pay off due to a confluence of favorable market conditions he couldn't have possibly predicted." The first implies a lesson we can copy. The second reveals the uncomfortable truth that so much of business is an educated gamble, not a solved equation. Our own minds conspire against seeing this truth clearly, thanks to a powerful cognitive bias known as the fundamental attribution error. It's a simple but deeply distorting pattern in our thinking. When we succeed, we instinctively attribute it to our own internal qualities. My startup succeeded because I'm a brilliant strategist, a persuasive leader, and a tireless worker. We stand in the spotlight and take a bow. However, when we fail, we are quick to blame external forces. My startup failed because the venture capital market dried up, or a new regulation killed our business model, or our competitor just got lucky with their funding. It was bad luck, a storm we couldn't control, not a flaw in our own navigation. This pattern flips when we judge others. When a competitor succeeds, we often whisper, "Well, they just got lucky with that viral video," or "they had an unfair advantage." But when they fail, we nod knowingly and point to their character flaws. "I knew he wasn't experienced enough to be a CEO. This mental shortcut is a powerful ego preservation mechanism, but it is a catastrophic barrier to genuine learning. If every success is irrefutable proof of your own genius, you don't critically examine what times went right, you might have made a reckless, high-risk decision that just happened to work out. But you internalize it as a brilliant, bold move. This reinforces the bad process, making you more likely to make a similar reckless decision in the future, where luck might not be so kind. Conversely, if every failure is just bad luck, you never perform a rigorous postmortem on your own mistakes. You absolve yourself of responsibility, dooming yourself to repeat the same errors under the guise of being unlucky again and again. So, if outcomes are so heavily swayed by the capricious whims of luck and risk, what are we supposed to do? Give up and attribute everything to fate? Absolutely not. The antidote is to perform a crucial mental shift. Stop judging yourself and others based purely on isolated outcomes. Instead, focus relentlessly and rigorously on the times process asterisk. The truly important question is not, did we succeed, but did we run a good process? Did we make the best possible decision with the information we had at the time? This philosophy is the very soul of the lean startup methodology. The build, measure, learn feedback loop is not presented as a magic formula for guaranteed success. It is a times process, times for managing extreme uncertainty. It is a system designed to navigate a world that is fundamentally unpredictable. By running small, fast, and contained experiments, you are not trying to eliminate risk. That's a fool's errand. You are trying to times survive, times risk. You are ensuring that when you inevitably encounter bad luck, when an experiment fails, the failure is small, affordable, informative, and survivable. In doing so, you are systematically increasing your surface area for good luck. You are buying more lottery tickets. But they are cheap, and each one teaches you something. Think of it like a professional poker player. The pro cannot control the cards dealt from the deck. That is pure luck. They can lose a massive pot even when they play a hand perfectly. That is risk. But they don't tear up their strategy after one bad hand. They know that over thousands of hands, their skill, their disciplined process of managing their bankroll, reading opponents, calculating odds, and making positive expectation bets will inevitably lead to a net positive outcome. They focus on the quality of their decisions, hand after hand, not on the outcome of any single flip of a card. This is the precise mindset of a lean startup practitioner. The ultimate measure of success is not the outcome of one product launch, but the rigor and speed of your learning cycle, acknowledging that any single data point, good or bad, might just be statistical noise. In the grand narrative of business and innovation, luck and risk are not minor characters. They are co-stars who often steal the show. To ignore their influence is to court arrogance in times of success and crippling despair in times of failure. To recognize their power is to adopt a more humble, realistic, and ultimately more durable approach to building something new. You cannot control the wind, but you can and must learn to adjust your sails. The lean startup doesn't offer a treasure map where X marks the spot of guaranteed success. It offers a compass, a sextant, and the shipbuilding skills to navigate the perpetually stormy seas of reality. It teaches you to respect the awesome power of luck and risk, but to place your faith, your energy, and your focus on the one thing you truly can control: your process for continuous learning, relentless iteration, and intelligent adaptation. In our relentless pursuit of success, We often construct narratives of genius and grit. We look at titans of industry like Bill Gates and see a story of singular vision, relentless work ethic, and unparalleled intellect. We tell ourselves that success is a formula: intellect plus hard work equals extraordinary outcomes, but this equation is dangerously incomplete. It ignores the most powerful and unpredictable variable of all: luck. To truly understand the landscape of innovation and entrepreneurship, we must deconstruct this hero myth and examine the profound role that random chance plays. And there is no better case study than the improbable story of Bill Gates himself. Let's travel back to 1968. The world is a different place. Computers are not in our pockets, they are colossal, room-sized machines, owned by universities, large corporations, and governments, costing millions of dollars. The idea of a teenager learning to program is not just unlikely, it is science fiction. Now, picture Lakeside School, a private preparatory school in Seattle. Like almost every other high school on the planet, it has no computer. But then, something remarkable happens. The Lakeside Mothers Club holds a rummage sale and raises a few $1,000s. With this money, they decide to lease a teletype Model 33 ASR terminal connected via a phone line to a General Electric mainframe computer. Suddenly, through a series of small, local, and entirely unpredictable events, this one school becomes one of the only places in the world where a teenager can get their hands on a computer and learn to code. The statistical probability of being a teenage boy in the late 1960 seconds was already low. The probability of attending a high school was lower still. The probability of attending a high school with access to a computer was infinitesimal, a 1 in a million shot. Bill Gates happened to be standing in that exact spot. This single event was the spark. An already bright and obsessive young Gates now had a gateway to a new universe. He and a small group of friends, including Paul Allen, immersed themselves. They spent nights and weekends on the terminal, learning its quirks, pushing its limits. By the time Gates left high school, he had logged more than 10,000 hours of programming. This wasn't just a head start, it was a different reality. When the opportunity of a lifetime arrived a few years later, the cover of Popular Electronics featuring the Altair 8800, the first personal computer kit, Gates was not just prepared, he was uniquely and perhaps singularly qualified on the entire planet to seize it. His deep, intuitive understanding, born from those thousands of hours of practice that were only possible due to a school fundraiser, allowed him to see the future and drop out of Harvard to write the software that would launch an empire. But this story of incredible good fortune has a dark, tragic shadow, and in that shadow, we find the other side of risk. His name was Kent Evans. By Bill Gates's own account, Kent Evans was his best friend in high school. They were partners in the Lakeside Programming Group. In the book Outliers, Malcolm Gladwell quotes Gates as saying, "Evans was the most brilliant of all of them, the one with the most business sense." This single event was the spark. An already bright and obsessive young Gates now had a gateway to a new universe. He and a small group of friends, including Paul Allen, immersed themselves. They spent nights and weekends on the terminal, learning its quirks, pushing its limits. By the time Gates left high school, he had logged more than 10,000 hours of programming. This wasn't just a head start, it was a different reality. Then, just before graduating from Lakeside, Kent Evans went on a mountaineering trip. He was killed in an accident, a completely random event. A moment of terrible, irreversible bad luck. The world lost a brilliant mind. And Bill Gates lost his best friend and planned future partner. This tragedy forces us to confront an uncomfortable truth. Two boys, Bill Gates and Kent Evans, both brilliant, both in the same 1 in a million school, both with the same 1 in a million access to a computer, both poised on the cusp of a revolution. One went on to become the richest man in the world. The other died on a mountain. Their skills and ambitions were nearly identical. The only variable that differed was luck. This leads us to a powerful analytical tool, the counterfactual. What if we could change one variable in the past? Let's consider a world where the Lakeside Mothers Club decided to spend their fundraiser money on new library books or a sports field instead of a computer terminal. What happens to Bill Gates? He is still a genius. He still has immense drive, but he doesn't have the 10,000 hours. He graduates, goes to Harvard, likely becomes a highly successful mathematician or lawyer. But does he see the Altair 8800 and feel that primal urge to drop everything? Does he have the specific, niche expertise to build a basic interpreter for it from scratch? Almost certainly not. The company we know as Microsoft and the entire personal computing revolution it helped to shape might never have existed. Now, let's run the other counterfactual. What if Kent Evans had not gone climbing that day? Microsoft is almost certainly still founded, but it is not the same company. Perhaps it is called Gates and Evans, Inc. With Kent's business acumen, perhaps the company grows faster. Or perhaps it makes different strategic decisions and fails. Perhaps the dynamic between Gates, Allen, and Evans creates a partnership that is more stable, or one that fractures under pressure. The point is not to guess the specific outcome, but to recognize that the entity we know as Microsoft, a culture and a strategy so deeply defined by the personalities of Gates and Allen, would be an entirely different organization. The timeline of technology we have all lived through would be altered in unknowable ways, all because of one fateful step on a mountain. So what is the lesson here for entrepreneurs, for innovators, for anyone trying to build something new in a world of uncertainty? The lesson is a sobering one. We must be incredibly careful when we idolize successful individuals. The stories we tell are warped by a powerful cognitive bias known as survivorship bias. We study the one who made it, the Bill Gates, and we meticulously document his every decision, his habits, his quotes, believing they hold the secret key to success. But we don't, and we can't, study the ghosts. We don't study the millions of equally smart, equally hardworking people whose lucky break never came. We don't study the Kent Evanses, whose stories were cut short by the brutal randomness of life. By focusing only on the survivor, we create a distorted map of reality. We attribute 100% of the outcome to skill and foresight, ignoring the hurricane of luck that was blowing at their back. Idolizing the outcome is a dangerous trap. It leads to the belief that if you just emulate your hero perfectly, you will achieve the same results, but you can't emulate their luck. You can't arrange for your high school to buy a computer in 1968. This is why the principles of the lean startup are so vital. The methodology is an acknowledgement of this fundamental uncertainty. It teaches us not to follow a map drawn by someone else, but to build our own compass instead of betting everything on a single, grand vision based on the story of a successful outlier. We are taught to run small experiments, to test our assumptions, to measure what works and what doesn't, and to pivot based on real data. It is a process designed to navigate a world governed by probability, not certainty. The goal is not to try and be Bill Gates. The goal is to build a resilient organization and a rigorous process that maximizes your chances of survival and success, no matter which way the winds of fortune may blow. In the grand pantheon of entrepreneurial legends, the story of Bill Gates is a cornerstone. We know the narrative by heart: the Harvard dropout, the garage visionary, the brilliant coder who, alongside Paul Allen, built an empire on a foundation of software. It's a story of genius, timing, and relentless ambition. It makes success feel like an equation: talent plus hard work equals world-changing results. But this equation is dangerously incomplete. It omits the most powerful and indifferent variable of all: risk. To understand its true nature, we must look beyond the celebrated story of Bill Gates and uncover the story of the friend who stood beside him, his intellectual equal, whose name is now a footnote in history: Kent Evans. Kent Evans was Bill Gates's first and best friend at the prestigious Lakeside School in Seattle. This was not a casual friendship. It was a partnership forged in the nascent world of computing while others were playing sports. Gates and Evans were hunched over a clunky teletype terminal, teaching themselves to code, dreaming in algorithms. By all accounts, including Gates's own, Kent was exceptionally brilliant. Gates would later describe him as the best student in the school, the most well-read person he knew, and his partner in their early entrepreneurial schemes. They read Fortune magazine together, dissecting business strategies. They started a small company called Lakeside Programmers Group, tackling complex problems like creating a class scheduling program for their own school. Their shared dream was clear: they were going to run a company together. They even talked about who would be CEO. In this duo, you didn't see a leader and a follower. You saw two future titans, two stars rising in perfect parallel. Their potential seemed limitless. A foregone conclusion, they were on the cusp of a technological revolution, armed with intellects perfectly suited to lead it. Then, the universe, in its cold and random calculus, intervened. In May of 1972, just before he was set to graduate, Kent Evans went on a mountaineering trip on Mount Shugsan. He was an experienced climber, but experience is no shield against probability. A series of small, unfortunate events: a slip, a patch of loose rock, a moment of bad luck led to a fatal fall. He was just 17 years old. The news was delivered to Bill Gates via a phone call from the school headmaster. The parallel star, the other half of the equation, was simply extinguished. The future they had meticulously planned together vanished in an instant. Decades later, Gates would refer to Kent's death as one of the saddest things that ever happened to him. The dream of their shared company died on that mountain, a potential empire erased before it could even be conceived. This is not just a tragic story. It is the most profound case study on risk you will ever encounter. We tend to think of risk in sanitized, corporate terms: market risk, competitive risk, financial risk. We plot it on charts and model it in spreadsheets, believing we can manage it. But the story of Kent Evans reveals the brutal truth. The most catastrophic risks are the ones that are unquantifiable and unforeseen. They are not market downturns. They are mountaineering accidents. They are the single, random events that operate completely outside our sphere of control. And they have the power to render every ounce of talent, hard work, and brilliant strategy completely irrelevant. This brings us to a critical concept, not just for startups, but for life: the single point of failure. Kent Evans, for all his genius and potential, was a single point of failure. His entire future, all the innovation he would have created, all the wealth he would have built, was tethered to the fragile thread of his own physical existence. One accident, one moment of misfortune, and the entire system collapsed. The same principle applies to our ventures and our finances. A startup that relies on a single founder for all its technical knowledge is fragile. A company dependent on one major client is one phone call away from bankruptcy. An individual with only one source of income and no savings is one layoff away from disaster. These are all systems with a single point of failure, just waiting for their own version of a mountaineering accident. The antidote to this fragility is the principle of a margin of safety, coined by the legendary investor Benjamin Graham. The margin of safety is about creating a buffer, a cushion, between what you expect to happen and what could happen. It's about building redundancy and resilience into the system. In investing, it means buying a stock for significantly less than its intrinsic value. In startups, it means having enough cash in the bank to survive a longer than expected product development cycle. In your personal life, it means having an emergency fund, multiple marketable skills, and proper insurance. It's the explicit acknowledgement that the world is unpredictable and that you cannot control all the variables. The only thing you can control is your preparedness for when things go wrong. Bill Gates went on to build Microsoft with Paul Allen. We can only speculate on what the world would look like if Kent Evans had been there. Perhaps it would have been Gates and Evans, a company even more formidable. We will never know. But Kent's story serves as a vital, sobering counter-narrative to the myth of the self-made hero. It reminds us that you can be brilliant, you can be driven, you can be on the right side of history, and none of it guarantees a thing. Success is not just about maximizing your potential for gain. It is equally, if not more importantly, about minimizing your potential for ruin. The lean startup methodology is about navigating market uncertainty. But the story of Kent Evans teaches us a deeper lesson: how to navigate the fundamental uncertainty of life itself. Before you build your product, before you chase your billion-dollar idea, you must first ensure your system can survive the fall. Welcome to our exploration of modern financial psychology. In this chapter, we delve into one of the most dangerous and counterintuitive forces in wealth creation, the idea of enough. We'll investigate why people who seemingly have everything, multi-million-dollar fortunes, thriving businesses, public adoration, often risk it all for just a little bit more. This is the paradox of wealth. The skills that help you acquire it, like ambition and competitive drive, can become your greatest liabilities once you have it. The story begins with a concept known as the hedonic treadmill. Imagine you've been working towards a huge financial goal, say, earning your first $1 million. You believe that reaching this milestone will bring you lasting happiness. And when you finally get there, it does. For a while, you feel a surge of euphoria, a sense of accomplishment. But then, something strange happens. The extraordinary becomes ordinary. That $1 million net worth, once the summit of your ambitions, is now just your new baseline. The happiness fades, and you find yourself looking towards the next peak, 10 million. This is the hedonic treadmill in action. It's a core feature of human psychology where we quickly adapt to positive life changes, returning to a stable level of happiness. The bigger house, the faster car, the larger portfolio, they provide a temporary boost, but the goalposts of satisfaction are constantly moving. This psychological quirk isn't a problem when you're building from nothing. It's the very engine of progress. But when you're already wealthy, the treadmill transforms from a motivator into a destructive, endless marathon with no finish line. The fuel that powers this destructive marathon is the poison of social comparison. Humans are social creatures, hardwired to measure our own status and success against those around us. For most of human history, our comparison group was our small village or tribe. But in today's hyper-connected world, our village is the entire planet. A successful lawyer doesn't compare themselves to other lawyers in their town. They see the lifestyle of a hedge fund manager on Instagram. That hedge fund manager doesn't compare themselves to their peers. They look at the private jets and private islands of tech billionaires. And those billionaires, they look at each other, counting who has the bigger yacht. There is no top. As one writer put it, the ceiling of my desires becomes the floor of someone else's lifestyle. Your incredible success feels like a failure the moment you see someone with more. This creates a game that is impossible to win. If your happiness is contingent on having more than the people around you, you have sentenced yourself to a life of perpetual anxiety. Because there will always be someone with more. This brings us to the stories of wealthy individuals who committed fraud or took insane risks despite already being rich. Consider the case of Rajat Gupta. He was a former CEO of McKinsey, one of the world's most prestigious consulting firms, and sat on the boards of Goldman Sachs and Procter & Gamble. His net worth was estimated to be over $100 million by any rational measure. He had won the game. He had more money than he could ever spend. Yet, in 2011, he was convicted of insider trading. He wasn't destitute. He wasn't driven by need. He was a multi-millionaire who craved to be a billionaire. He saw the financiers he worked with on the Goldman Sachs board, people like Warren Buffett, and his own immense fortune felt inadequate. He risked his reputation, his freedom, and his entire legacy for money he did not need. Driven by the sting of social comparison. Similarly, look at Bernie Madoff. He ran one of the most successful market-making firms on Wall Street. He was already fabulously wealthy from the legitimate side of his business. Why build an elaborate Ponzi scheme? The answer is the same. The insatiable hunger for more status, more respect, more of the validation that comes from being at the very top of the financial world. These aren't just stories of greed. They are cautionary tales about the danger of having no off-ramp. They illustrate what happens when the pursuit of more becomes an end in itself, detached from any real need or desire. So, what is the antidote to this madness? It's a simple, yet profoundly difficult concept: defining your own enough. The most important number in finance isn't the highest possible return. It's the number that allows you to stop taking risks you don't need to take. Enough is not about austerity or deprivation. It is the opposite. It is about freedom. It's the point where you have enough money to control your time, to wake up in the morning and say, I can do whatever I want today. It's having enough to absorb life's inevitable shocks without financial ruin. It's having enough so that you never have to sell your time for a paycheck you resent. This number is deeply personal. For one person, it might be $1 million. For another, it might be 10 million. It has nothing to do with what your neighbor has or what you see on social media. It is an internal benchmark, a self-imposed finish line. Without it, you are doomed to keep running on the hedonic treadmill, forever chasing a horizon that recedes as you approach it. Defining enough is your off-ramp from the endless, anxiety-inducing highway of social comparison. It's the only way to get the goalpost to stop moving. By doing so, you trade the hollow pursuit of more for something far more valuable: autonomy. You win the game not by accumulating the highest score, but by choosing to stop playing. True wealth is not about the size of your portfolio. It is the ability to sleep at night, knowing that what you have is sufficient for what you need and want. The ultimate financial skill is to get the goalposts to stop moving, and that begins with knowing what is enough. We now turn to one of the most compelling and tragic case studies in modern finance. A story that peels back the curtain on the invisible, yet immensely powerful, psychological forces that govern our relationship with money. This is the downfall of Rajat Gupta, a man who, by any conceivable metric, had already won the game of life. His story is a chilling cautionary tale about the insatiable hunger for more. Imagine a life that began with adversity. Born in Kolkata, India, Rajat Gupta was orphaned in his teenage years. Yet, from this challenging start, he embarked on a trajectory of success that seems almost fictional. He possessed a brilliant mind that earned him a place at the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, a gateway to greatness for India's brightest. From there, he crossed oceans to attend Harvard Business School, the absolute pinnacle of business education. His professional ascent was even more spectacular. He joined McKinsey & Company, not just as an employee, but as a future leader. McKinsey is the world's most elite and secretive consulting firm. The whisperers in the ears of kings and CEOs. Gupta didn't just climb the ladder there, he became the ladder. He was elected its managing director, its global head, in 1994, and was re-elected twice. Serving an unprecedented 3 full terms, he was a trusted advisor to the CEOs of Fortune 500 giants, a confidant to the most powerful people on the planet. He sat on the boards of behemoth corporations like Goldman Sachs, American Airlines, and Procter & Gamble. Beyond the boardroom, he was a celebrated philanthropist, co-founding the Indian School of Business and working alongside figures like Bill Gates and Kofi Annan on global health initiatives. And, of course, he was fabulously wealthy. By 2008, his net worth was conservatively estimated at $100 million. Let's pause to truly comprehend that figure. It is not just wealth. It is dynastic wealth. It is the ability to buy any car, any house, to fly anywhere on a private jet, to fund any passion project, to provide for generations of your family without a second thought. It is the end of financial worry. Forever, Rajat Gupta had reached the summit of the mountain. He had it all: power, prestige, respect, and a fortune beyond the wildest dreams of billions of people. But here lies the terrifying paradox. Despite having everything, he felt it wasn't enough. What could possibly compel a man with $100 million to risk his entire world, his sterling reputation, his freedom, his family's honor for a little bit more? The answer is a single, corrosive emotion: envy, fueled by relentless social comparison. The author Morgan Housel posits that the hardest financial skill has nothing to do with spreadsheets or stock picking. The hardest skill is getting the goalpost to stop moving. Gupta's goalposts were on a perpetual motion machine. His world was not the world of ordinary people. While he was a centimillionaire, his professional ecosystem, his peer group, consisted of billionaires. As a director at Goldman Sachs, he was in the boardroom with titans of Wall Street, whose net worths made his look like pocket change. He socialized with hedge fund managers and private equity kings, who measured their wealth in the tens of billions. When the ceiling of what you see every day is that high, Your own spectacular achievements can suddenly feel like the floor. He reportedly looked at men like Henry Kravis, the billionaire founder of KKR, who started their careers around the same time, and felt a sense of injustice. He saw himself as a strategic genius, perhaps even more brilliant than the clients he advised. Yet his bank account told a different story compared to theirs. His $100 million fortune, an object of awe and aspiration for the entire world, became a source of private shame and inadequacy in his own mind. The dangerous game of social comparison had completely warped his perspective. It didn't matter what he had, times in absolute terms. All that mattered was what he didn't have, times relative to the financial stratosphere he inhabited. He had lost the ability to feel gratitude for his incredible journey because his eyes were fixed on the few people who had journeyed even further. He had forgotten the simple, yet profound, concept of enough. This gnawing sense of financial inferiority, this desperate need to catch up, led him to abandon the principles of a lifetime and walk off an ethical cliff. The setting for his dramatic fall was the heart of the 2008 financial crisis, a time of unprecedented fear and chaos in the markets. In late September of that year, Goldman Sachs was fighting for its survival, and its board was scrambling to secure a lifeline. On September 23rd, 2008, the Goldman board, including Rajat Gupta, convened for an emergency telephone meeting. During this highly confidential call, they learned of a bombshell development. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway was set to make a $5 billion investment in the firm. This wasn't just money. It was the ultimate seal of approval from the Oracle of Omaha, the most respected investor on the planet. This news was pure gold, a guaranteed catalyst that would send Goldman's battered stock price soaring the moment it was made public. The board call ended at 3:55 p.m. Eastern Time. The stock market closes at 4:00 p.m. Rajat Gupta had a 5-minute window. What did he choose to do with it? Telephone records presented at his trial show that a mere 16 seconds after disconnecting from the board, he dialed the number of Rajaratnam, a notorious billionaire hedge fund manager and the founder of the Galleon Group. While the exact words of their conversation remained private, the actions that followed were broadcast to the world. In the frantic final minutes of the trading day, Rajaratnam's fund aggressively purchased 175,000 shares of Goldman Sachs. The next morning, the Buffett deal was officially announced. Goldman stock surged. Rajaratnam instantly pocketed a profit of roughly $1 million. It was a quick, easy, and brazenly illegal score. Subsequent investigations revealed this was not an isolated incident, but part of a larger pattern of Gupta feeding confidential information to his associate. The man who had built a global reputation on integrity, discretion, and intellect over 4 decades had devolved into a common criminal, leaking corporate secret for a quick buck. The fallout was catastrophic. He was arrested, tried, and convicted of insider trading and conspiracy. He was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison. His name, once a synonym for immigrant success and corporate excellence, was now indelibly stained, forever linked to one of the most infamous insider trading scandals in modern history. He lost his fortune, his reputation, his directorships, his philanthropic roles, and his freedom. The story of Rajat Gupta is far more than a simple tale of greed. It is a profound and unsettling lesson on the destructive nature of a moving goalpost. The additional money he stood to make was, in the context of his existing $100 million fortune, utterly meaningless. It would not have changed his lifestyle one iota. He could not eat better food, drive a faster car, or live in a grander house. He was risking things he had and desperately needed his reputation and his freedom in a reckless pursuit of something he didn't have, and absolutely did not need the ego boost of belonging to the billionaire club. He was chasing a number on a scorecard, a higher rung on an imaginary ladder of social comparison. And in doing so, he set fire to the entire ladder beneath him. This forces us to confront a fundamental question that applies to every single one of us, no matter where we are on the financial spectrum, as we strive for our goals, be it paying off a credit card, buying a first home, or reaching a retirement number. We must consciously and deliberately define what enough means to us. Without a self-defined finish line, ambition becomes a curse. Financial success becomes a hollow pursuit, a treadmill you can never get off, where the only logical endpoint is exhaustion or, as in Gupta's case, self-destruction. His story is a stark reminder that the ultimate financial prize isn't more. It's contentment. It's having the ability to stop the chase. And so, we must ask ourselves the question that Rajat Gupta clearly failed to. What is the point of accumulating X? Be it $100 million or 100,000 if the feeling it produces is not security, but a desperate craving for 2X. What is the point of winning the entire game? Only to realize you've forgotten why you started playing in the first place. Welcome to Chapter 8, The Power of Compounding More Than Just Math. Here, we move beyond spreadsheets and formulas to understand compounding as a fundamental mindset, a philosophy built on time, patience, and unwavering consistency. Let's begin with a story you might think you know. It's about the world's most famous investor, Warren Buffett. When we think of Buffett, we picture a genius stock picker, a financial wizard who outsmarted the market for decades. And while that's part of the story, it misses the single most important element of his success. Let's look at the numbers. Warren Buffett's net worth is, as of this recording, well over $100 billion. It's a staggering figure. But here's the truly mind-bending part. Over 99% of that wealth was earned after his 50th birthday, and more than 95% of it was earned after his 65th birthday. Let that sink in. For the vast majority of his life, even as a world-renowned investor, he wasn't the billionaire icon we know today. He began investing seriously as a child. By age 30, he had a net worth of about $1 million, or around $9 million in today's money. Impressive, but not unimaginable. By his 50th birthday, that had grown to around $300 million. Again, hugely successful. But there were many wealthier people. The real explosion, the financial equivalent of a supernova, happened in his later years. His wealth didn't just grow, it compounded into something unrecognizable. The first few decades of his career laid the foundation, but it was the time he spent in the market during his 60 seconds, 70 seconds, and 80 seconds that created the legend. His real skill wasn't just being a great investor, it was being a great investor for 3/4 of a century. His secret isn't just intelligence, it's longevity. He started at age 10 and, in his 90 seconds, is still going. Compounding is a quiet force. It works slowly, almost invisibly at first, and then it unleashes a power that defies our linear way of thinking. This brings us to a critical reevaluation of what good investing truly means. Our culture is obsessed with lightning in a bottle stories. We celebrate the person who bought a cryptocurrency at a fraction of a cent and became a millionaire overnight. We chase the stock that doubles in a week We look for the highest possible returns in the shortest possible time. But this is a dangerous game. It's the financial equivalent of trying to win the lottery. The truth, as this chapter illuminates, is that good investing isn't about earning the highest returns. It's about earning pretty good returns that you can stick with for the longest possible time. Read that again. Earning times pretty good times, returns for the time's longest possible time asterisk. Why is this distinction so crucial? Because the pursuit of the absolute highest returns often involves taking on enormous risks. These are risks that can, and often do, wipe you out completely. A 100% gain, followed by a 50% loss, leaves you exactly where you started. A 500% gain, followed by a 90% loss, is a devastating net negative. The key to compounding is survival. You cannot let your money compound if it's been lost. Therefore, the goal isn't to hit home runs every single time. The goal is to avoid striking out. It's to stay in the game. Year after year. Decade after decade. Think of it like this. An investor who averages an 8% annual return for 50 years will end up incomprehensibly wealthier than a genius investor who averages 25% a year for 10 years, then gets wiped out by a bad bet. The math is unforgiving. The genius had higher skills, but the consistent investor had the more powerful weapon time. The magic of compounding is backloaded. It's the final years of a long investment horizon that produce the most spectacular results. To truly grasp this, let's visualize it. Imagine a graph on the screen. The horizontal axis is time, spanning 40 years. The vertical axis is the value of your investment. Now, let's plot the journey of a consistent investor. Let's call her Anna. Anna starts at age 25, investing just $300 every month into a simple, diversified index fund that earns a historical average of, let's say, 8% per year. For the first 5 years, the line on the graph barely moves. After 5 years, Anna has contributed $18. Ling ling ling. Her balance is around $22. Ling ling ling. The growth is there, but it's not life-changing. It feels slow. Most of the money in her account is money she herself put in. This is the period of doubt, where most people lose patience. Is this even working? They ask. Let's fast forward to year 15. Anna has now contributed $54. Ling ling ling. Her portfolio is worth about $103. Ling ling ling. Now, things are getting interesting. The earnings have started to do some real work. She has almost doubled her contributed capital. The curve is just beginning to bend upwards, ever so slightly. Now, let's jump to year 25. Anna has contributed $90. 000 over 2.5 decades. Her portfolio value around $285. Ling ling ling. Notice what's happening. Her money is now earning more money for her each year than her own contributions are. The compounding machine is now self-sustaining and accelerating. The curve on the graph is visibly steepening. But the real magic happens in the final stretch. Let's look at year 40. At age 65, Anna has contributed a total of $144 over her entire working life. It's a significant amount, but achievable for many. But what is her final portfolio value? It's over $1 million. Specifically, around $1. Ling wu ling. Ling ling ling. Look at that graph again. The line has gone almost vertical in the last 10 to 15 years. More than half of her entire wealth over $500. was generated in just the last 10 years of her 40-year journey. That is the power we are talking about. It's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It is a get-rich-slowly guarantee, powered by discipline and patience. This visualization leads us to the final and most important point of this chapter, the necessary shift in our mindset. The entire financial media industry is built to make you ask the wrong questions. It screams at you. What should I buy today? Which sector is hot? How can I beat the market this year? This short-term focus is the enemy of compounding. The power of compounding forces you to ask a different, more profound set of questions. Instead of, how can I get rich quick? The question becomes, how can I build a financial plan and an investment portfolio that I can stick with for decades without interruption? This isn't a question about financial analytics. It's a question about human behavior. It's about self-awareness. What is your tolerance for risk? What will keep you from panic selling when the market inevitably crashes? What will prevent you from getting greedy and chasing speculative bubbles when everyone around you seems to be getting rich overnight? The answer is often a simple, boring, but effective strategy. A diversified, low-cost portfolio that you contribute to consistently, automatically, every single month. No matter what the headlines say, the goal is not to maximize returns. The goal is to maximize your time in the market. It's about building a system that protects you from your own worst instincts, fear, and greed. Staying invested is the unlock. It is the single variable that has more impact on your final outcome than picking the perfect stock or timing the market. The real challenge is not financial. It is psychological. It is the battle against impatience. It is the discipline to let the process work, to trust that the tiny, seemingly insignificant seeds you plant today will one day grow into a forest. As long as you give them the one thing they need above all else, time. So, as we conclude this chapter, remember the story of Warren Buffett. His fortune isn't just a testament to his investing acumen, but a monumental example of compounding's power when given an uninterrupted, decades-long runway. The exponential curve is not a mathematical trick. It's a natural law that governs growth, and it can work for you. Shift your focus from short-term gains to long-term endurance. Build a strategy you can live with, one that lets you sleep at night, so you can remain invested through all seasons. Because in the world of investing, the greatest returns don't go to the smartest, or the fastest, or the luckiest. They go to the most patient. They go to those who understand that true wealth is not made in a day, but compounded over a lifetime. Picture the world during the last ice age. We imagine a landscape of brutal, stark white, immense sheets of ice, some miles thick, crawling across the land with a power that defies comprehension. These glaciers are not static. They are world shapers. They carve through continents, grinding solid rock into dust, reshaping mountains, and gouging out the basins that would become our Great Lakes. It is a force of truly geological, almost unimaginable power, a global transformation that alters the very face of the planet. So, the question arises, what kind of cataclysmic event could possibly trigger such a change? A sudden, dramatic, apocalyptic drop in global temperature, a cosmic event that plunges the world into a winter that lasts for a century. The truth, as is so often the case with the world's most powerful and creative forces, is far more subtle, far quieter, and infinitely more patient. The actual trigger for an ice age isn't a series of impossibly cold winters. The winters were, of course, bitterly cold. But the real secret, the critical variable, lies in the summers. An ice age begins when, for a sustained period of time, the Earth's orbit and tilt conspire to create summers that are just a tiny fraction of a degree cooler than normal. Just cool enough that the accumulated snow and ice from the previous winter do not manage to melt away completely before the autumn frosts begin anew. That is the entire mechanism. A thin, seemingly insignificant layer of old snow survives the summer heat in any single year. This change is unnoticeable. It means nothing. It's just a patch of snow on a distant mountain that lasts a few weeks longer than usual. But then, the next winter arrives, and new snow falls on top of this old, leftover layer. The following summer, again, is just slightly too cool to melt it all. Now, you have 2 years' worth of leftover snow, one packed on top of the other. This tiny remnant, this surplus that the sun could not erase, begins to get compressed by its own weight. The delicate snowflakes at the bottom are crushed, their air pockets squeezed out, slowly turning them into dense, granular ice called fern. Year after year, decade after decade, century after century, this mundane process repeats itself without fanfare. A tiny, almost imperceptible surplus of snow, surviving each summer, accumulates relentlessly. For the first 100 years, you wouldn't notice a thing from afar. It would just look like a persistent snowfield, perhaps a bit larger than usual. But deep under the surface, a profound transformation is taking place. The weight is building. The pressure is mounting. The lower layers, buried under the mass of 1,000 winters, are transforming into solid, blue-tinged glacial ice. Eventually, after millennia of this relentless, unremarkable accumulation, the mass becomes so immense, so heavy, that it begins to deform and move under its own gravity. It is no longer a static snowfield. It has become a glacier, a river of ice, born from and powered by nothing more than a long series of summers that were consistently, boringly, a little less warm. This slow, invisible, but ultimately unstoppable force is a perfect and beautiful metaphor for one of the most powerful principles in finance, business, and indeed, in life, the power of compounding. We often hear the term, and we might even understand the mathematics behind it. But our intuition, our human brain, struggles to grasp its true scale. This is because compounding operates on a geological timescale, not the impatient, quarterly report timescale of human affairs. Let's draw the parallels directly. That slightly cooler summer is your small, consistent investment. It's the percentage of your income you dutifully save each month, or the steady, unspectacular profit your business generates and wisely reinvests back into its own growth. The layer of unmelted snow is that initial investment plus its first small gain, its first dividend, its first bit of interest. In the beginning, this feels almost laughably insignificant. Putting aside $100 and earning $5 in interest at the end of the year feels utterly meaningless when you're dreaming of financial independence. It's like looking at that first thin, slushy inch of leftover snow and trying to envision a glacier that can carve mountains from granite. The two states, the beginning and the end, seem entirely disconnected, impossibly far apart. This is precisely why the results of compounding are always counterintuitive and profoundly backloaded. For years, sometimes for decades, The progress is agonizingly, painfully slow. You look at your spreadsheet, your investment account, and the growth appears linear, barely noticeable. You feel like you're on a treadmill, running hard but getting nowhere. This long, flat part of the curve is the great filter. It's the period where most people give up. They lose patience. They get bored. They don't see the immense pressure building beneath the surface, the transformation happening in the unseen layers below. But the magic, the financial equivalent of a snowfield becoming a glacier, happens deep into the timeline. Let's say it takes 10 years of consistent saving and growth to double your initial investment. Because you now have double the principal working for you, double the snowfield, it might only take another 7 years to double again. And then, with that even larger base, perhaps only 5 years to double after that. And so on. The growth isn't a straight line. It's an exponential curve that feels flat for a very long time and then, as if by magic, suddenly rockets upward, seemingly out of nowhere. The vast majority of the wealth, the vast majority of the mountain-carving power, is generated in the final stages of the process. Just as the glacier does most of its earth-shattering work, only after it has reached a critical, unstoppable mass. And this brings us to the most critical lesson of all: a warning against impatience. In our world of instant gratification, we are constantly tempted to cheat the process. We want the glacier without the centuries of slow accumulation. In finance, this manifests as a siren call towards high-risk, high-return ventures, the meme stock, the lottery ticket, the get-rich-quick scheme. We try to force the outcome, but this is like trying to force a mountain to grow overnight. Mountains are the product of immense tectonic plates, pushing against each other with unimaginable force over millions of years. Trying to replicate that process in a single day doesn't create a mountain. It creates an earthquake, a violent, destructive event that shatters the very foundation you stand upon. In finance, this is the high-risk bet that goes to zero. It's the speculative gamble that wipes out your principal, destroying that precious, foundational base of unmelted snow that the entire, powerful process of compounding relies upon. You cannot rush a geological force. You can only align yourself with it. The true path to building lasting value, whether in a financial portfolio or a lean startup, mirrors the formation of an ice age. It's not about a single, brilliant, explosive event. It is about the disciplined, almost boring, repetition of a small, positive action. It's about having the patience and the foresight to let a tiny advantage compound on itself week after week, year after year, until it becomes an overwhelming, unstoppable force. The greatest power in the universe is not sudden impact, but relentless, consistent pressure applied over a long period of time. Understand this principle, and you understand the very engine of creation. Both in the natural world and in the world of finance, there are a million ways to get wealthy. And the books are full of stories about how to do it. But there's only one way to stay wealthy, a combination of frugality and paranoia. And these two skills are not necessarily related. Getting money and keeping money are two entirely different skills. Getting money requires taking risks, being optimistic, and putting yourself out there. But keeping money requires the opposite. It requires humility and fear that what you've made can be taken away from you just as fast. It requires an acceptance that some of what you've achieved is attributable to luck. So you can't rely on past success to repeat indefinitely. To understand this contrast, Let's compare the mindset of two very different types of investors: the venture capitalist and the long-term index fund investor. The venture capitalist job is the quintessential get-rich profession. They operate on a diet of pure optimism. They know that the vast majority of their investments, perhaps 8 or 9 out of every 10, will fail, sometimes spectacularly. They will lose every dollar they put in. But that doesn't matter. Their entire model is built on finding the one company that succeeds beyond anyone's wildest dreams. The one that returns 100 or even 1,000 times their initial investment. That single win pays for all the losses and then some. This mindset requires an iron stomach for risk and an unwavering belief in the possibility of an incredible future. It's about taking big, concentrated swings at the ball. The two most common ways investors unwittingly play this financial Russian roulette are through leverage and overconcentration. Leverage, or borrowing money to invest, is a double-edged sword that magnifies both gains and losses. It can turn a sound strategy into a fragile one by introducing a point of no return. A 50% loss on an unleveraged investment is painful, but with 2-to-1 leverage, a 50% loss is a 100% loss. You're wiped out. It comes from patience, discipline, and a healthy dose of fear. The fear isn't of missing out on a huge gain, but of being wiped out by a catastrophic loss. They understand that the market will have brutal downturns, and their goal is to survive them. By owning a small piece of everything, they ensure that no single company's failure can ruin them. Their game is defense, not offense. The critical distinction here is survival. Now, contrast that with the mindset needed to stay rich, perfectly embodied by the long-term index fund investor. This person's strategy is not about finding the 1-in-a-million winner. In fact, it's built on the humble admission that they have no idea which company will be the next big thing. Instead of trying to find the needle in the haystack, they simply buy the entire haystack. Their success doesn't come from optimistic, high-risk bets. The skills required to manage and preserve a fortune are completely alien to the circumstances that created it. They lack the most critical financial skill of all, the skill of financial survival. Survival is the most underrated skill in finance. It's not about earning the highest returns. It's about earning pretty good returns that you can stick with and which can survive the inevitable chaos of the world for the longest period of time. Its importance is best understood through the magic of compounding. Compounding only works if you can give it years and decades to grow. It's like planting an oak tree. The early years show little progress, but over a lifetime, it grows into something magnificent. However, if you get wiped out, if a single bad decision or market crash forces you to sell everything, you've essentially uprooted the sapling. The compounding clock resets to zero. Your incredible gains from previous years become meaningless because you didn't survive to see them mature. This is why staying wealthy demands a completely different mindset. It requires, first and foremost, frugality. This isn't about depriving yourself of enjoyment. It's about recognizing that the goalposts of what you want will constantly shift further away if you let them. It's about creating a gap between your ego and your income. That gap, your savings rate, is the most direct control you have over your financial destiny. It's your shield against the unexpected. It's the capital that allows you to endure volatility without panic. The second pillar of this mindset is an acceptance that past success does not guarantee future results. The world is relentlessly competitive and constantly changing. The person who becomes wealthy and assumes they are invincible is setting themselves up for ruin. They mistake luck for skill. Staying wealthy requires the humility to know that you can be wrong, that your edge can disappear, and that the world owes you nothing. It requires a healthy dose of paranoia, not the kind that keeps you up at night, but the kind that encourages you to save for a future you can't predict, to diversify your assets, and to never, ever risk what you have and need for something you don't have and don't need. Getting rich is a sprint, often fueled by adrenaline and optimism. Staying rich is a marathon, run with patience, paranoia, and the quiet confidence that comes from knowing you are prepared to finish the race. No matter how treacherous the course becomes, what is the single most important skill in finance? Is it the ability to pick winning stocks, to master complex valuation models, or to perfectly time the market's peaks and troughs? The answer, perhaps surprisingly, is none of the above. The single most vital financial skill, the one that underpins all long-term success, is survival. It's the art of staying in the game. Think of compounding interest. Often called the eighth wonder of the world, its power is legendary, capable of turning modest sums into fortunes. But compounding is like planting an oak tree. Its true magic isn't in the seed itself, but in the decades it is left undisturbed to grow. The greatest returns are not earned by those who are the smartest or the most aggressive, but by those who have been able to remain invested, uninterrupted, for the longest period of time. Therefore, the most significant risk you face isn't market volatility, it's the risk of being permanently knocked out of the game, preventing the oak tree of your wealth from ever reaching maturity. This brings us to the core lesson of survival, the critical importance of avoiding ruin at all costs. To understand this, let's consider a grim but powerful analogy. A game of Russian roulette. Imagine someone offers you a revolver with 1,000,000 chambers. Only one chamber contains a bullet. They offer you $1,000,000 to put the gun to your head and pull the trigger. The odds are overwhelmingly in your favor, 999. 999 to 1. A statistician might say it's a fantastically profitable bet. But would you take it? Of course not. No rational person would. The reason is simple. He had it all: power, prestige, respect, and a fortune beyond the wildest dreams of billions of people. But here lies the terrifying paradox. Despite having everything, he felt it wasn't enough. It's a loss so catastrophic that it forces you to stop playing altogether. The math of recovery is brutal. A 10% drop in your portfolio requires an 11% gain to get back to even. A 50% drop requires a 100% gain. You have to double your remaining money. A 95% loss, as many experienced during the dot-com bust, requires a staggering 900% gain just to break even. And a 100% loss, the required gain is infinite. It's game over, permanently. While the probability of a negative outcome is minuscule, the consequence of that outcome is infinite and irreversible. It's total ruin. You don't get a second chance. This is the essence of tail risk in investing. Some financial risks, no matter how attractive the potential upside, carry this same binary outcome, a chance of a good return versus the possibility of complete and utter devastation. Ruin in finance isn't just a large loss from which you can recover. Similarly, concentrating your entire net worth into one sure thing, be it a single stock, a speculative cryptocurrency, or a private business venture, is betting that the one empty chamber you chose is, in fact, empty. History is filled with cautionary tales. Take long-term capital management. A hedge fund run by Nobel Prize-winning economists in the 1990 seconds, their strategy of using immense leverage, to exploit tiny inefficiencies in the bond market was brilliant and profitable. Until it wasn't. When a once-in-a-lifetime event, a Russian debt default occurred, their models broke, and the leverage that had turbocharged their gains instantly vaporized their entire fund. They were intellectually superior but financially fragile. They couldn't survive. So, how do we build a financial life that is designed for survival? It begins by acknowledging that the future is unknowable and planning for a wide range of outcomes. This means building resilience into every layer of your finances. First, there's financial resilience. This is your foundation. It's maintaining a high savings rate, which creates a buffer between your lifestyle and the unpredictable world. It's having a fully funded emergency fund, 3 to 6 months of living expenses, held in cash, not invested, so that a job loss or a medical bill doesn't force you to sell your investments at the worst possible time. By spreading your investments across various asset classes, industries, and geographies, you ensure that no single event, no matter how catastrophic to one part of your portfolio, can lead to total ruin. Finally, and most importantly, there's psychological resilience. The ability to watch your portfolio fall by 20 or 30% and do nothing is a financial superpower. When a once-in-a-lifetime event, a Russian debt default occurred, their models broke, and the leverage that had turbocharged their gains instantly vaporized their entire fund. They were intellectually superior but financially fragile. They couldn't survive. So, how do we build a financial life that is designed for survival? It begins by acknowledging that the future is unknowable and planning for a wide range of outcomes. This means building resilience into every layer of your finances. This fortitude doesn't come from sheer willpower. It comes from having a plan built on the foundations of financial and portfolio resilience. You can remain calm during a storm because you know your ship was built to withstand it. You have your emergency cash. Your debt is low, and your portfolio is diversified. You are prepared, so you don't have to panic. In the end, the secret to building wealth isn't about hitting home runs. It's about consistently getting on base and, most importantly, never striking out so badly that you're kicked out of the league. Warren Buffett famously has 2 rules of investing. Rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. He doesn't mean that his investments never go down in value. He means you should never suffer a permanent, irrecoverable loss of capital. The goal is not to achieve the highest possible annual returns. The goal is to achieve pretty good returns that you can sustain and stick with for the longest possible period of time. The path to wealth is paved not with genius, but with durability. By making survival your number 1 priority, you grant yourself the most valuable asset in finance, uninterrupted time. And with time, the miracle of compounding will do all the heavy lifting for you. It's not about winning big. It's about winning by not losing. And that is perhaps the most profound lesson in the psychology of money. In the world of statistics and finance, there's a fascinating concept known as a tail event. Picture a standard bell curve, where most outcomes cluster around the average. The middle, the tails, are the thin, outlying ends of that curve, representing events that are extremely rare but have an overwhelmingly massive impact when they do occur. These aren't just minor deviations. They are the black swan events. The 1 in a million shots that completely redefine the game. Eric Ries, in Chapter 12, cleverly borrows this concept and applies it directly to the heart of entrepreneurship and innovation, titling it Tails. You win. This isn't about the 50/50 chance of a coin toss. It's about a world where the vast majority of your efforts might yield modest or even negative results, but a single, rare success can be so monumental that it single-handedly ensures your victory. This is the power of the long tail, and understanding it is crucial for anyone building something new. Let's start with the classic, and perhaps most potent, example: the world of venture capital. A venture capital firm operates on a portfolio basis. The skills required to manage and preserve a fortune are completely alien to the circumstances that created it. They lack the most critical financial skill of all, the skill of financial survival. Survival is the most underrated skill in finance. It's not about earning the highest returns. It's about earning pretty good returns that you can stick with and which can survive the inevitable chaos of the world for the longest period of time. A handful, perhaps 3 or 4, might do reasonably well, generating a 5x or 10x return, but the entire model, the very foundation of the multi-billion-dollar VC industry, rests on finding the 1 or 2 companies in that portfolio that become a tail event. This is the company that doesn't return 10x, but 1000x. It's the early investment in a Google, an Airbnb, or a Stripe. The astronomical returns from that single winner don't just cover the losses of the other 48 failed or mediocre investments, they dwarf them, generating the spectacular overall fund performance that VCs are known for. This is the power law in action. The VCs aren't trying to be right 100% of the time. They are trying to be spectacularly, earth-shatteringly right just once or twice. They understand that success in their field is not a sum of small, consistent wins. It's a function of a few extreme, outlier victories. Now, let's bring this concept down from the stratosphere of venture capital to something more personal: your own investment portfolio. Many amateur and even experienced investors fall into the trap of wanting every single stock they pick to be a winner. They agonize over small losses and are quick to sell a stock that has doubled, wanting to lock in the profit. The long tail principle teaches us a different, more powerful lesson. Over a long investment horizon, the bulk of your portfolio's total return will likely not come from an average of all your investments. Instead, it will be driven by a small number of exceptional performers. You might own 20 different stocks over a decade. 10 might go nowhere. 5 might provide modest gains. But it could be the 1 or 2 stocks that appreciate by 2,000% or 5,000% that account for 80% of your total profit. This insight changes your strategy. It's less about avoiding any and all losers, and more about ensuring you are positioned to capture the massive upside of the big winners. It means having the discipline to let your winners run, to not cut your flowers to water the weeds. It's a recognition that in a portfolio, just as in a VC fund, a few key successes will write the entire story of your financial journey. This principle extends far beyond the realm of finance. Think about your career or the major projects you've undertaken in your life. It's rarely a steady, linear progression of equal value achievements. Instead, our careers are often defined by a handful of tail events. It could be the one difficult project you volunteered for that gave you visibility with senior leadership. It might be the single networking contact you made at a conference who later offered you your dream job. Perhaps it was the decision to learn a specific skill, like coding or public speaking, that unlocked a whole new set of opportunities. Years later, when you look back, you realize that while the day-to-day work was necessary, it was these few pivotal moments, these key decisions and breakthrough successes, that created the most leverage and had a disproportionate impact on your entire professional trajectory. The hundreds of routine reports filed and meetings attended pale In comparison to the impact of that one successful product launch or that one critical negotiation, your career is not the average of all your workdays. It is defined by its peaks. So, what is the ultimate lesson Eric Ries wants us to take from this? The key takeaway is a profound shift in mindset. It's about consistently getting on base and, most importantly, never striking out so badly that you're kicked out of the league. Warren Buffett famously has 2 rules of investing. Rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. He doesn't mean that his investments never go down in value. He means you should never suffer a permanent, irrecoverable loss of capital. The goal is not to achieve the highest possible annual returns. The goal is to run enough experiments to find the one that has the potential to be a tail event, the feature. The market, the business model that unlocks explosive, non-linear growth. This philosophy liberates us from the fear of failure. A series of small, contained failures is not only acceptable, but is the necessary price of admission for finding a massive success. You cannot have the upside of the tail without accepting the reality of the rest of the distribution curve. The goal is to run enough experiments to find the one that has the potential to be a tail event, the feature. The market, the business model that unlocks explosive, non-linear growth. This philosophy liberates us from the fear of failure. A series of small, contained failures is not only acceptable, but is the necessary price of admission for finding a massive success. You cannot have the upside of the tail without accepting the reality of the rest of the distribution curve. So, embrace the experiments. Understand that most will be duds. But keep searching, keep iterating, and keep measuring. Because somewhere out in the long tail of possibilities lies a success so large, it will make all the preceding struggles and failures fade into insignificance. In this game, it's not about how often you win or lose. It's about the magnitude of your victory. When you finally do tails, you win. The reality, as Ries illustrates, is far more chaotic, more disparate, and ultimately, more instructive for any entrepreneur. It's a story defined not by consistent small wins, but by surviving long enough to land a few colossal, company-defining jackpots, what statisticians call tail events. The story of Walt Disney is not one of overnight success. It is a chronicle of relentless struggle, near constant financial peril, and repeated brushes with bankruptcy. Before Mickey Mouse was a global icon, Walt Disney's first animation studio, Laugh-O-Gram Studio in Kansas City, went bankrupt. He arrived in Hollywood with little more than ambition and a few drawings. Even after the initial success of Mickey Mouse and the Silly Symphonies, the studio lived on the edge. Every dollar earned was immediately reinvested into new technology, more ambitious projects, and a growing team of artists. They were operating on razor-thin margins, constantly borrowing against future profits just to make payroll. Walt was a creative visionary, but for much of his early career, he was just one bad deal or one failed cartoon away from complete collapse. This was a company perpetually betting on itself, doubling down on a vision that the world had not yet fully bought into. The pressure was immense. Creditors were always knocking, and the line between solvency and insolvency was a tightrope they walked daily. It was in this climate of high-stakes survival that Walt Disney made the most audacious bet of his career, a decision so risky, so far beyond the conventional wisdom of the time, that it was widely dubbed Disney's folly. He decided to produce the world's first feature-length animated film, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. To understand the magnitude of this gamble, You have to appreciate the context. In the 1,930 seconds, cartoons were short-form novelties, played before the main feature. The industry consensus was that no audience would sit through 80 minutes of a cartoon, that the bright colors would hurt their eyes, and that the entire concept was artistically and commercially unviable. Even Walt's own wife, Lillian, and his brother and business partner, Roy, tried to talk him out of it. But Walt was obsessed. He envisioned animation as a legitimate art form, capable of telling complex, emotional stories on par with live-action cinema. The production was a grueling, 3-year ordeal that pushed the studio to its absolute limit. The initial budget of $250,000. Already a staggering sum ballooned to nearly $1.5 million, an amount equivalent to over $30 million today. To finance it, Walt had to mortgage his house and repeatedly plead with bankers from Bank of America, showing them rough footage to convince them to extend more credit. The studio's entire existence was staked on the success of this one film. If Snow White failed, the Walt Disney Company would cease to exist. Period. This was the ultimate all-or-nothing moment. The kind of existential risk that defines the entrepreneurial journey. It was a single, massive experiment designed to answer one question: could a feature-length animation capture the hearts of a global audience? The premiere, in December 1937, was a nerve-wracking affair. The Hollywood elite attended, many expecting to witness the spectacular failure of Disney's folly. But as the film unfolded, something magical happened. The audience was captivated. They gasped. They laughed. They cried. At the end, they rose to their feet in a thunderous standing ovation. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs became a global phenomenon. It was the highest-grossing film of its time, earning over $8 million in its initial run, a staggering return on investment. This was the tail event. It wasn't just a win, it was a paradigm-shifting, reality-altering success. The profits from Snow White didn't just pay off the company's debts, they single-handedly funded the construction of the new state-of-the-art studio in Burbank, California. They provided the capital to produce the next slate of animated classics: Pinocchio, Fantasia, and Dumbo. One single, high-risk, high-reward bet saved the company and secured its future for decades to come, paying for all the previous failures and funding all the subsequent experiments, some of which would also fail. This principle is still deeply embedded in Disney's DNA today. While the company is now a diversified global media conglomerate, its financial engine still runs on tail events. Think about the acquisitions of Pixar, Marvel, and Lucasfilm. Disney doesn't need every film to be a moderate success. Instead, it relies on the colossal, billion-dollar-plus successes of an Avengers Endgame, a Frozen, or a new Star Wars saga film. These mega hits, these modern tail events, generate enough profit to fund hundreds of other projects across the company: smaller films, Disney Plus series, theme park attractions, and other experiments. Many of these smaller bets will not yield significant returns. Some will be outright failures, but it doesn't matter, because the portfolio is designed to be carried by the giants. The success of the Marvel Cinematic Universe alone can cover the losses of numerous other ventures, allowing the company to continue innovating and taking risks elsewhere. This brings us to the core lesson of the chapter and one of the central tenets of the lean startup methodology. Success in entrepreneurship is not a game of averages. It follows a power, Law distribution. You don't need a high batting average. You don't have to be right all the time. In fact, you will likely be wrong most of the time. Most of your ideas, features, and products will fail to achieve significant traction. The key is to manage your resources, to use the lean methodology of building, measuring, and learning, to ensure that you survive long enough to stumble upon one of those rare, transformative tail events. Your job as an entrepreneur is not to avoid failure, but to structure your company so that it can withstand a series of small failures while it searches for the one massive success that will change everything. The story of Walt Disney is the ultimate proof you just have to be very, very right a few crucial times. In our relentless pursuit of success, we often equate wealth with a specific image: the luxury car, the sprawling mansion, the designer wardrobe. We chase a number on a balance sheet, believing that a higher figure will automatically translate to a better life. But this chapter asks us to pause and question that fundamental assumption. It challenges us to redefine wealth not by the things we can buy, but by the freedom we can attain. The ultimate goal, the truest form of wealth, is the ability to wake up on a Tuesday morning and say, with absolute sincerity, I can do whatever I want today. This isn't a call for idleness or a rejection of ambition. On the contrary, it's about having the sovereignty to direct your ambition. It's the freedom to work on a project you love without worrying about its immediate profitability. It's the freedom to take a spontaneous trip with your family, to spend an afternoon reading in the park, or to dedicate a year to learning a new skill. It is the power of choice, unconstrained by financial obligation or a boss's schedule. This form of wealth is measured not in dollars, but in unfiltered, autonomous hours of your own life. It's a dividend paid in options and possibilities, the highest return on investment one can achieve. To truly grasp this concept, consider the paradox of the high-earning but time-poor professional. Picture a brilliant surgeon, a top-tier lawyer, or a driven investment banker. Their income is in the top 1%. They can afford any material comfort imaginable. Yet, their lives are often not their own. Their days are meticulously scheduled, dictated by client demands, cours date, or emergency calls. They wake up before sunrise to answer emails from a different time zone and return home long after their family is asleep. They possess the financial keys to any door, but they have no time to walk through them. They are living proof that a high income does not equate to wealth if it comes at the cost of your own time. They are shackled by golden handcuffs, a salary so high and a lifestyle so expensive that they cannot afford to quit the very job that consumes their life. They are trapped in a gilded cage, rich in currency, but impoverished in autonomy. This isn't just a philosophical idea. It is backed by decades of psychological research. Studies on human happiness consistently point to one critical factor: a sense of control over one's life. Researchers Edward Deci and Richard Ryan developed self-determination theory, which posits that autonomy, along with competence and relatedness, is a fundamental human need for psychological well-being. Having a high degree of personal autonomy, the feeling that you are the author of your own life, is a far more potent predictor of happiness than your income level, especially once your basic needs are met. Data from countless surveys reveals that people who feel in control of their work and personal lives report significantly higher levels of life satisfaction, regardless of their paycheck. A janitor who has flexibility and control over how they perform their tasks can experience more daily satisfaction than an executive whose every minute is micromanaged. The feeling of being a pawn in someone else's game is a deep source of human misery. while the feeling of being a player in your own is a deep source of joy. Consider the story of a software developer who spent years climbing the corporate ladder at a major tech firm. He earned a fortune, but his passion for coding had been replaced by endless meetings and bureaucratic hurdles. He realized that, despite his financial success, he was deeply unhappy. He made a radical choice. He cashed out a portion of his stock, downsized his lifestyle, and started his own small, one-person software company. His income dropped by 70%, but his happiness skyrocketed. He now works on projects that genuinely excite him, sets his own hours, and takes Fridays off to go hiking. By society standards, he became less successful, but by his own, he finally became wealthy. His story is not unique. It's a narrative echoed by countless individuals who have discovered that the currency of time is more valuable than the currency in their bank account. So, how do we apply this principle? We must redefine our financial goals. Instead of chasing an abstract, ever-increasing net worth, we should aim for specific milestones of freedom. The first milestone might be a freedom fund, 3 to 6 months of living expenses saved in cash. This isn't just an emergency fund. It is the power to say no. It's the power to walk away from a toxic job, a bad boss, or an unethical situation without facing financial ruin. The next milestone might be having enough invested that you could survive for a year or two without working, giving you the freedom to take a sabbatical, start a business, or retrain for a new career. The ultimate goal is financial independence. The point where your assets generate enough passive income to cover your living expenses indefinitely. At this stage, work becomes a choice, not a necessity. The goal isn't just a number, it is a state of being. It's about engineering a life where your time is truly your own. Begin by asking not how much money do I want to make, but rather, what would I do every day if I didn't have to worry about money? Let the answer to that question become your new financial North Star. For in the end, money is merely a tool. Its greatest purpose is not to buy more things, but to buy you the one thing that can't be bought back: your life. In the grand theater of entrepreneurship and modern ambition, we often chase a specific image of wealth. It's a highlight reel of exotic cars, sprawling mansions, and watches that cost more than a college education. We are sold a dream of consumption and of material acquisition on a scale that feels almost mythical. But what if that's a profound misunderstanding? What if the true, intrinsic value of money has very little to do with the things it can buy, and everything to do with the freedom it affords? This is the core lesson we explore now. What your money really buys you is not more stuff, but more life. It purchases control, autonomy, and peace of mind. It buys you the single most finite and precious resource any of us will ever have: time. Let's start with the smallest, most relatable increment of this freedom: the ability to take a day off. Imagine waking up on a Wednesday. There's no alarm, just the gentle morning light. You feel a tickle in your throat, a heaviness behind your eyes. You're getting sick. For millions, this simple biological event triggers a cascade of financial anxiety. Can I afford to lose a day's pay? Will my boss be angry? Will this put me behind on my bills? The decision isn't about health. It's a painful calculation of financial survival. The illness becomes a secondary concern to the immediate economic threat. Now, imagine a different scenario. You wake up with that same tickle in your throat, and your first thought is simply, I need to rest. You send a brief message to your team and spend the day in bed with tea and a book. There is no panic, no frantic calculation. This absence of stress is what wealth buys you. It's not the luxury of a five-star hotel, but the fundamental luxury of honoring your body's needs without financial penalty. This small act of self-preservation, this quiet, unspectacular Wednesday, is a more potent symbol of financial freedom than any sports car. It's the freedom to be human, to be frail, to recover without your livelihood hanging in the balance. From this daily freedom, we scale up to a larger, more defining form of autonomy, the freedom to choose meaningful work. Many of us find ourselves in what's often called the golden handcuffs, a job that pays exceptionally well but drains our soul. It's work that doesn't align with our values, ignite our passion, or contribute to the world in a way we find meaningful. We stay because the mortgage, the car payments, and the lifestyle we've built depend on that high salary. We are, in effect, trading our limited time on this earth for financial security. Financial independence dismantles these handcuffs. It grants you the power to say no. You can turn down a lucrative but soulless project. You can walk away from a toxic work environment. More importantly, it gives you the power to say yes to opportunities based on purpose rather than payroll. It provides the runway to start your own business, the one you've been dreaming about for years. It allows you to take a lower-paying job at a nonprofit you believe in, or to pursue art, or to write a book. It's the freedom to align your daily labor with your deepest values. This doesn't mean you stop working. It means your work becomes an expression of who you are, not just a means of survival. Money, in this context, buys you the ability to architect a life of purpose. Perhaps the most critical freedom money can provide is security in the face of crisis. Life is unpredictable. A sudden medical emergency, a serious accident, or a family crisis can strike at any moment. For those living without a financial safety net, such an event is not just an emotional and physical trial. It is a potential catastrophe. A single hospital stay can lead to years of debt, destroying credit, and creating a cycle of poverty that is incredibly difficult to escape. The stress of the illness is compounded by the terrifying stress of its cost. Now, consider the alternative. A loved one gets sick. The situation is still frightening and emotionally draining. But the financial dimension is removed from the immediate equation. You can focus entirely on their care. You can afford the best treatment available. You can take time off work to be by their side without worrying about lost income. You don't have to choose between your family's health and your financial future. This peace of mind, this ability to navigate life's cruelest moments with one less crushing burden, is an invaluable form of wealth. It is the security of knowing that a stroke of bad luck will not unravel everything you've worked to build. It's the freedom to focus on what truly matters, the people you love when they need you most. When you weave these threads together, the freedom to rest, the freedom to pursue your passion, and the freedom from fear in a crisis, a single, unifying principle emerges. Each of these freedoms is, at its core, about reclaiming your time. Money's greatest intrinsic value is its ability to convert financial capital into temporal capital. It buys you control over your own calendar. Without a financial cushion, your time is not truly your own. It belongs to your employer, your landlord, your creditors. You spend your hours earning money to pay for your past and present obligations. Financial freedom breaks this cycle. It allows you to invest your time in your future, in your health, in your relationships, in your growth. It transforms time from something you sell into something you own. The ultimate goal of building wealth, then, is not to accumulate a mountain of assets you can display. It is to reach a point where you wake up each morning and the day ahead is a blank slate, a canvas upon which you, and you alone, get to decide what to paint. That is the true return on investment. That is what your money really buys you. Imagine you're stopped at a red light on a sunny afternoon. To your left, a car pulls up that silences everything else. It's not just a car, it's a statement. A gleaming, low-slung Italian sports car. The kind of vehicle that seems to bend light and sound around it. The engine hums with a deep, resonant power. Even at a standstill, the paint is a color you've only seen in magazines. And the design is so flawless, it looks like it was sculpted rather than built. Now, be honest with yourself. In that moment, as you admire this masterpiece of engineering and design, what is the dominant thought in your head? Is it, wow, the person driving that car must be an incredibly cool, successful, and admirable human being? Or is it something closer to, wow, if I times had that car, imagine how cool people would think times I, times am. If you're like most people, your thought process leans heavily toward the second option. And in that simple, reflexive thought lies a profound psychological trap known as the man in the car paradox. The paradox is this: we buy expensive, luxury items with the underlying assumption that they will win us the respect and admiration of others. We believe that a fancy car, an expensive watch, or a sprawling house will act as a signal to the world, broadcasting our success, our taste, and our importance. Yet, when we see others with these very same items, we rarely grant them the admiration we seek for ourselves. Instead of admiring the person, we use their possessions as a mirror for our own desires. We see the car and imagine ourselves behind the wheel. We see the watch and imagine it on our own wrist. The actual owner of the item becomes functionally invisible. They are merely a ghost, a placeholder in the fantasy we are constructing for ourselves. This is the cruel irony at the heart of the pursuit of wealth for status. The very validation you seek is the one you are least likely to give to others, and therefore, the one you are least likely to receive in a genuine way. This paradox fuels an invisible and deeply unsatisfying chase for external validation. It's a race with no finish line, because the goal you're running toward is a mirage. You work tirelessly, sacrificing time, energy, and perhaps even relationships, to acquire the next symbol of success. You get the promotion, you buy the bigger house, you lease the luxury sedan. For a fleeting moment, you feel a sense of accomplishment. You imagine strangers on the street and neighbors on your block looking at you with newfound respect. But the truth is, they are not looking at times you asterisk. They are looking at your house, your car, your things. And just like you did at that red light, they are superimposing their own aspirations onto your possessions. The admiration is directed at the object, not the person. And because you are the only one who truly understands the sacrifices made to obtain that object, you are the only one truly impressed by it. You are the sole audience for your own show. This is why the chase is so unsatisfying. You are seeking a connection with others, a sense of being seen and valued, but you are using a tool that actively prevents it. Possessions create distance. They don't foster intimacy. They prompt envy or desire, not genuine human connection. To truly understand the flaw in this thinking, consider the people you genuinely admire in your own life. Make a mental list. Think of the mentors, friends, family members, or public figures for whom you have the deepest respect. Now, what qualities do you admire about them? Is it the brand of their watch, or the size of their portfolio, or is it their unwavering integrity, their ability to listen without judgment, their quiet generosity when no one is looking? Is it their infectious sense of humor that can light up a room, or their profound wisdom that has guided you through difficult times? The admiration we feel for these individuals is rooted in their character, not their capital. It's for who they are, not what they own. This form of respect is deep, resilient, and earned over time. It cannot be bought. You cannot purchase kindness. You cannot finance wisdom. And you cannot lease integrity. The respect that stems from these qualities is personal. It is directed at the individual, not their accessories. This is the kind of admiration that truly nourishes the soul, the kind that makes us feel seen and valued for our intrinsic worth. In contrast, the admiration that comes from possessions is shallow and fickle. It's a respect that belongs to the price tag, not the person. It can be transferred to the next person with a newer model or a bigger diamond. It's an allegiance to wealth itself, not to the person who happens to hold it at that moment. This is the fundamental misunderstanding that the man in the car paradox exposes. We are chasing a form of respect that is, by its very nature, impersonal and fleeting, while neglecting the cultivation of qualities that earn deep and lasting admiration. The ultimate takeaway from this paradox is a simple but liberating truth. No one is as impressed with your stuff as you are. Understanding this doesn't mean you must live an ascetic life devoid of nice things. It's perfectly fine to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Buy the beautiful car if you appreciate its craftsmanship and the joy of driving it. Buy the elegant watch if you admire its intricate mechanics and design. The crucial distinction lies in your motivation. Buy them for yourself, for the pleasure they bring you, not as a tool to manipulate how others see you, because the tool doesn't work. The shortcut to respect and admiration doesn't exist. People may notice your wealth, but they will remember your character. They will be momentarily dazzled by your car, but they will be permanently impacted by your kindness. The great irony is that qualities like humility, generosity, and wisdom, qualities that have nothing to do with material wealth, are far more effective at earning you the genuine respect you seek than any luxury good ever could. The real path to being admired is not to build a facade of impressive possessions, but to build a life of substance. Welcome to Chapter 17, The Futility of Impressing Strangers. We begin with a simple but profound observation known as the man in the car paradox. Imagine you see a Ferrari stopped at a traffic light. The engine hums with power. The paint gleams, and its design is a masterpiece of engineering. You think, wow, what an incredible car. You might even daydream for a moment. If I had that car, people would think I'm so cool. They'd be so impressed. But here's the paradox. You are not thinking about the person driving the car. You don't know them. You don't care about them. You're focused on the car itself and what it represents. You see the wealth, but you don't see the man, and you subconsciously use that object of wealth as a vessel for your own aspirations of being liked and admired. The driver, who likely bought the car in part to gain respect and admiration from others, remains an anonymous figure. You, the stranger on the street, are giving all the admiration to the metal, not the person inside. This paradox is the key to unlocking a fundamental misunderstanding about wealth and happiness. We believe that accumulating expensive possessions will translate into admiration from others, but it rarely does. More often, It just causes others to dream about having those possessions for themselves. This chapter explores this deep-seated human desire for external validation and argues for a more fulfilling path, one built not on the flimsy foundation of strangers' fleeting admiration, but on the bedrock of genuine human connection and inner freedom. Let's dissect the motivation behind so much of our luxury spending. When someone spends a fortune on a high-end watch, a designer handbag, or a car with features they'll never use, what are they truly buying? The utility is often minimal. A simple, inexpensive watch tells time just as well. A basic car gets you from point A to point B safely. The surplus cost is almost entirely for the signal it sends. It's a peacock's tail, a broadcast to the world that says, "I have succeeded. I am important. I have good taste." But who is the intended audience for this broadcast? Is it our family, our closest friends? Usually not. The people who truly love and care about us are invested in our character, our kindness, our presence in their lives. They are unlikely to value us more because of the logo on our shirt or the emblem on our car. Therefore, the audience for this expensive signal is, almost by definition, strangers. We are spending money we worked hard to earn in order to garner a fleeting moment of perceived respect from people we don't know, people we may never see again, and people whose opinions have absolutely no real bearing on our life's happiness. It's a silent, one-way conversation. We hold up a sign that says, "Admire me." But the passers-by are either too busy with their own lives to notice, or they simply see the sign and wish they had one too. This pursuit is a treadmill, fueled by the mistaken belief that the next purchase will finally deliver the lasting respect we crave. But respect from strangers is like sugar, a quick, empty rush that leaves you wanting more. It's a game you can't win, because the goalposts are always moving and the audience is always indifferent. Now, let's contrast this hollow pursuit with something of real, tangible value, the deep satisfaction that comes from strong relationships and a sense of community. Think about the moments in your life that have brought you the most profound joy. Was it the day you bought a new gadget? Or was it laughing with friends until your sides hurt? Was it being there for a family member in a time of need? Or having someone be there for you? The fulfillment we derive from human connection is immeasurably richer and more enduring than any material possession. While a luxury car can provide a temporary thrill, the trust and intimacy of a close friendship provides a lifetime of support, laughter, and shared experience. True wealth isn't sitting in your garage. It's sitting around your dinner table. It's the knowledge that you have people who would drop everything to help you. People who see you for who you are, flaws and all, and love you anyway. This kind of social capital cannot be purchased. It must be earned, slowly and deliberately, through acts of kindness, empathy, reliability, and vulnerability. Spending an afternoon helping a friend move, listening to a partner after a hard day, or simply being present with your children. These are the investments that yield the highest returns in happiness. The respect you earn from your community is not based on what you have, but on who you are and what you give. It's a quiet, steady warmth, unlike the bright, fleeting flash of a stranger's envy. This brings us to a critical distinction. Respect is earned through character, not consumption. When we try to buy respect, we are confusing it with its shallow cousin, admiration, or worse, envy. People may admire your car, your house, or your vacation photos, but they respect your integrity, your work ethic, your humility, and your compassion. No amount of money can purchase genuine respect. In fact, overt displays of wealth can often have the opposite effect, signaling insecurity rather than confidence. Think of the people you respect most in your own life. Are they respected for their possessions or for their principles? Do you value them because of the price tag on their clothes or the wisdom in their advice? The answer is almost always the latter. Character is the sum of our choices and actions over time. It's how we treat the waiter, how we handle failure, whether we keep our promises, and how we show up for others. These are the things that build a reputation and earn the deep, abiding respect of our peers. Consumption is an easy, low-effort shortcut that we hope will substitute for the hard work of building character. But it's a faulty substitute. The admiration it generates is thin and impersonal. The respect earned through character is robust and deeply personal. It's the difference between someone saying, "I like your watch," and someone saying, "I like you." One is a comment on an object, the other is a testament to your soul. Striving to be a person of good character is a far more rewarding pursuit than striving to be a person of expensive things. So, what is the alternative? The solution lies in a fundamental mindset shift. Instead of using money as a tool to seek admiration from others, we must begin to see it as a tool to gain freedom for ourselves. This is the highest form of wealth. Freedom, in this context, is not about extravagance. It's about options. It's the ability to wake up in the morning and say, "I can do whatever I want today." It's having enough of a financial cushion to walk away from a job that makes you miserable, or to take a few months off to pursue a passion project. It's the freedom from the gnawing anxiety of living paycheck to paycheck. It's the ability to handle an unexpected medical bill or car repair without falling into crisis. It is the power to control your time, which is your most finite and precious asset. When you spend money on a luxury item to impress others, you are trading away a piece of this potential freedom. That $1,000 for a designer bag is $1,000 that could have been part of your Take a Risk fund, your iKit fund, or your Peace of Mind fund. Every dollar spent on external signaling is a dollar not spent on internal well-being and autonomy. The ultimate luxury is not a sports car or a fancy watch. The ultimate luxury is a life lived on your own terms. This shift requires us to value our own sovereignty more than the fleeting opinions of strangers. It means choosing the quiet confidence of financial independence over the loud performance of wealth. It is, in essence, buying back your time and your life, one wise financial decision at a time. We have a tendency to judge wealth by what we see. We see the expensive car, the sprawling mansion, the designer clothes, and the luxury watch. We equate these visible trappings of spending with wealth. It's a natural, almost instinctual conclusion, but it is fundamentally wrong. True wealth, the kind that provides lasting freedom and security, is not what you see. It is the exact opposite. Wealth is what you don't see. It's the money that hasn't been spent. It's the assets quietly accumulating, unseen by the public eye. When someone drives a $100,000 car, what you see is a $100,000 car. What you don't see is that their net worth is now $100,000 less than it was before they made the purchase. Wealth is the sports car not purchased. It's the diamond not bought. It's the first-class upgrade not taken. It is the financial assets that haven't been converted into the visible stuff. Richness, on the other hand, is highly visible. Richness is a person's current income. Someone who earns $1 million a year is certainly rich. If they spend that $1 million on a lavish lifestyle, They appear incredibly wealthy. But they are not. They are simply rich. They have a high cash flow, but if it all flows out again through spending, they build no wealth. They are on a treadmill, running faster and faster just to maintain a visible status, while their actual financial foundation remains weak. Wealth is what is left over after you spend what you make. It is the cumulative sum of what you save and invest. It is the portion of your income that you put to work for you, generating more income in the future. This is the crucial distinction. Rich is a snapshot in time. Measured by income, wealth is a durable store of value. Measured by net worth, think of it with an analogy to physical fitness. Being rich is like wearing a bespoke designer suit. It looks fantastic. It projects an image of success, confidence, and discipline. The suit costs a lot of money and makes an immediate, powerful statement. Anyone can buy the suit if they have the cash flow. But what does the suit tell you about the person's actual health? Almost nothing. Underneath that suit, the person could be in terrible physical shape. Now, consider what it means to be truly fit. Fitness isn't the suit. It's the unseen discipline. It's waking up at 5 in the morning to go for a run when nobody is watching. It's the thousands of repetitions in the gym. It's choosing the grilled chicken and salad over the cheeseburger and fries day after day. It's the quiet, consistent, often grueling work that builds real strength and endurance. That is wealth. Wealth is the unseen financial discipline. It's the automatic monthly investment, the conscious decision to save a bonus instead of buying a new gadget, the patience to let compound interest work its magic over decades. The designer suit of richness is a visible choice to spend. The underlying fitness of wealth is a collection of invisible choices to save. The great danger in our society is that we overwhelmingly admire the rich, not the wealthy. Because we cannot see wealth, the person quietly dollar-cost averaging into an index fund for 30 years is financially invisible. The person who leases a new luxury car every 2 years is highly visible. So, who do we use as a role model? We see the person with the big house and the fancy car, and we think, I want to be like them. We mistakenly interpret their spending as their net worth. This is a critical error in judgment. We don't want to be like them. We want to have what we times imagine times they have, which is financial security, but what they actually have is a high level of spending. By modeling our behavior on their spending, we are led down the exact opposite path of wealth creation. We start to believe that to be wealthy, we must spend a lot of money. The logic becomes twisted. We go into debt to buy things that make us look rich, which in turn makes us less wealthy. The only way to build wealth, the absolute, non-negotiable prerequisite, is to not spend the money you have. It is to create a gap between what you earn and what you spend. That gap is your savings. That is the seed from which wealth grows. It doesn't matter if you earn $100,000 or $10 million a year. If you spend all of it or more, you will never build wealth. Wealth is purely the outcome of a high savings rate. The creation of wealth has little to do with your income or investment returns, and everything to do with your savings rate. This is the most controllable part of the financial equation. You can't control next year's market returns, but you can control your own spending. So, the next time you see someone in a flashy car, remember what you're actually seeing. You are seeing the absence of that money from their bank account. You are seeing a display of richness, not a measure of wealth. True wealth is silent. It is the freedom, flexibility, and control over your time that comes from having assets you haven't yet spent. It's the peace of mind that no luxury good can ever buy. When you hear the word wealthy, what image comes to mind? For most of us, it's a picture painted by movies and magazines. A gleaming sports car parked in the driveway of a modern mansion, a sun-drenched yacht trip through the Mediterranean, designer clothes, exclusive parties, and a life of effortless luxury. This is the image society sells us as the pinnacle of success. But what if I told you that this picture, as dazzling as it is dangerously incomplete? What if focusing on these things is like looking at a mountain and only seeing the snow on its peak? Today, we're going to explore one of the most powerful visual metaphors in personal finance, the iceberg of wealth. And understanding it will fundamentally change how you view money, success, and the path to true financial freedom. Imagine a colossal iceberg floating in the vast, cold ocean. What do we see? We see the tip, the majestic, sculpted peak of ice that rises above the water. It's what captures our attention, what photographers frame in their shots. It's visible, impressive, and tangible. But what does any sailor or scientist know about an iceberg? They know that the tip, the part we see, represents only about 10% of its total mass. The other 90%, the immense, powerful, and truly formidable part of the iceberg, lies hidden beneath the surface of the water. Unseen by the casual observer, this is the perfect analogy for wealth. The small, visible tip is how people spend their money. The massive, hidden base is their actual times wealth. Asterisk. Let's focus on that tip first. On our graphic, you can see it's labeled what people see: cars, houses, vacations. This is the realm of high consumption. It's the tangible evidence of spending, the five-star hotel stays, the latest iPhone, the front-row concert tickets, the sprawling home in the suburbs. Society is obsessed with this tip. Our social media feeds are curated highlight reels of consumption. Advertisements constantly tell us that buying these things will make us happy, successful, and admired. We celebrate lottery winners and high-paid athletes who flaunt their spending. The message is clear and relentless: to be seen as successful, you must display the symbols of success. This creates a powerful and often destructive illusion. It equates high income with wealth. It makes us believe that the person with the nicest car is the wealthiest person on the block. But the tip of the iceberg reveals nothing about its foundation. An individual can have a staggering income but be living paycheck to paycheck, drowning in debt. To maintain that visible lifestyle, their iceberg is all tip and no base. It's a hollow shell, fragile and ready to shatter at the first sign of a financial storm, like a job loss or a medical emergency. Focusing solely on the tip is focusing on the performance of wealth, not the substance of it. Now, let's take a deep breath and dive beneath the surface. Below the cold, choppy water, we find the true substance, the other 90%. On our graphic, this massive, silent foundation is labeled what wealth actually is: savings, investments, financial assets. This is where real financial strength is built, far from the public eye. Let's break it down. First, we have savings. This is the disciplined bedrock. It's the money you consciously choose not to spend. It's your emergency fund that acts as a buffer against life's unexpected turns. It's the down payment you're accumulating for a home. Savings provide stability. They are the solid ground upon which everything else is built. Next, and even more powerfully, come investments. These are your assets that work for you. This includes your portfolio of stocks and bonds, your contributions to a retirement account, your ownership in a business, or an income-generating rental property. Unlike the car that loses value the moment you drive it off the lot, these assets have the potential to grow, to generate more money over time through the quiet, unstoppable magic of compound interest. This is the engine room of your financial iceberg, silently churning and expanding its mass, year after year. Finally, all of this together constitutes your financial assets, your net worth. It is the sum of what you own, minus what you owe. True wealth isn't measured by how much you spend each month, but by the size and strength of this underwater foundation. It's not about the flash, it's about the mass. The great tragedy of modern financial culture is that we have become a society of tip watchers. We admire and aspire to the 10% we can see, while completely ignoring the 90% that actually matters. This creates a deeply distorted view of financial health. We chase the symbols, not the substance. Young people go into debt for a car they can't afford to impress people they don't even know. Families stretch their finances to the breaking point for a bigger house in a fancier neighborhood. We compare our entire, messy, real-life financial situation, our whole iceberg, including all the unseen struggles and slow progress beneath the surface, with the carefully curated, highly polished tip of someone else's iceberg we see on Instagram. It's an unwinnable and deeply frustrating game. This societal pressure leads to poor financial decisions. It prioritizes short-term gratification over long-term security. It encourages spending over investing. It creates a culture where people are house rich and cash poor, or car rich and retirement poor. They have polished the tip of their iceberg to a brilliant shine. But beneath the surface, there's nothing but fragile, hollow ice, ready to crack under pressure. So, how do we escape this trap? How do we stop polishing the tip and start building the base? The answer lies in embracing the central lesson of the iceberg. True wealth creation happens below the surface, in silence. And over time, it is not glamorous. It will not get you thousands of likes on social media. It is the quiet, consistent, and often boring work of building a massive foundation. It starts with a simple but profound shift in mindset. Pay yourself first. Before you pay for the fancy dinner, the new gadget, or the weekend trip, you allocate a portion of your income to your savings and investments. You make building your base the #1 priority. This is done through consistency. Set up automatic transfers to your investment accounts. The money moves every month, without you even having to think about it. It's the slow, steady drip of water that eventually carves a canyon. It also requires patience. Compounding is a force of nature, but it works on the scale of decades, not days. In the early years, the growth of your investments will seem painfully slow. This is the time when the temptation to cash out and spend it on the tip is strongest. But if you resist, if you stay the course, the growth eventually begins to accelerate, snowballing into a truly formidable mass. Finally, il demande discipline. It's the conscious decision to delay gratification. It's choosing the reliable used car so you can invest the difference. It's learning to find joy and fulfillment in things that don't come with a price tag. Every dollar you wisely invest instead of spend is another block of ice added to your foundation, making you stronger, more secure, and ultimately, more free. The iceberg of wealth is more than just a clever analogy. It is a blueprint for financial sanity. In a world obsessed with appearances, the tip, the cars, the vacations, the visible spending is fleeting and fragile. It is the symptom, not the source. The base, the savings, the investments, the assets working for you is the true measure of wealth. It is the source of security, freedom, and lasting peace of mind. So, the next time you feel the pull of comparison, the next time you see someone else's highlight reel and feel a pang of inadequacy, remember the iceberg. You are only seeing their 10%. You have no idea what lies beneath the surface. Shift your focus inward. Concentrate not on looking wealthy, but on the quiet, disciplined, and deeply rewarding work of building your own massive, unshakable foundation. Build the 90% that no one sees, so that you can navigate the oceans of life with a strength and stability that no surface storm can ever threaten. Welcome to Chapter 20. Save money, the only thing you can truly control. In the grand theater of finance, we are bombarded with noise. Gurus on television scream about the next hot stock. Algorithms promise to predict market movements. Headlines alternate between heralding unprecedented booms and forecasting imminent doom. We are sold a story that building wealth is a complex game of intellect and daring, a high-stakes chess match against the market itself. The secret, they tell us, lies in finding the perfect investment, timing the economic cycle, or landing that one career-making promotion. But what if this is all a distraction? What if the most powerful lever for building wealth isn't glamorous, complex, or even particularly exciting? What if it's something so simple, so fundamental, that we overlook it in our search for a magic formula? Today, we explore the most underrated and powerful force in personal finance, the savings rate. It's the one variable in the entire financial equation that you, and you alone, have absolute control over. You cannot control the Federal Reserve's interest rate decisions. You cannot control whether the stock market will go up or down tomorrow. You cannot control global economic events, corporate scandals, or the disruptive technologies that might make your industry obsolete. Your career trajectory, while influenced by your hard work, is also subject to the whims of your boss. Your company's fortunes and the health of the job market. Trying to build a financial plan based on things you cannot control is like trying to build a house on shifting sand. It's a recipe for anxiety and, often, for failure. Yet, this is precisely what most financial advice encourages. It focuses on asset allocation, stock picking, and chasing returns, all variables that are external to us. But there is one bedrock foundation you can build upon. It's the gap between what you earn and what you spend. Your savings rate. Whether you save 5%, 5%, or 50% of your income, is a decision you make every single day. It is not dependent on the market, the economy, or your boss. It is a direct result of your habits, your priorities, and your choices. This is where your true power lies. The common belief is that to get rich, you need to earn a high income or achieve spectacular investment returns. While a high income certainly helps, it's far from the most important factor. The history of finance is littered with stories of high-earning doctors, lawyers, and athletes who end up broke because they spent every dollar they made. Conversely, there are countless stories, like that of janitor Ronald Read, who secretly amassed an $8 million fortune, built on a modest salary and a relentlessly high savings rate. Let's be clear. A high savings rate can be more powerful than high investment returns, especially in the years when you are building your foundation. Why? Because in the early stages, the amount of money you add to your portfolio, your savings, dwarfs the impact of your investment returns. Your returns are a percentage of your total portfolio. When your portfolio is small, even a high percentage return results in a small absolute dollar gain. But your savings are absolute dollars you add, month after month. Consider this simple example. Someone earning $100, 000 per year, who saves 10% of their income, puts away $10. 000. Someone earning just $60, 000 per year, who manages to save 30% of their income, puts away $18. 000. Despite earning $40, 000 less. The second person is building wealth almost twice as fast. Their personal savings rate has a more significant impact on their net worth than their salary or their investment performance in that year. To truly grasp this, let's run the numbers with two hypothetical individuals, Alex and Ben. Both are 30 years old. Earn $70, 000 a year, and receive a 2% raise annually. Alex is a believer in the power of the savings rate. He lives frugally, avoids lifestyle inflation, and consistently saves 30% of his income. He doesn't try to beat the market. He invests his savings into a simple, low-cost index fund that historically earns an average of 7% per year. Ben, on the other hand, believes the secret is in high returns. He saves only 10% of his income, believing his investing prowess will make up the difference. He spends hours researching stocks, trading options, and trying to time the market. Let's be generous and say his efforts pay off, and he achieves an impressive average return of 10% per year, 3% higher than the market average. Alex gets, after 10 years, who is in a better position? Let's look at the math. In the first year, Alex saves $21. 000. Ben saves $7. 000. Right away, Alex's wealth-building engine is 3 times larger than Ben's. Over 10 years, accounting for his raises, Alex will have contributed approximately $230, 000 of his own money. Ben will have contributed only about $76. 000. Now let's add the investment returns. After 10 years, Alex's portfolio, with its massive contributions and modest 7% growth, will be worth approximately $335. 000. Ben's portfolio, despite its superior 10% returns, will be worth only about $128. 000. Alex is ahead by over $200. 000. Ben worked harder, took more risks, and experienced more stress trying to beat the market, only to end up with less than half of what Alex accumulated through simple discipline. The gap only widens from here. As their portfolios grow, the percentage returns start to matter more. But Alex's monumental head start means his wealth will compound on a much larger base. He built the foundation with what he could control, his savings, and then let the uncontrollable market returns do their work on that solid base. This brings us to a crucial redefinition of what savings truly is. We often think of saving as an act of deprivation. It's the money you don't spend on a vacation, a new car, or a fancy dinner. But a more powerful way to frame it is this: savings is the gap between your ego and your income. Building wealth has little to do with how much you earn and a lot to do with humility. When you get a raise, Does your ego tell you that you deserve a bigger house or a luxury car? That's your ego shrinking the gap. When you see your neighbors with new gadgets and expensive toys, does your ego tell you to keep up? That's your ego spending your future freedom. Wealth isn't what you see. The person driving a $100,000 car might be wealthy. Or they might be $100,000 less wealthy than they were before they bought the car. Wealth is the car not purchased. It's the designer clothes not bought. It's the financial assets in your account that you haven't converted into tangible stuff. It is the money working for you, generating future options and future freedom. Controlling your ego means consciously resisting lifestyle inflation. It means defining what enough means to you, independent of societal pressures. It means valuing freedom and security over status and appearance. This isn't about being cheap. It's about being intentional. Every dollar you save is a piece of your future that you are buying back from a life of obligatory work. It's a vote for your own autonomy. So, as we conclude, let's discard the illusion that financial success is a product of some secret knowledge or a lucky break in the markets. It is not true. Lasting wealth is overwhelmingly the result of one thing: a high savings rate. It's the engine of your financial plan. It is more reliable than your investment returns, more stable than your career, and more powerful than a rising market. It is the only thing you can truly control. Master this, and you master your financial destiny. Learn to widen the gap between your income and your ego, and you will have found the most direct and certain path to wealth there is. Welcome to Chapter 21, The Power of Financial Flexibility. For most of us, the word saving conjures images of sacrifice. It's the dinner you don't go out for, the vacation you postpone, the gadget you decide not to buy. It feels like a restriction, a constant act of saying no to the present in favor of a distant, uncertain future. But what if we've been looking at it all wrong? What if saving isn't about deprivation at all? What if, instead, it's the single most powerful tool for buying yourself options, control, and ultimately, freedom? In this chapter, we're going to dismantle the old narrative of saving as a sacrifice and rebuild it as what it truly is: the accumulation of power. We will explore the profound, often hidden benefits of maintaining a high savings rate and a substantial cash cushion. It's not just about having money in the bank for a rainy day. It's about having the financial flexibility to build the life you want, on your own terms, regardless of the storms that may come. This flexibility provides peace of mind, reduce life-altering stress, and crucially, gives you the power to seize opportunities that others, constrained by their financial circumstances, are forced to watch pass by. So, let's begin to reframe our thinking and uncover the true power that lies dormant in a well-funded savings account. Let's start with one of life's most stressful events: an unexpected job loss. Imagine two individuals, both intelligent and hardworking, who received the same news on a Tuesday morning. Their position has been eliminated. The first person lives paycheck to paycheck. The news hits them like a physical blow. Panic sets in immediately. How will they pay next month's rent? The car payment, the credit card bills are already piling up. Their job search is no longer a search. It's a desperate scramble. They carpet bomb job sites with their resume, applying for anything that looks remotely plausible. They feel immense pressure to accept the very first offer that comes along. Even if the role is a poor fit, the company culture is toxic, or the salary is a significant step down. They're negotiating from a position of absolute weakness, and potential employers can sense it. Their entire life is now dictated by this single, urgent need for an income. Any income. Now, consider the second person. This individual has diligently built a cash cushion equivalent to 12 months of their essential living expenses. When they receive the news, the initial shock is still there, of course, but it's not followed by panic. It's followed by a deep breath. They know they have a full year to figure things out. The pressure is off. This buffer of time and money completely changes the game. They can take a few weeks to decompress, process the layoff, and think clearly about what they want next in their career. Their job search is strategic, not frantic. They can be selective, targeting companies and roles that truly align with their long-term goals. They have the time to network thoughtfully, prepare meticulously for interviews, and hold out for the right opportunity. When an offer comes, they can evaluate it calmly. If it's not right, they have the power to say no, thank you, and continue their search. If it is right, they can negotiate salary and benefits from a position of strength, not desperation. They can say, I'm excited about this role, and given my experience, I was looking for a salary in this range. This financial cushion isn't just a safety net. It's a shield that protects their mental health, and a sword that allows them to carve out a better professional path. It transforms a potential catastrophe into a manageable transition, perhaps even an opportunity for a significant career upgrade. This power of choice extends far beyond surviving unemployment. It's the engine that can power a complete life transformation. How many people do you know who feel utterly stuck in a career they've come to dislike or even despise? They dream of becoming a software developer, a graphic designer, a nurse, or starting their own small business. But they feel trapped by the golden handcuffs of a steady, a reliable paycheck. They have a mortgage, a family to support, and bills that arrive like clockwork. The idea of quitting their job to go back to school or build a business from scratch seems like an impossible, irresponsible fantasy. This is where financial flexibility becomes the key that unlocks the cage. A substantial savings fund acts as your personal runway, giving you the time and resources to execute a major pivot. Want to switch to a tech career? Your savings can pay for an intensive coding boot camp and cover your living expenses for the 6 months you're studying. And then searching for your first junior developer role? Dreaming of becoming a landscape architect, your savings can fund a master's degree without you having to take on crippling student loan debt. It de-risks the entire process of career change. It allows you to invest in yourself in new skills, new education, and new experiences without putting your family's financial security in jeopardy. And for the aspiring entrepreneur, this principle is even more critical. Starting a business is inherently risky and uncertain. Most new ventures don't generate profit for months or even years. Without a personal financial runway, a founder is under immense pressure from day one. They might be forced to seek venture capital too early, giving up significant equity and control before they've even validated their business idea. They might have to take on consulting work on the side, dividing their focus and slowing their progress. Or worse, they might have to abandon their dream altogether when their personal funds run out. But with a healthy savings account, a founder buys themselves the most valuable resource of all time. Time to experiment. Time to build a prototype. Time to talk to customers. And time to pivot based on feedback, the very essence of a lean startup. This financial cushion allows them to focus 100% on building a sustainable business. not on how they're going to pay their rent next month. It is the seed capital for their own life, funding their ability to pursue a vision. So far, we've discussed how savings provide a powerful defense, protecting you from downturns in your personal and professional life. But financial flexibility is also a potent offensive weapon. It allows you to go from simply surviving a crisis to actively profiting from it. The legendary investor Warren Buffett famously advised to be fearful when others are greedy, and greedy when others are fearful. It's a brilliant piece of advice, but one that is almost impossible to follow for the vast majority of people. Why? Because when others are fearful during a stock market crash or a real estate downturn, most people are also experiencing financial pain. They might have lost their job. Their own investment portfolio has plummeted, and their instinct is to hoard whatever cash they have, not to invest it. This is where the person with financial flexibility, with a stockpile of what investors call dry powder, has an almost unfair advantage. When the stock market plummets 30%, they don't see a disaster, they see a sale. They see the opportunity to buy shares in great companies at a massive discount. When the real estate market softens and panicked, sellers are forced to lower their prices. They can step in and purchase a home or an investment property for pennies on the dollar. They can take advantage of the very fear and panic that paralyzes everyone else. This isn't about being predatory. It's about being prepared. Market downturns are a natural part of the economic cycle. They are not a matter of if, but when. By consistently saving during the good times, you are pre-positioning yourself to capitalize on the bad times. This is how significant wealth is often created. It's not just about earning a high income. It's about having the capital ready to deploy when assets are cheap. Your savings account transforms from a simple emergency fund into a strategic opportunity fund, ready to be deployed to build long-term, generational wealth. As we've seen, the benefits of a high savings rate ripple through every aspect of your life. It provides the security to weather a job loss with dignity and strategy. They might be forced to seek venture capital too early, giving up significant equity and control before they've even validated their business idea. They might have to take on consulting work on the side, dividing their focus and slowing their progress. Or worse, they might have to abandon their dream altogether when their personal funds run out. But with a healthy savings account, a founder buys themselves the most valuable resource of all time. You are buying something far more valuable than a new phone or an expensive meal. You are buying freedom. You are buying the freedom to walk away from a toxic work environment. You are buying the freedom to take a year off to travel the world. You are buying the freedom to say yes to a risky but exciting startup opportunity. You are buying the freedom from the sleepless nights spent worrying about unexpected medical bills or car repairs. You are buying yourself the power of choice. Saving is the process of converting your labor and your income from today into pure, unadulterated options for tomorrow. It is the ultimate act of empowerment, giving you control over your own destiny in a world that is often chaotic and unpredictable. It is the quiet, steady work of building a fortress of financial flexibility from which you can confidently navigate and conquer whatever life throws your way. In the world of finance, we are taught to worship at the altar of the rational. We build intricate spreadsheets, run complex models, and celebrate the mathematically optimal decision, the highest possible return, the most efficient allocation, the perfect strategy. These are our gods. But there is a profound and often overlooked difference between being rational and being reasonable, and in the messy, emotional reality of human life, reasonable is almost always better. It provides the fuel to completely reinvent your career or launch a new business. And it provides the dry powder to turn market crises into incredible opportunities. This is why we must fundamentally shift our perception of saving. Stop thinking of it as a sacrifice. Stop framing it as money you can't spend. Instead, see it for what it truly is, the most important purchase you will ever make. With every dollar you save, you are not depriving yourself. For 5 years, things are wonderful. The market soars, and her wealth multiplies. She feels like a genius. But then, the inevitable happens, a crash. The market plummets 40% in 6 months. Her life savings, which looked so impressive just a year ago, have been nearly cut in half. The spreadsheet still shows that holding on is the optimal move. History proves that markets recover, but the spreadsheet doesn't feel the knot in her stomach. It doesn't stay up all night staring at the ceiling, picturing a future where she has to work an extra 20 years. It doesn't have to face a spouse asking if they're going to lose their home. The rational decision is to hold. But the fear, the panic, the sheer psychological torture of watching your future evaporate is overwhelming. And so, near the bottom of the crash, she sells. She capitulates, locking in her losses and turning the temporary downturn into a permanent financial catastrophe. Her rational strategy was perfect on paper, but psychologically impossible to execute. Now, let's meet our second investor. He is reasonable. He knows that a 100% stock portfolio is technically optimal, but he also knows himself. He knows he doesn't have nerves of steel. So he opts for a less optimal, but more durable portfolio, 80% stocks and 20% bonds. His spreadsheet tells him he will likely earn slightly less than the all-stock investor over the long run. He accepts this. When the same 40% crash hits, his portfolio also takes a significant hit. But it doesn't fall as far. That 20% in bonds acts as a ballast, a cushion that dampens the volatility. The fall is still scary, but it feels survivable. The cushion gives him the emotional fortitude to stick with his plan. He doesn't sell, he weathers the storm. And when the market recovers, his wealth recovers with it. Over the long term, his pretty good plan that he stuck with produces infinitely better results than the perfect plan that was abandoned at the worst possible moment. The analogy extends far beyond investing. Think about diet and exercise. What is the scientifically best diet? It might be a brutally restrictive regimen of steamed broccoli and unseasoned chicken breast. With every calorie meticulously tracked, this might produce the fastest weight loss in a laboratory setting. It is the rational choice for pure physiological optimization. Let's consider 2 investors. Our first investor is purely rational. Her spreadsheet tells her that over a 50-year horizon, a portfolio of 100% aggressive growth stocks will yield the highest possible return. Any allocation to safer assets like bonds is, mathematically, a drag on performance. It's an inefficient use of capital. So, she commits to this strategy, confident in the long-term data. The best fitness plan is not the one that burns the most calories per hour, but the one you actually enjoy enough to do consistently. But who can live like that? You stick to it for 3 days, become miserable, and then binge on a pizza in an act of rebellion. The reasonable diet, however, is one that allows for flexibility. It focuses on eating healthier most of the time, but leaves room for a piece of cake at a birthday party. It's not perfect, but it's sustainable. You can stick with it for years, not days. But this view ignores the profound psychological return of being debt-free, the peace of mind that comes from owning your home outright, of knowing that no matter what happens with your job or the economy, you have a roof over your head. That is a dividend that cannot be quantified. Waking up every day without that massive liability hanging over you reduces stress and frees up mental bandwidth. It provides a feeling of security that can empower you to take other smart risks in your career or with your investments. For many, this emotional return is far more valuable than the optimized returns on a spreadsheet. It's not rational, but it is deeply reasonable. This is the core lesson. Financial planning should not be a quest for theoretical perfection. It should be a system for managing uncertainty and regret in a way that lets you sleep at night. The goal is to be consistently good, not occasionally perfect. A strategy that is 80% as good but 100% likely to be followed will always be superior to a 100% optimal strategy that has a 50% chance of being abandoned due to fear or stress. When you make financial decisions, don't just ask what the math says. Ask yourself, can I stick with this? Can I live with this decision when things go wrong? Aim to be reasonable, not coldly rational. That's how you survive and ultimately thrive. In the long run, let us step into a tale of two investors, separated not just by time, but by philosophy. This is the story of the reasonable versus the rational, a core concept in understanding why simple, sustainable plans often triumph over complex, brittle ones. Imagine, first, a study in the late 1950 seconds. The air is thick with the scent of old paper and pipe tobacco. Here sits Arthur, our first investor. He is not a financial wizard. He is a thoughtful businessman who views the stock market not as a flickering ticker tape, but as a registry of great American enterprises. His tools are simple: a comfortable armchair, the morning newspaper's business section, and the annual reports of the companies he follows, which he reads like letters from old friends. This brings us to a common financial debate: paying off your mortgage early. From a purely rational, spreadsheet-driven perspective, this is often a mistake. If your mortgage interest rate is 3% and you can reasonably expect an average return of 8% from the stock market, every extra dollar you put towards your mortgage is costing you a potential 5% in returns. The rational move is to pay the minimum on your mortgage and invest the difference. He places the certificate in a safe deposit box and instructs his broker to reinvest every dividend paid. His selling rule is even simpler. He sells only if the answer to one of his core questions fundamentally and permanently changes to no. He doesn't care about market sentiment, economic forecasts, or the latest hot tip. His approach is not perfectly optimized. It is, however, deeply reasonable. Now, let's travel forward in time to a glass and steel office tower in the present day. Inside, bathed in the cool blue glow of 8 monitors, sits Chloe. She is our modern analyst, a spreadsheet guru. She holds a Ph.D. in quantitative finance. Her world is one of algorithms, petabytes of data, and the relentless pursuit of alpha. Her goal is pure rationality, to create a system so mathematically perfect that it can exploit market inefficiencies for fractional gains, compounded thousands of times a day. Her models ingest a fire hose of information: real-time satellite imagery of retailer parking lots, sentiment analysis scraped from social media, and macroeconomic data from every corner of the globe. Her system is designed to be the pinnacle of rational decision-making, free from human emotion and bias. It trades hundreds of times a day, optimizing positions based on probabilities calculated to the 10th decimal place. On paper, her approach is flawless. His strategy is profoundly, almost stubbornly, simple. He asks himself 4 questions. 1. Does this company make something people need or desire? And will they still need it in 20 years? 2. Is it consistently profitable? 3. Does it have a history of sharing those profits with its owners through dividends? And 4. Is its leadership sensible and its debt manageable? If the answers are yes, he buys the stock. They are still paying dividends, which are now reinvested at lower prices, buying him more shares than ever before. He does nothing. Then comes the crash of 1987. Chloe's automated risk management systems kick in as designed to prevent catastrophic losses. They sell and sell and sell. Her rational system locks in a staggering 20% loss in a single day. Arthur watches the news, a knot in his stomach, but he returns to his rules. Are his companies broken? No. The market is broken. So he holds. In the years that follow, the market recovers, and his uninterrupted compounding continues. The dot-com bubble of the late 90 seconds is Chloe's time to shine. Her momentum-based algorithms ride the irrational exuberance to astonishing heights. Arthur, meanwhile, looks foolish. Very few of these new tech companies meet his simple criteria for profitability or dividends. He sits on the sidelines, his portfolio of boring companies lagging far behind. But when the bubble bursts in 2000, Chloe's portfolio is annihilated. The very rationality that magnified her gains on the way up accelerates her losses on the way down. Arthur's portfolio, meanwhile, barely registers the event. His boring businesses chug along. The story repeats in 2008. The financial instruments are so complex that they defy Chloe's models, leading to another catastrophic failure. Arthur's blue-chip stocks take a hit, but the underlying businesses survive, and his portfolio eventually rebounds to new highs. So, why did the reasonable man so decisively beat the rational guru? The first reason is cost. Every one of Chloe's thousands of trades incurred a small fee and, if profitable, a short-term capital gains tax. These tiny frictions, multiplied en decades, acted as a powerful anchor, dragging down her returns. Arthur paid almost nothing in fees or taxes. The second, and more profound, reason is the behavioral gap. This is the difference between an investment's theoretical return and the actual return an investor receives. Chloe's complex system was brittle. When it broke, it forced her to act to sell at the worst possible time, to recalibrate, to second-guess. Her quest for perfection led to constant intervention. Arthur's simple plan was a fortress against panic. Its very purpose was to prevent him from acting on fear or greed. A had almost no behavioral gap. Finally, and most importantly, Arthur harnessed the pure, uninterrupted power of compounding. His wealth was an oak tree, slowly growing, its roots deepening with every reinvested dividend, unperturbed by the storms that raged on the surface. Chloe's wealth was a series of exquisitely engineered hothouse orchids, blooming spectacularly in controlled conditions, but withering at the first unexpected frost. This parable is the heart of the lean startup philosophy. Chloe's method is the waterfall approach to business, an attempt to build a perfect, complex system in isolation. Based on the rational assumption that all variables can be predicted and optimized, Arthur's method is the lean approach. His 4 simple rules are his minimum viable product. He launched his strategy and stuck with it, letting the real world, the market, do the work. Let us now watch these two investors compete across the decades in the stagflation of the 1970 seconds. Chloe's models, built on post-war growth data, begin to fail. They cannot comprehend a world of high inflation and low growth. She is forced to constantly retool, selling assets at a loss to reposition for the new normal. Arthur, meanwhile, reads about the economic malaise with concern, but his companies are still profitable. If you ask the smartest economist, the most brilliant futurist, what the next 100 years would hold, what might they say? Perhaps they'd predict faster cars, taller buildings, maybe even a radio in every home. But could any of them have sketched out the reality, the Great Depression, a second, even more devastating world war, the atomic bomb, the Cold War, the Internet, a global pandemic that would bring the world to a standstill? Not a chance. This vast gap between expectation and reality is not a bug in the system of history. It is its most consistent feature, and understanding this is the key to navigating not just the world, but our own financial lives. Let's take that journey. The 1,930 seconds weren't defined by the continued prosperity of the 20 seconds, but by the shattering collapse of the Great Depression, a crisis of capitalism that no one saw coming on that scale. The 1,940 seconds were not about recovery, but about global conflict, the Holocaust, and the dawn of the nuclear age events that rewrote the map and the moral calculus of the entire planet. The post-war boom of the 1,950 seconds was immediately shadowed by the Cold War, a decades-long standoff under the threat of mutual annihilation. The 1,960 seconds brought unprecedented social upheaval and the Cuban Missile Crisis, which pushed humanity to the absolute brink. The 1,970 seconds shattered the post-war economic consensus with an oil crisis and stagflation, a monster economists didn't even have a name for. The 1,980 seconds weren't just about big hair and synth pop. They culminated in the unthinkable, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and the sudden collapse of the Soviet Empire. The 1,990 seconds gave us the Internet, which was seen as a niche tool for academics before it exploded into the dot-com bubble, fundamentally rewiring how we live and work. The new millennium began not with a technological utopia, but with the 9/11 attacks, which reshaped geopolitics, travel, and security overnight. Just a few years later, the 2008 global financial crisis brought the world's most sophisticated financial system to its knees, triggered by complex derivatives that few understood. And as we entered the 2020 seconds, the greatest threat wasn't a market crash or a war, but a microscopic virus that emerged from a single city and locked down the entire globe. Each of these events was the defining story of its era, and every single one of them was a surprise. They appeared out of nowhere and changed everything. History is a relentless march of punctuation marks that no one sees coming. The thinker Nassim Nicholas Taleb gave these events a name: black swans. Before the discovery of Australia, people in the old world were convinced that all swans were white, an unassailable fact confirmed by millennia of observation. The sighting of a single black swan was enough to shatter that long-held belief. A black swan event has three characteristics. First, it is an outlier, lying outside the realm of regular expectations, because nothing in the past can convincingly point to its possibility. Second, it carries an extreme impact. Third, in spite of its outlier status, human nature makes us concoct explanations for its occurrence after the fact, making it seem explainable and predictable in hindsight. The 2008 financial crisis was a black swan. So was the rise of the internet? These are not minor fluctuations. They are the primary drivers of history, the vast majority of economic growth, market returns. And societal change comes not from a slow, steady, predictable march, but from these violent, sudden, and unforeseen jolts. The world isn't a straight line. It's a series of sharp, jagged turns. Your entire investment portfolio's lifetime return could be determined by what happens on a handful of days, days of panic or days of euphoria, both driven by events nobody forecasted. So, if the biggest events are always surprises, what does that tell us about risk? It tells us that the biggest risk is always what no one is talking about. We are wired to prepare for the last crisis. After 9/11, we built enormous security apparatuses to prevent terrorism. After 2008, regulators created mountains of rules to prevent another subprime mortgage meltdown. We prepare to fight the last war, but the next war is never the same. While the world's financial experts were still debating bank capital ratios, the real threat was brewing in a wet market half a world away. The headlines that will define the 2030 seconds are not being written today. They don't exist in any newspaper or on any blog. They are germinating in a lab, or a garage, or a dissident's mind, completely outside our collective field of vision. This is why a narrow focus is so dangerous. If your financial plan is built to withstand only the risks you can name, inflation, a recession, a market downturn, you are fragile. Your plan is brittle, because it is the risk you can't name that will pose the greatest threat. It's the black swan, the unknown, that has the power to break you. What is the proper response to a world governed by unpredictable, high-impact surprises? It is not to become better at forecasting. Even Nobel Prize-winning economists have a dismal record of predicting recessions. The future is, for all practical purposes, unknowable. The proper response, the most crucial financial skill, is humility. It is the simple, profound acceptance that you do not and cannot know what the future holds. This isn't a sign of weakness. It's the ultimate source of strength. Financial humility translates directly into a resilient strategy. When you are humble about your ability to predict the future, you save money. You save not for a specific goal like a car or a house, but for the countless unknowns that the future will inevitably throw at you. Savings are a hedge against the surprises you can't foresee. Humility leads you to diversify your investments. You don't put all your faith in one company, one industry, or even one country, because you know that a single black swan could wipe it out. You acknowledge that you don't know which sector will be the next big thing, so you own a piece of many of them. Humility allows you to think long-term. You understand that market crashes, recessions, and global crises are not anomalies. They are a regular, recurring feature of history. Knowing this, you are less likely to panic and sell at the bottom, and more likely to endure the volatility that is the necessary price of long-term returns. Humility forces you to avoid single points of failure. It encourages you to build a career with adaptable skills, to have an emergency fund, to create a life that isn't so leveraged and optimized for one specific outcome that it shatters when the unexpected happens. In the end, successful long-term planning is not about predicting the rain. It's about building an ark. It's about creating a plan that is robust enough to survive the storms you know are coming, but whose timing, size, And nature you can never truly predict. The constant of history is surprise. The constant of a sound strategy must be resilience. Welcome to our deep dive into the principles of the lean startup, applied not just to business, but to our own financial lives. Today, we explore a concept that feels both liberating and terrifying. Chapter 25. Planning for a future you can't predict. The entire lean startup methodology is built on a foundation of humility, an admission that our initial plans are likely wrong, and that reality is the ultimate arbiter. This chapter extends that philosophy to personal finance, arguing that the most robust financial strategy isn't one built on precise forecasts, but one built to withstand the beautiful, chaotic, and utterly unpredictable nature of the future. The goal is not to predict the storm, but to build an unsinkable ship. Let's start with the first pillar of this strategy: radical diversification. Most investors suffer from something called home country bias. We invest heavily in the stocks and bonds of our own nation, believing, consciously or not, that we know it best and that it's the safest bet. History offers a stark warning against this. In the 1980 seconds, Japan was an economic miracle. Its stock market seemed unstoppable. A Japanese investor in 1989, flush with success, would have been considered a fool to diversify into the sluggish American market. Yet, what followed was Japan's lost decade. And then another. While the U.S. market embarked on a historic bull run, the lesson is profound. No country's dominance is guaranteed. Advocating for a globally diversified portfolio, then, is not an investment tip. It's a philosophical stance. It is a humble admission that you do not know which country, which economy, or which currency will perform best over the next 30 years. Instead of betting on a single horse, you are betting on the entire race, on the broad trajectory of global human progress and innovation. This approach protects you from the catastrophic risk of a single point of failure, ensuring that the decline of one region is buffered by the potential growth of another. The second pillar is perhaps the most crucial and the most overlooked in modern financial advice: maintaining a large cash savings buffer. The standard advice of having 3 to 6 months of living expenses is a good start, but it's designed for predictable emergencies. The future we're planning for is unpredictable. A truly robust strategy calls for a much larger buffer. Think of this not as an emergency fund, but as a resilience fund or a freedom fund. This cash is your shock absorber. When the market crashes, as it inevitably will, you won't be forced to sell your diversified investments at the worst possible time to cover expenses. Instead, you can wait patiently for the recovery. When an unexpected job loss occurs, you have a runway that lasts not for months, but perhaps a year or more, giving you the time to find the right opportunity, not just the first one. This cash buffer does more than protect you from downsides. It creates opportunities. It gives you the power to say no to a toxic job, the capital to invest when others are fearful, or the freedom to take a calculated risk. Like starting your own venture, it transforms you from a fragile participant in the economy to a resilient one, capable of absorbing shocks and seizing opportunities that arise from volatility. The third pillar is a powerful act of simplification and fortification, avoiding debt in a world of uncertainty. Debt is a self-imposed fragility. It is a claim on your future. Unknown earnings. A mortgage on a primary residence can be a reasonable tool, but consumer debt, credit cards, car loans, personal loans is a direct antagonist to resilience. Every dollar you owe is a promise you must keep, regardless of what the future holds. If you lose your job, your investment income vanishes, or you face a medical crisis, your dead don't care. They demand to be paid, amplifying your stress and limiting your options precisely when you need them most. By systematically avoiding and paying down debt, you reclaim your future income. You reduce your fixed expenses, lowering the amount of cash you need to survive. This makes your cash buffer more powerful and your life more adaptable. Escaping the gravitational pull of debt is like taking off a weighted vest before a marathon. Suddenly, you're lighter, faster, and have far more endurance to handle the unexpected hills and valleys of the road ahead. This brings us to the core thesis of the chapter. The key is not to predict the surprises, but to have the resilience to survive them when they arrive. A globally diversified portfolio, a large cash buffer, and a debt-free balance sheet are not components of a plan to get rich quick. They are the components of a system designed to ensure you don't get poor unexpectedly. This strategy replaces prediction with preparation. It acknowledges that black swan events, unforeseeable, high-impact events, are a feature, not a bug, of the world we live in. Your financial plan should not only assume they will happen, it should be explicitly designed to withstand them. This mindset shifts the focus from chasing the highest possible returns to building a foundation of unshakable stability. True wealth is not a number in a brokerage account. It is the freedom and peace of mind that come from knowing you can handle whatever life throws at you. It is the ability to sleep soundly at night, not because you know what tomorrow will bring, but because you are prepared for the fact that you don't. Imagine an engineer designing a bridge. Through meticulous calculations, they determine it can withstand a weight of 30,000 pounds. But what do they put on the sign at the entrance? Maximum load 10,000 pounds. Why is it because they don't trust their own math? No. It's because they understand a fundamental truth of the world. Things rarely go exactly as planned. This gap, this buffer between the theoretical limit and the practical application, is called a margin of safety. It accounts for winds that blow stronger than forecast, for materials that aren't perfectly uniform, for stresses that calculations can't foresee. This concept, born from the unforgiving world of physics and engineering, is perhaps the single most important concept in managing your personal finances. In finance, we don't deal with concrete and steel, but with something far less predictable: the future. Your financial plan is your bridge to retirement, to independence. And just like a physical bridge, it needs a significant margin of safety. It needs room for error. This isn't about pessimism. It's about acknowledging that the world is inherently uncertain and volatile. A spreadsheet is not reality. A margin of safety is the buffer you build between your plan and the probability that reality will throw a wrench in your calculations. So, how do we build this financial margin of safety? It comes down to a few simple, powerful habits. First, you underestimate your future returns. When planning for retirement, don't use the historical average of 10% stock market returns. Use a more conservative figure, like 5% or 6%. This forces you to rely not on heroic market performance, but on your own savings discipline. Second, you overestimate your future expenses. Whatever you think you'll need to live on in retirement, add 25% or even 50%. On top of that, life has a way of becoming more expensive, not less. Unforeseen medical bills, family needs, or just the simple desire to live a little better will always test the limits of your budget. Finally, And most crucially, you save more than you think you'll need. Your savings rate is the most direct and powerful margin of safety you can control. It's the gap you create between what you earn and what you spend. Every dollar you save is a piece of your bridge you're reinforcing against the unknown. Why is this so critical? Because a margin of safety is what lets you survive. It's what allows you to endure the inevitable volatility and bad luck of life and markets without being wiped out. When the market crashes 30%, as it has and will again, a margin of safety means you aren't forced to sell your investments at the worst possible time to cover living expenses. When you face an unexpected job loss, a robust savings buffer gives you time to find the right next opportunity. Not just the first one. Room for error allows you to stay in the game. And staying in the game is the only way you can win. It gives you the endurance to let the magic of compounding work over decades, turning small, consistent savings into true wealth. Ultimately, building a margin of safety into your financial life is the essence of survival. It's the humble acknowledgement that we don't know what the future holds. The most intelligent and successful investors are not necessarily the ones who earn the highest returns, but the ones who have been able to stick around for a long time without getting knocked out. Room for error is what ensures that durability. It's the most important part of your plan, because it's the part that plans for everything else in your plan to go wrong. It's not just a nice to have, it is the bedrock of financial security. In the world of startups, optimism is the fuel. It's the unwavering belief that your vision can change the world, that your team can overcome any obstacle, and that success is not just possible, but inevitable. Yet, what if I told you that the key to sustaining this powerful, long-term optimism is to embrace a healthy, consistent dose of short-term pessimism? This is the paradox we explore in this chapter. Why a little pessimism actually makes you a more effective optimist. This isn't about being cynical or defeatist. It's about a strategic mindset that separates the journey from the destination. The destination is your grand, optimistic vision. The journey, however, is a treacherous path filled with unexpected pitfalls, technical depth, market shifts, and human error. Long-term optimism is the belief that you will eventually reach the summit. Short-term pessimism, or what we might call practical paranoia, is the act of meticulously checking your ropes, packing extra supplies, and assuming you'll encounter a storm along the way. A blind optimist believes the path will be clear. A pragmatic optimist believes in their ability to navigate the path precisely because they've anticipated the obstacles. In a startup, this short-term paranoia manifests in crucial ways. It's the engineer who builds redundant systems because they assume a server will fail at the most inconvenient moment. It's the product manager who runs multiple A divided by B tests because they assume their initial hypothesis about user behavior is probably wrong. It's the CEO who maintains a lean burn rate, assuming that the next round of funding might be harder to raise than expected. Each of these actions is rooted in a pessimistic assumption about the immediate future. Yet they are all in service of the optimistic long-term goal of building a resilient, enduring company. This leads us to a powerful financial and strategic analogy. You must save like a pessimist so that you can invest like an optimist. Think about personal finance. A pessimist saves for a rainy day. They build an emergency fund because they know that unexpected expenses, a car repair, a medical bill are a matter of when, not if. This saving, this preparation for the worst, doesn't make them miserable. On the contrary, it provides a foundation of security. With that security in place, they are free to invest like an optimist. They can put money into the stock market for long-term growth, start a business, or invest in their education, knowing that a short-term setback won't wipe them out. Startups must operate on the same principle. Saving in a startup context isn't just about cash reserves, though that's a critical part. It's about building a buffer against failure in every aspect of the business. This is your margin of safety. This saving means not scaling the team too quickly, assuming that productivity might dip or that new hires won't be effective immediately. It means building validated learning into your process, assuming that most new ideas won't work and you need a system to find the ones that do, cheaply and quickly. It means creating a culture that isn't afraid of failure, pessimistically assuming that failures are inevitable, but optimistically believing that each one is a learning opportunity that makes the organization stronger. This margin of safety is the very definition of practical pessimism. It is the deliberate creation of a buffer between what you expect to happen and what could happen. When an engineer estimates a project will take 2 weeks, the pessimist-turned-optimist manager might budget for 3. Not to be difficult, but to create a margin of safety against unforeseen bugs or complications. When a financial model projects profitability in 6 months, this mindset insists on having enough cash to last 12, acknowledging the pessimistic reality that projections are often wrong. This buffer is not waste. It is the price of survival. It is the resource that allows you to pivot when a strategy fails. It's the runway that lets you persevere through a market downturn. Without this margin of safety, a single unexpected event, a single failed experiment, can be a fatal blow. With it, failure becomes a survivable, and therefore valuable, lesson. So, let's redefine our terms. Optimism is not the denial of problems. It is the unwavering belief that the odds are in your favor over the long term, that with enough iterations, enough learning, and enough perseverance, you will find a sustainable path to your vision. It is the faith in the destination, pessimism. In this context, is not a belief in ultimate failure. It is the sober, clear-eyed understanding that the journey toward that destination will be a bumpy road. It's knowing that your code will have bugs, your marketing campaigns will sometimes flop, your servers will go down, and your assumptions will be challenged. True. Sustainable success lies at the intersection of these two mindsets. The long-term optimism provides the why, the inspiring vision that motivates the team through the darkest days. The short-term pessimism provides the how, the pragmatic, resilient, and rigorous process that ensures the company survives long enough to see those bright days. The optimist dreams of building a skyscraper. The pessimist inside them inspects the foundation, doubles the number of steel reinforcements, and plans for earthquakes. One without the other is a recipe for disaster. But together, they build something that can withstand any storm and reach for the sky. Let's begin with a simple thought experiment. I want you to cast your mind back exactly 10 years from this moment. Think about the person you were then. What kind of music were you listening to? What were your career ambitions? What did you believe about the world? About relationships? About yourself? Who were your closest friends? Now, compare that person to the person you are today. Chances are, you can recognize a significant amount of change. Your tastes have likely refined. Your goals have probably shifted. And your perspective on life has almost certainly deepened with a decade of experience. You can clearly see the line of evolution from your past self to your present self. Now, for the second part of the experiment, I want you to imagine yourself 10 years into the future. Who will you be? What will you care about? What will your life look like? For most of us, the picture that forms is remarkably similar to our present self, just with a few upgrades, maybe a better job, a nicer house, or having achieved a specific goal we're working on right now. We imagine our core personality, our tastes, and our fundamental desires will remain largely the same. This discrepancy, this fascinating psychological quirk, is known as the end of history illusion. It's the tendency for people of all ages to acknowledge that their past was a period of significant personal growth and change, while simultaneously believing that their present self is the finished article, the person they will mostly be for the rest of their lives. We see our past as a dynamic, evolving story, but we view our future as a static epilogue. And this illusion, while seemingly harmless, has profound and often damaging implications for one of the most important long-term projects we ever undertake, our financial planning. Why is this so dangerous? Because many of us build our entire financial strategy around a hyper-specific, crystal-clear vision of a future that our future self may not even want. Consider the classic retirement dream. A 3-5-year-old professional might decide their ultimate goal is to retire at 65 to a quiet, secluded cabin in the mountains. They envision a life of peaceful solitude, reading books by the fireplace, and hiking. To achieve this dream, they architect a rigid, aggressive savings plan. They sacrifice present-day experiences, travel, hobbies, social gatherings, career risks, all in service of this one unwavering goal. For 30 years, every financial decision is filtered through the lens of the mountain cabin. It's a noble and disciplined effort. But what happens when they finally reach 65? They've bought the cabin. They've executed the plan to perfection. But the person who arrives at that cabin is not the same person who created the dream 30 years earlier. This 5-year-old might find the quiet maddening, the solitude isolating. After a dynamic career, they might crave the energy of a city, the stimulation of a part-time consulting gig, or the joy of being surrounded by grandchildren. The dream they sacrifice so much for has become a prison of their own making. The end of history illusion convinced the 3-5-year-old that their desire for quiet solitude was a permanent fixture of their personality, when it was merely a snapshot in time. This is where the principles of a lean methodology become essential. A lean startup doesn't build a final product based on a grand, unverified vision. It builds a minimum viable product to test its core assumptions. It seeks feedback, it measures, it learns, and most importantly, it pivots when the data shows the initial plan was wrong. We must apply this same thinking to our financial lives. Our long-term financial plan should not be a rigid blueprint. It should be an adaptable strategy designed to maximize future options, not to lock in a single, specific outcome. So, what does a lean financial plan look like? First, it prioritizes flexibility over specificity. Instead of saving for a beach house in Malibu, you save for financial independence. This broader goal gives your future self the power to choose. Maybe they will want the beach house, or maybe they'll want to fund a nonprofit, travel the world for a year, or start a new business. Financial independence is the runway. The specific destination can be decided at the time of takeoff, when you actually know where you want to go. Second, a lean plan involves regular iteration and check-ins. You wouldn't run a business for 30 years without ever looking at the market. Likewise, you should not let your financial plan run on autopilot for decades. At least once a year, and especially after major life events like a marriage, a new job, or having children, you must sit down and reevaluate. Ask yourself, do these goals still align with who I am today and who I am becoming? This is your form of validated learning. You are testing the hypothesis that your plan still serves your life's mission. This process might lead to a pivot. You might realize that your aggressive savings for early retirement is making you miserable in the present. So you adjust to a model that allows for more life experiences now. Or you might discover a new passion that requires a different kind of financial backing, causing you to reallocate resources. The key is that the plan serves you, not the other way around. The ultimate takeaway is this: you must learn to think of your future self not as an older version of you, but as a different person, entirely a stranger you are saving for. And the greatest gift you can give a stranger is not a highly specific, preordained life they might hate, but freedom, the freedom to choose. Therefore, avoid the two extremes of financial planning. The first extreme is having no plan at all, drifting through life at the mercy of circumstance. The second, and arguably more insidious extreme, is the creation of a plan so rigid and prescriptive that it stifles growth and denies the reality of human change. Your goal is to build a strong, resilient financial foundation that creates the maximum number of possible futures for the stranger you will one day become. Because the best financial plan isn't a map to a single treasure chest. It's a sturdy ship and a full set of sails, capable of navigating wherever your future self decides the journey should lead. In the world of startups, there's a concept Eric Ries emphasizes called vanity metrics. These are numbers that look impressive on the surface, but don't actually correlate with what matters: sustainable growth and customer happiness. Things like total registered users can look great, but they mask the reality of how many people are actually using and valuing the product. A similar phenomenon exists in personal finance, and it's the core danger we're exploring today: the vanity metric of an extreme financial plan. The financial independence, retire early, or FIRE movement is a perfect case study. On the surface, the goal is incredibly seductive work, punishingly long hours. Save an astronomical percentage of your income, say 70% or more, and retire from the workforce by the time you're 30 or 35. It sounds like the ultimate life hack, a way to compress a lifetime of work into a single, brutal decade. The pros are undeniable. It instills incredible discipline, financial literacy, and a clear-eyed focus on a long-term goal. It forces you to question consumerist culture and define what you truly value. However, just like a startup chasing vanity metrics, this approach often ignores the most critical feedback loop, the one with your own present and future self. The psychological cost can be immense. Living on a bare-bones budget and working 100-hour weeks isn't just difficult. It's a form of profound isolation. It's a deliberate act of deferring life itself. Friendships wither from constantly saying no to social outings. Hobbies and passions are shelved because they are deemed inefficient uses of time or money. The core tenet of the lean startup is to eliminate waste. But what is a greater form of waste than sacrificing the vibrant, energetic years of your 20s and 30s, a unique period of exploration, relationship building, and self-discovery for a future that is entirely speculative? This brings us to the immense risk of burnout and regret. Imagine a startup spending 10 years building a product in complete secrecy without ever talking to a single customer. They perfect every feature based on their initial assumptions. Then, on launch day, they discover the market has completely changed. Customers no longer want or need what they've built. This is the personal equivalent of the extreme FIRE plan You spend a decade building a product, a large nest egg for early retirement, based on the assumption of who your 5-year-old self will be and what they will want. But people are not static. The person you are at 25 is fundamentally different from the person you will be at 35. Over that decade, your priorities might pivot dramatically. You might discover a passion for a career you never imagined, one that doesn't feel like work that needs escaping. You might meet a partner, want to have children, or feel a deep calling to live in an expensive city for personal or professional reasons. When you finally reach your financial goal, exhausted and burned out, you may look at your pile of money and realize it was built to serve a person who no longer exists. The regret can be crushing. You sacrificed irreplaceable time, experiences, and relationships for a freedom you no longer value in the same way. You can't get back the destination wedding of your best friend that you skipped to save money. You can't rewind and take that spontaneous international trip that could have changed your perspective on life. This is why the lean approach offers a more rational, sustainable model. Instead of treating your life plan as a single, massive waterfall project with one big launch at the end, treat it like an agile, iterative process. The goal isn't to make the present miserable for a perfect future. The goal is to create a minimum viable life, a life that is enjoyable and sustainable times today *, while still making steady, validated progress towards long-term financial security. This means finding a balance. It's not about saving 70% of your income. Perhaps it's about saving a challenging but manageable 20% or 25%. This allows you to invest in your future without stripping the present of all joy and opportunity. It allows you to buy the plane ticket to see your family, take a class, to learn a new skill, or simply enjoy a nice dinner with friends without crippling guilt. It's about running small experiments to see what truly brings you happiness. Instead of assuming that a life of no work is the ultimate goal, you can test that hypothesis. Maybe you take a sabbatical, or negotiate a 4-day work week. You learn and you iterate. You might discover that what you really wanted wasn't the complete absence of work, but more autonomy, purpose, or a better work-life balance, goals that can often be achieved without a decade of extreme deprivation. The best plan, therefore, is a moderate one, a plan that is resilient enough to adapt to life's inevitable pivots. Life will change your priorities. The plan that works for you as a single 2-year-old will not be the same plan that works for you as a 3-5-year-old parent or a 5-0-year-old caring for aging relatives. An extreme, rigid plan is brittle. It shatters when life happens. A moderate, flexible plan bends and adapts. It provides for the future without ransacking the present. It builds wealth steadily, but it also builds a life rich with experiences, relationships, and learning along the way. In the end, a successful life, much like a successful startup, isn't about reaching a single, dramatic exit. It's about building something sustainable that provides value day in and day out. For the long haul, welcome to the chapter where we confront a fundamental truth of finance. Nothing is free. Everything has a price. But we're not just talking about dollars and cents. The most significant costs in investing are rarely found on a price tag. Instead, they are paid with emotions: fear, doubt, uncertainty, and regret. These are the invisible fees required for admission to the world of building wealth. We often look for tips, tricks, and secret formulas to get investment returns without the associated risk. But that's like trying to find a meal without calories. It doesn't exist. The price of admission for generating meaningful returns is dealing with the gut-wrenching uncertainty that comes with it. Let's talk about the stock market. What is the price for the incredible long-term growth it has historically offered? The price is volatility. It's the constant, unpredictable swing of market prices. It's the sickening feeling in your stomach when you check your portfolio and see it's down 10, 20, or even 30%. This is the fee. It's the pain you have to endure. When the market is soaring, it feels like a free ride. But the real payment is collected during the downturns. The price you pay for great long-term returns is the emotional turmoil of watching your hard-earned money seemingly evaporate overnight, and having the discipline to not panic and sell at the worst possible moment. Success is not about avoiding this price. It's about being willing and able to pay it when it comes due. Think of it like buying a car. You wouldn't walk into a dealership and expect to drive away in a brand new luxury vehicle for free. You understand there's a sticker price, and you have to pay it to get the car. Investing is the same. Why would we expect the market to hand us handsome returns without asking for something in return? The problem is that the sticker price for investing isn't a clear, fixed number. It's the chaos and fear that grips the market during a recession. It's the nagging doubt that makes you question your entire strategy. Seeing this volatility not as a fine or a punishment, but as the literal price times of admission, changes your perspective entirely. You stop trying to avoid it and start preparing to endure it. You recognize it as the cost of the ticket for the journey towards financial growth. Now, you might think, I'll just avoid that price. I'll stick to safer assets like cash or bonds. But remember, everything has a price. The illusion of safety is often just a different, less obvious kind of cost. Let's consider cash. Holding your money in a savings account feels incredibly safe. It doesn't fluctuate in value day to day. But what is its price? The price of holding cash is inflation risk. Over time, the purchasing power of your money silently erodes. $1 today will not buy you the same amount of goods and services 10 years from now. Inflation is a guaranteed, slow-motion loss. It's a subtle fee that compounds against you every single year. You pay for the feeling of stability with the certainty of losing value over the long run. What about bonds? They're considered safer than stocks. And while they are generally less volatile, they too have a price. One of the primary costs is interest rate risk. If you buy a bond paying a 3% coupon and interest rates in the market rise to 5%, your bond becomes less attractive. Its market value will fall because new investors can get a better return elsewhere. You've paid for relative stability with the risk that changing economic conditions could devalue your asset. There is no such thing as a free lunch. And there is no such thing as a risk-free return. Every single financial decision comes with a corresponding price tag, whether it's visible and volatile or hidden and gradual. So, what is the takeaway? The goal is not to find the one magical strategy that has no price. That strategy does not exist. The key is to first identify the price of any given strategy, be it the volatility of stocks, the inflation decay of cash, or the interest rate risk of bonds. Once you understand the cost, you must then decide if you are willing and able to pay it. Successful investing is a psychological game. It's about choosing your preferred form of suffering. Do you prefer the sharp, sudden pain of a market crash, or the slow, chronic pain of inflation? There is no right answer. But you must choose. By identifying the price and committing to paying it, you arm yourself with the endurance needed to stick with your plan through the inevitable tough times. That, more than any complex financial model or hot stock tip, is the true key to long-term success. You have to be willing to pay the price. Imagine you're standing at the gates of the world's greatest theme park. Inside are the most thrilling rides, the most spectacular shows, and experiences that promise a lifetime of memories. You know, there's a price for the ticket. You pay it. Not with anger or regret, but with anticipation, because you understand that the fee is the gateway to the experience. What if I told you that the stock market is exactly like that theme park? Its incredible long-term returns are the rides, and the price of admission is volatility. Unfortunately, many investors see this price not as a ticket fee, but as a fine, a punishment for bad timing, a penalty for a wrong decision. This single, critical distinction in mindset, the difference between a fee and a fine, is often the deciding factor between building lasting wealth and a lifetime of financial frustration. Welcome to the concept of the fee of investing, not the fine. The market never gives away its most significant rewards for free. It demands something in return. That demand is that you must be willing to endure uncertainty, to navigate through waves of doubt, and to withstand the gut-wrenching feeling of watching your portfolio's value decline, sometimes sharply. This is the fee. It is the explicit cost of admission required to access the potential for returns that outpace inflation and build real wealth over decades. A fine is what you pay when you've done something wrong. A speeding ticket is a fine. A late fee on a bill is a fine. These are penalties for mistakes. But when the entire market declines, it is not because you, personally, made a specific error. It's a systemic event, a characteristic of the system itself. It's a feature, not a bug in your strategy. Accepting this simple truth is transformative. It allows you to stop asking the panicked question, "What did I do wrong?" and instead start acknowledging the reality. This is the price I must pay for the opportunity of superior long-term returns. This fee is the market's way of weeding out those who want the reward without the risk. The tourists who only want to visit on sunny days. The natural human reaction to seeing something as a fine is to do everything in your power to avoid it. In the world of investing, this avoidance tactic is called market timing. It's the seductive and dangerous idea that you can cleverly sidestep the fee. You convince yourself that you can sell at the peak, just before the market drops, and then gracefully re-enter at the absolute bottom to ride the next wave up. But this is a siren's call leading directly to the rocks of financial ruin. Decades of data make one thing abundantly clear: trying to time the market is a fool's errand. History shows that the market's very best days often occur in shocking proximity to its very worst days. Volatility clusters. A report from Bank of America analyzing data from 1930 to 2020 revealed a staggering statistic. If an investor had remained fully invested in the S&P 500 throughout that period, they would have achieved a monumental total return. However, if they had tried to time the market and missed just the 10 best-performing days per decade, their overall return would have been catastrophically lower. By desperately trying to dodge the fee of the bad days, you almost guarantee that you will miss the incredible reward of the best days. The cost of attempting to avoid the fee is almost always astronomically higher than the fee itself. A more constructive and psychologically sound way to frame this fee is to view it like a recurring subscription. Think about your Netflix account, your gym membership, or your cloud storage. You pay for these services every single month. You don't panic or get angry when the charge appears on your statement. You expect it. It's the predictable cost for the value you receive. Market downturns should be viewed in the same light. While you don't know the exact day or month the bill will come due, you should operate with the firm expectation that it will arrive periodically. Think of a market drop as the financial markets sending you a recurring invoice for the service of potential future growth. When it happens, instead of reacting with fear, you can calmly say to yourself, here is this period's fee. I will pay it by remaining patient and disciplined. Knowing that this is precisely what keeps me in the game for the long haul, this simple mental model turns a moment of high anxiety into a routine, albeit unpleasant, business transaction. This mental shift from fine to fee is nothing short of a psychological superpower for an investor. A fine triggers our deepest-seated fight-or-flight responses. It signals failure, induces regret, and creates an urgent, overwhelming need to do something to stop the pain. That something usually means selling at the worst possible time, locking in losses, and abandoning a sound long-term strategy. It makes you emotional, reactive, and dangerously short-sighted. A fee, on the other hand, is perceived as a simple cost, a transaction. It allows you to stay logical, detached, and focused on your long-term goals. You understand, it's the price you pay for a valuable service, the miracle of long-term compounding. This perspective enables you to see market drops not as existential threats to your financial future, but as a normal, predictable part of the wealth-building journey. You become infinitely less likely to abandon your ship in the middle of a storm when you recognize that storms are just part of the ocean's nature. In the end, the most valuable and enduring returns in investing are not earned by being the smartest person in the room or by possessing a mystical crystal ball. They are earned by paying a price. That price is not paid in dollars and cents on a one-time basis. It's paid over years and decades through enduring volatility, through staring down fear and uncertainty without flinching. It is the fee, not the fine. When you can look at a 20% or 30% market correction and see it not as a penalty for being invested, but as the non-negotiable ticket price for admission to the greatest wealth creation machine in human history, you have finally developed the mindset of a true long-term investor. You stop trying to outsmart the market to avoid the fee. Instead, you willingly pay it, confident in the incredible experience and substantial rewards that await on the other side. Imagine stepping onto a field. Ready for a game? You've practiced. You know the rules of chess. And you're prepared for a strategic battle of wits. But as the whistle blows, you realize everyone else is playing football. They are bigger, faster, and playing by a set of rules you don't understand. You're going to get crushed. Not because you're a bad chess player, but because you brought the wrong game plan to the field. This exact scenario plays out every single day in the world of investing, with devastating consequences for those who don't realize what game they and others are actually playing. Let's bring this to life with two investors. First, meet Alex, a day trader. Her world is a blur of caffeine and flickering screens. She's not thinking about a company's 10-year earnings potential or its management team. She's focused on price charts, trading volume, and market sentiment that can change in a matter of seconds. Her goal isn't to build wealth, it's to extract profit. She might hold a stock for a few hours, or even just a few minutes. Today, her attention is on a hot biotech firm, Nanogen, which just had a positive but speculative trial result for her game, which is based on short-term volatility. Buying Nanogen is a perfectly rational move. She plans to ride the wave of hype and get out before the end of the day. Now, meet Ben, who is 45 years old and diligently saving for retirement. His game is a marathon, not a sprint. His goal is to let his capital compound steadily over the next 2 decades. He invests primarily in low-cost, diversified index funds, but recently, he's been feeling a nagging sense of unease. He scrolls through his phone and sees headlines screaming about Nanogen's meteoric rise. He sees social media posts from traders like Alex, flashing screenshots of their incredible one-day profits. The psychological pressure, the potent fear of being left behind, becomes unbearable. This is the power of social proof. When we see others winning, our brain tells us we should be doing the same thing. He starts to rationalize. Maybe I should just put a little bit in. He tells himself, I can't miss out on this. So, Ben breaks his own rules. He sells a portion of his stable index fund and buys Nanogen near the peak of its frenzy. For a day, he feels like a genius. Then, reality hits. The next morning, a more detailed report reveals the trial results were not as conclusive as the hype suggested. The momentum players, the ones like Alex, had already sold and taken their profits yesterday. The stock price plummets 60%. Alex is already on to her next trade. Her game unaffected. But Ben is left with a catastrophic loss. A significant dent in the retirement fund he spent years building. The critical takeaway isn't that Alex is brilliant and Ben is a fool. It's that Ben played Alex's game. Alex is perfectly logical. Short-term move was Ben's perfectly illogical. Long-term disaster. When this individual mistake is repeated by millions, it creates the financial bubbles that have defined market history. Think of the dot-com bubble of the late 1990s. The game for many was no longer about investing in companies that could generate sustainable profits. The game was about buying any stock with "com" in its name, with the sole intention of flipping it to someone else, the greater fool, at a higher price next week. The greater fool theory is the belief that you can make money from an overpriced asset because there will always be someone else, a greater fool, willing to pay an even higher price. The fundamental value of the business became irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was momentum. People playing the long-term game, saving for retirement, for their children's education, were lured in. They saw their neighbors getting rich on pets.com and thought the old rules of investing no longer applied. They mistook the frantic noise of a short-term trading frenzy for the signal of a new economic paradigm. But a game based on ever-increasing momentum has a mathematical certainty: it must end. When the last buyer has bought, the short-term players rush for the exits, and the bubble bursts. The people who were playing the long game are the ones left holding assets worth a fraction of what they paid. In our modern age, social media and commission-free trading act as rocket fuel for this phenomenon, spreading the temptation and the hype faster and wider than ever before. This danger is amplified by the constant chorus of financial pundits. When you turn on a financial news channel, you see experts making bold, confident predictions. This is the next big thing. Sell everything now. Buy this stock today. But you must always ask, who is their advice for, and what is their game? Their game is often not to make you wealthy. It's to keep you watching. Nuance, uncertainty, and the phrase, "it depends on your personal situation," are terrible for ratings. Certainty and excitement are what attract eyeballs and advertising dollars. Many of these pundits also have a terrible track record, but their failed predictions are quickly forgotten in the rush to make the next bold claim. Their careers thrive on confidence, not accuracy. Furthermore, They have no idea who you are. They don't know your age, your income, your debt, your family's needs, or your emotional tolerance for risk. Their hot stock pick might be a reasonable speculation for a 5-year-old with no dependents. But it could be financial suicide for a 2-year-old who cannot afford to lose their principal. Taking generic financial advice from a stranger on television is like taking medicine from a bottle with no label. It's an act of blind faith in a game where you have everything to lose, and they have very little. So, how do you insulate yourself from this chaos? You start by defining your own game, with your own rules, written down before the world tries to convince you to play theirs. This requires answering 3 profoundly personal questions. First, what is my time horizon? Are you investing money you'll need for a house down payment in 3 years? Or money you won't touch until you retire in 3 decades? This is the most crucial question. A short time horizon demands safety and preservation of capital. A long time horizon is where the magic of compounding can work, allowing you to endure market volatility in exchange for potentially much higher returns. A day trader has a time horizon of hours. A true investor thinks in decades. Second, what is this money's specific purpose? Simply getting rich is not a goal, it's a wish. A real goal is I need to accumulate $500, 000, for a comfortable retirement. Or I need to save $50, 000, for my child's college education in 15 years. Giving your money a job transforms your perspective. It helps you calculate how much you need to save and the rate of return you'll need to get there, which, in turn, informs the appropriate level of risk. You might even find you're playing several different games at once, with a conservative bucket for short-term goals and a more aggressive one for long-term ones. Third, and most honestly, what is my real tolerance for risk? This is not about what you think you should be able to tolerate, but how you would genuinely react in a crisis. If you invested $100, 000, and the market dropped, and your account now reads $60, would you be able to sleep at night? Would you have the discipline not to sell at the worst possible moment? Your investment strategy must align with your emotional temperament. Being a conservative investor is not a weakness. The real weakness is adopting an aggressive strategy that will cause you to panic and abandon your plan when it matters most. Your honest answers to these questions form your personal investment policy statement. This is not just a document. It's your anchor in a storm of market noise and social pressure. It is the constitution for your financial life. When you hear about the next nanogen, when your friend brags about a crypto windfall, when a pundit guarantees a stock will double, you don't need to feel envy or fear. You simply consult your plan and ask, does this fit the game I have designed for myself? Most of the time, the answer will be a clear and resounding no, and you can calmly go about your day, secure in the knowledge that you are playing the one game that matters, your own. And in the long run, that is the only way to truly win. Welcome to Chapter 33, Identifying Your Own Financial Game. In the vast, often deafeningly loud arena of finance and investing, it's easy to feel like a spectator. You watch the talking heads on television shout about the next hot stock. You see your friends post about their cryptocurrency gains, and you read headlines that swing from euphoric optimism to dire pessimism in the span of a day. It feels like a massive, high-stakes game is being played, and you're just trying to figure out the rules. But here is the fundamental truth that will change your entire perspective. You are not playing their game. You are playing your own. The single most important step in building lasting wealth and achieving financial peace of mind is to stop watching everyone else's game and start defining the rules of your own. Their goals, their timelines, and their tolerance for risk have absolutely nothing to do with you. Your neighbor might be playing for a championship trophy in 1 year. You might be playing to build a comfortable legacy over 40 years. The strategies are, and must be, completely different. Today, we're going to hand you the pen. We will build a framework for you to write your own rulebook, to create your personal financial North Star that will guide you through any market weather. First, we must answer the most important question. What is the point of the game? What are you actually playing for? This isn't about vague notions of getting rich. This is about concrete life goals. So, ask yourself, and be specific. Am I investing for a comfortable retirement in 30 or 40 years? Or am I saving for a down payment on a house in 3 years? Am I building a fund for my child's university education in 15 years? Or am I trying to generate supplemental income for today? Your time horizon, the length of time you have to invest until you need the money, is the single most powerful determinant of your investment strategy. A 30-year retirement goal is a marathon. You have decades to ride out the inevitable ups and downs of the market. You can afford to take on more risk in pursuit of higher returns. Knowing that time is your greatest ally in smoothing out volatility, a portfolio heavy in growth-oriented assets like stocks makes perfect sense. But a 3-year goal for a house down payment, that's a sprint. The finish line is just around the corner. Your primary objective isn't massive growth. It's capital preservation. You cannot afford to see your down payment fund drop by 30% a year before you need it. For this goal, your strategy must be conservative, prioritizing stability with assets like high-yield savings accounts, certificates of deposit, or short-term bonds. Most of us are playing multiple games at once, with different timelines. That's perfectly fine. The key is to separate them. Don't use a single strategy for all your goals. Create different buckets, each with its own timeline and its own appropriate strategy. Go deeper than just the numbers. What kind of life do these financial goals support? What truly brings you happiness and a sense of security? Is it the freedom to travel? The stability of owning your own home? The ability to leave your job and start a business? Or simply the peace of knowing you won't be a burden on your children? When you connect your money to your deepest values, your motivation to stick to the plan becomes unbreakable. Now that you know what times you're playing for and when the game ends, you need to understand how you're capable of playing. This brings us to the critical concept of risk tolerance. Risk tolerance isn't one-dimensional. It's a combination of two distinct things: your financial capacity to take risk and your emotional willingness to endure it. First, your financial capacity. This is the objective part of the equation. It's a measure of how much risk your financial situation can actually handle. A high-income individual with no debt, a secure job, and decades until retirement has a very high capacity for risk. A market downturn, while unpleasant, won't threaten their ability to pay rent or buy groceries. On the other hand, someone with a lower income, significant student debt, and a family to support has a much lower capacity for risk. A major loss in their investment portfolio could have severe real-world consequences. Be honest about your financial stability. Your ability to take risks is not a reflection of your character. It's a simple assessment of your financial safety net. The second, and often more challenging, component is your emotional temperament. This is your willingness to take risks. How do you actually feel when your portfolio loses 20% of its value in a month? Imagine it. You log into your account, and a huge chunk of your hard-earned money is gone. Do you feel a knot in your stomach? Does your heart race? Do you have an overwhelming urge to sell everything to stop the bleeding? Or do you feel calm, perhaps even seeing it as an opportunity to buy more at a lower price. There is no right or wrong answer. There is only your answer. Many people overestimate their emotional tolerance during a bull market when everything is going up. It's easy to be brave when you're winning. The true test comes when the market turns. If your financial capacity for risk is high but your emotional tolerance is low, you must respect your emotions. Forcing yourself into a high-risk strategy you can't stomach will only lead to panic selling at the worst possible time. Locking in your losses. Your investment strategy must allow you to sleep at night. Understanding your true risk tolerance is about finding the perfect intersection of what your finances can handle and what your mind can endure. With your goals, timelines, and risk tolerance defined, it's time to formalize your game plan. It's time to write your investment policy statement, or IPS. This sounds intimidating, but it's not. Think of it as a simple, one-page document that serves as your personal financial constitution. It's a pre-commitment to your future self, written in a calm, rational moment. To protect you from making emotional decisions in a moment of panic or greed, your IPS should clearly state 3 things. 1. Your goals and objectives. Write them down. For example, Goal 1, retirement in 25 years with a target portfolio value of $1.5 million. Goal 2, house down payment of $80. 0 inches 4 years. 2. Your strategy and asset allocation. For each goal, define your plan. For Goal 1, you might write, my allocation will be 80% in a diversified global stock index fund and 20% in a total bond market index fund. I will rebalance annually. For Goal 2, you'd write, my allocation will be 100% in a high-yield savings account and short-term government bonds to ensure capital preservation. 3. Your rules of engagement. This is where you set the boundaries. Write down rules like, I will not sell my stock holdings during a market crash unless my financial goals have fundamentally changed. Or, I will ignore daily market news and check my portfolio performance no more than once per quarter. Or, I will increase my monthly investment contributions by 5% every January. This document is your shield. When a friend tells you about a can't-miss stock, you consult your IPS. When the news channels are screaming recession, you consult your IPS. It keeps you anchored to your own plan. This brings us to the ultimate purpose of this entire exercise, creating your financial North Star. The financial world is designed to make you react. It profits from your fear, your greed, and your uncertainty. Every headline, every expert prediction, every new investment trend is an attempt to pull you off your course, to get you to play their game by their rules. Your investment policy statement, your deep understanding of your own goals and temperament, is your unwavering guide. It allows you to filter out the noise. It helps you distinguish between information that is merely interesting and information that is actually relevant to your time's plan. When you have your own North Star, you no longer feel the need to chase what others are doing. You're not trying to beat the market. You're trying to fund your life. You're not competing with your colleague's portfolio. You're executing a strategy to buy your own home. The game isn't about having the highest score. It's about reaching your finish line. By defining your own financial game, you transform yourself from a nervous passenger on a chaotic ride into a confident captain of your own ship, calmly navigating towards a destination of your own choosing. And that is the only game worth winning. Welcome to our deep dive into the human mind and its relationship with money and markets. Today, we explore a powerful, often subconscious force, the seduction of pessimism. For reasons that can seem mysterious, pessimism often sounds smarter than optimism. It's intellectually captivating. When an optimist speaks of a bright future, they can sound like a naive salesperson. But when a pessimist warns of danger, they sound like a sage, a protector offering critical insight. Why is bad news so much more persuasive than good news? The answer lies deep within our history, our psychology, and the structure of our modern world. The first piece of the puzzle is evolutionary. Our brains are not primarily wired for happiness or rational market analysis. They are wired for survival. For hundreds of thousands of years, survival depended on an acute sensitivity to threats. Imagine two of our early ancestors walking on the savannah. One sees a rustle in the grass and immediately thinks, lion, and runs. The other thinks, probably just the wind, and continues on his way. If the first ancestor was wrong, the cost was minimal, a few wasted calories. But if the second ancestor was wrong, the cost was fatal. He was eaten and did not pass on his genes. We are the descendants of the paranoid ancestor. This survival instinct is hardwired into us. Threats are viewed as urgent and irreversible, while opportunities are seen as optional and deferrable. A potential loss carries far more psychological weight than a potential gain, a concept known as loss aversion. This is why we instinctively pay more attention to a market downturn than a gradual market rise. The fear of losing what we have is a more powerful motivator than the hope of gaining more. This brings us to our second point. Pessimism feels like it's protecting you, while optimism feels like a reckless sales pitch. Pessimism is a shield. It tells a story of caution, of acknowledging risk and preparing for the worst. It's a natural defense mechanism. When someone presents a well-reasoned pessimistic argument, it feels like they are doing you a favor, helping you avoid a mistake. In contrast, optimism requires a leap of faith. It asks you to believe that the future, which is inherently uncertain, will be better than the present. It often involves overlooking current problems and trusting in unseen forces like innovation, compounding, and human ingenuity, because it's selling a future that doesn't yet exist. Optimism can feel like a sales pitch, and we are all, quite rightly, skeptical of salespeople. The optimist sounds like they are trying to sell you a stock, while the pessimist sounds like they are trying to save you from buying a bad one. In the world of finance and predictions, it is psychologically easier and often more socially rewarding to be a pessimist. If you predict a crash and it happens, you are hailed as a genius. If you predict a crash and it doesn't happen, your warning is often forgotten or forgiven as prudent caution. But if you predict growth and the market falls, you are labeled a fool. The incentives are skewed towards negativity. The third, and perhaps most subtle, reason for pessimism's power is the fundamental asymmetry between progress and setbacks. Progress happens too slowly to notice, but setbacks happen too quickly to ignore. Think about how wealth is created. It's a process of compounding, of small gains added day after day, year after year. It's like watching a tree grow. The daily change is imperceptible, but over decades, it becomes a mighty oak. Now think about how wealth is destroyed in a market crash. It happens in an instant. A single day of panic can wipe out a year's worth of slow, steady gains. The story of progress is a long, often boring, epic. The story of disaster is a short, terrifying, and headline-grabbing thriller. Consider aviation. Every single day, over 100,000 flights take off and land safely. This is a modern miracle of engineering and coordination, a testament to decades of slow, incremental progress. But we don't get a headline for every safe landing. It's not news. However, when a single plane crashes, it dominates the global news cycle for weeks. The slow march of progress is silent. The sudden shock of failure is deafening. This creates a deeply distorted perception of reality. Because setbacks are sudden and dramatic, they occupy a larger space in our consciousness than the slow, cumulative force of growth. And finally, this entire system is supercharged by the financial media. The media is not in the business of providing calm, long-term perspective. It is in the business of attracting eyeballs. And nothing attracts eyeballs like fear. If it bleeds, it leads, is the old mantra of journalism. And it applies just as much to finance. A headline that reads, "Markets hit new all-time high," is interesting for a moment. A headline that screams, "Market plummets on recession fears. Are your savings safe?" is compelling. It triggers our evolutionary threat detection system and demands our immediate attention. The 24/7 news cycle creates a constant demand for drama. It amplifies short-term volatility and presents every dip as a potential catastrophe. This constant drumbeat of negativity makes it incredibly difficult to maintain a long-term optimistic perspective, even when history shows that long-term optimism is the most rational and profitable stance. The S&P 500 has returned an average of around 10% per year for a century. But to earn that return, you had to endure a constant barrage of news telling you that the world was about to end. So, what is the takeaway? It's not that pessimism is always wrong. On the contrary, short-term paranoia is essential for survival. You need to save enough money, diversify your investments, and have a plan for when things go wrong. Because they inevitably will. Pessimism about the short-term future is what helps you endure the unexpected setbacks. However, the seduction of pessimism lies in its ability to masquerade as a complete worldview. It's a powerful force that preys on our deepest instincts. The truly rational approach is to recognize this. It is to be a short-term realist, or even a pessimist. But a long-term optimist, understand that progress is real. But it is slow and often invisible. Understand that setbacks are inevitable, but they are temporary and loud. By understanding the psychology behind the seduction of pessimism, you can inoculate yourself against the fear-mongering and focus on what truly matters: the slow, powerful, and undeniable march of long-term growth. Turn on the news. Scroll through your social media feed, or listen to any political debate, and you'll be inundated with a tidal wave of negativity. The world is ending. The economy is on the brink of collapse. The next crisis is always just around the corner. This constant drumbeat of pessimism is so loud, so pervasive, that it can feel like the only rational response is to be afraid, to hoard your resources, and to expect the worst. But what if this perspective, while understandable, is fundamentally wrong? What if the most logical, most evidence-based bet you can make on the future is one of unwavering, long-term optimism? Welcome to the argument that optimism isn't just a feel-good emotion. It's the most reasonable stance for navigating the modern world. First, we must define what we mean by optimism. This is not the blind, naive belief that nothing bad will ever happen. That's not optimism. That's denial. True, reasonable optimism is something far more powerful. It is the core belief that most problems, no matter how daunting, have solutions. It's the understanding that setbacks are temporary, while progress is permanent. An optimist isn't someone who doesn't see the challenges. They are someone who sees the challenges, but has an unshakable faith in humanity's capacity to eventually overcome them. Think of it this way. A pessimist sees a major traffic jam and declares that they will never get home. A blind optimist believes the traffic will magically disappear in the next 5 seconds. A reasonable optimist acknowledges the traffic is terrible but believes that over time, engineers will design better intersections, city planners will build more efficient public transport, and new technologies might even create different modes of travel altogether. The reasonable optimist bets on human ingenuity. They know that for every problem, there are thousands of smart, dedicated people working on a solution driven by necessity, ambition, and the simple desire to make things better. This isn't just a philosophical preference. It's a conclusion supported by overwhelming historical data. If you were to look at a chart of the U.S. stock market, say, the S&P 500 over the last 100 years, what would you see? You would see a line that trends unequivocally up and to the right. But that line is not smooth. It is jagged, filled with terrifying drops. You'd see the Great Depression, the oil crisis of the 70 seconds, Black Monday in 1987, the dot-com bust, the financial crisis of 2008, and the COVID-19 pandemic. In the moment, each of these events felt like the end of the world. The headlines were filled with panic. And yet, on a long-term chart, these catastrophic events appear as mere blips, temporary downturns on an otherwise relentless march upward. The same story is told by nearly every long-term metric of human progress. Look at global GDP. Look at life expectancy, literacy rates, or the number of people living in extreme poverty. The trend is the same despite constant setbacks, wars, famines, and pandemics. The long arc of history bends decisively toward growth and improvement. Why? Because knowledge compounds. An invention is never uninvented. A scientific breakthrough adds to our collective toolkit forever. The progress we make is cumulative, while the setbacks are almost always cyclical or temporary. The power of compounding growth isn't just a financial concept. It's the engine of human civilization. So, what does this mean for the average person? For you and me, it means that betting on the long-term success of the global economy is the most logical path to building wealth and security. The game of trying to predict the next crash, of jumping in and out of the market, is a loser's game. It's an attempt to be smarter than the collective wisdom and drive of billions of people. The far more rational strategy is to bet on the continuation of that upward trending line. It's a bet on the simple idea that, year after year, the majority of companies will seek to innovate, become more efficient, and generate value. It's a bet that humanity will continue to solve problems, create new technologies, and improve living standards. This isn't a guarantee of immediate returns, but it is a bet on the most powerful and consistent trend in human history, our collective desire to move forward. By investing consistently in a broad slice of the economy, you are not just buying stocks, you are buying a share in the future of human ingenuity. You are aligning your financial well-being with the relentless engine of progress itself. This brings us to the crucial final distinction, the difference between this reasonable, evidence-based optimism and the dangerous, blind optimism that ignores reality. A reasonable optimist expects setbacks. They know that recessions are not a possibility, but an inevitability. They understand that markets will crash, that their investments will lose value in the short term, sometimes dramatically. But they are not shaken by this, because their perspective is not rooted in the next year, but in the next few decades. They see market downturns not as a reason to panic and sell, but as a temporary sale, a predictable part of an otherwise positive journey. Blind optimism, on the other hand, leads to recklessness. It's the belief that a stock can only go up, that a new technology has no downsides, or that you can take on enormous risk without consequence. This kind of thinking leads to ruin. Reasonable optimism, however, fosters resiliency. It is the financial and emotional endurance to stick to your plan during the bad times. Precisely because you have a deep, data-driven conviction in the good times that will eventually follow, it's about acknowledging the storm while having complete faith that the sun will rise again. It's the understanding that the upward trend of progress isn't a smooth ride, but it is, by all historical accounts, the most reliable journey you can bet on. Welcome to our deep dive into the principles of the lean startup. In this section, we explore a concept that lies at the intersection of psychology and entrepreneurship, a force so powerful it can build empires and shatter them with equal ease. We call this chapter, When You'll Believe Anything, the Power of Stories. Have you ever listened to a business pitch, or perhaps a pitch for a new cryptocurrency, and felt a surge of absolute certainty? You heard the numbers, you saw the charts, but what truly convinced you wasn't the data. It was the story. It was the vision of a changed world. The narrative of the underdog founder, the tale of inevitable, explosive growth. It's a bet on the simple idea that, year after year, the majority of companies will seek to innovate, become more efficient, and generate value. It's a bet that humanity will continue to solve problems, create new technologies, and improve living standards. This isn't a guarantee of immediate returns, but it is a bet on the most powerful and consistent trend in human history, our collective desire to move forward. A statistic like customer engagement increased by 15% is abstract. But a story, meet Jane. She used to spend hours on tedious paperwork. But with our product, she now has an extra hour every day to spend with her family. That creates an immediate emotional connection. This is why the most seductive trap in a startup is the vanity metric. A chart showing user signups going up and to the right tells a wonderful story of growth and success. It's a story you, your team, and your investors desperately want to believe, but it's often a lie. It ignores the inconvenient data points, the ones that don't fit the narrative. What about user retention? What about the activation rate? What about revenue per user? These data points might tell a much grimmer, more complex story, a story of a leaky bucket, a product that people try once and abandon. The lean startup methodology is, at its core, a defense mechanism against the seductive power of these false narratives. The build, measure, learn feedback loop is not just a process. It's a commitment to favoring the uncomfortable truth of data over the comforting fiction of a good story. We create narratives to make sense of a complex world, often by drastically oversimplifying it. We look at a successful company like Airbnb, and we tell a simple story. The founders were brilliant. They had a great idea, and they executed it perfectly. This is the narrative fallacy. We impose a clean, linear story on a messy, chaotic, and often lucky reality. We ignore the near bankruptcies, the hundreds of rejections from investors, the moments of sheer desperation, and the countless small pivots that were less about genius vision and more about frantic survival. By believing the simple story, we learn the wrong lessons. We start to believe that success is about having one brilliant idea rather than the grueling process of iterating, testing, and learning from failure. We try to replicate the story, not the process. This fallacy is amplified when we look at the world of speculative assets. Consider the phenomenon of meme stocks or the wild swings of certain cryptocurrencies. What is being sold is not primarily an asset with a clear, quantifiable intrinsic value. What is being sold is a story. It's a powerful, emotionally resonant story of rebellion, the little guy versus the Wall Street giants. It's a story of community diamond hands and to the moon, a shared language that creates a sense of belonging and collective destiny. It's a story of a utopian future, where a new technology will decentralize power and create a more equitable financial system. This narrative is so compelling that it renders traditional analysis almost irrelevant. You don't need to understand the company's price-to-earnings ratio or the blockchain's transaction speed if you believe you are part of a historical movement. Belief in the story becomes a substitute for due diligence. The social proof of thousands of others repeating the story online creates a feedback loop where belief is strengthened not by evidence, but by consensus. This is the ultimate danger for an entrepreneur when the story you're telling becomes more important than the reality you're facing. The lesson here is a difficult one, because it asks us to fight against our own nature. The more you want something to be true, the more likely you are to believe a story that supports it. This is confirmation bias. If you have poured your life savings and years of your life into a startup, you desperately want to believe the story, that you are on the brink of success. You will unconsciously seek out the anecdotes, the user quotes, and the vanity metrics that confirm your narrative, and you will instinctively dismiss, explain away, or simply ignore the data that threatens it. So, how do we protect ourselves? We must become ruthless skeptics of our own narratives. We must embrace the core tenet of the lean startup: get out of the building. Talk to actual customers, not the idealized personas in your story. Run A divided by B tests that pit your beautiful narrative against stark reality. Focus on actionable metrics, not vanity metrics. An actionable metric is one that demonstrates clear cause and effect from your actions, grounding your story in reality. A vanity metric just makes the story feel good. When you evaluate an opportunity, whether it's an investment, a new job, or your own business idea, make a conscious effort to separate the story from the facts. Write them down in two separate columns. In one column, write the narrative, the vision, the emotional appeal, the heroes and villains. In the other, write down every verifiable, falsifiable fact or assumption. What is the evidence? What is the churn rate? What is the cost of customer acquisition? How many people have actually paid for this? This simple exercise can act as a potent antidote to the intoxication of a good story. Remember, the goal of a lean startup is not to tell a convincing story. The goal is to build a sustainable business, and a sustainable business must be built on the firm foundation of truth, discovered through rigorous experimentation and validated learning, not on the shifting sands of a tale that is merely too good to be true. Welcome to Chapter 37, Ampere's case study in narrative Bernie Madoff. When we hear the name Bernie Madoff, we immediately think of the largest Ponzi scheme in history, a staggering $65 billion fraud that vaporized life savings and destroyed trust in financial institutions. But to understand how Madoff operated for decades, fooling regulators, banks, and some of the world's most sophisticated investors, we must look beyond the numbers. We must analyze him not as a financier, but as a master storyteller, Madoff didn't just sell an investment, he sold a narrative. And it was this narrative, so powerful and so seductive, that became his greatest weapon. This chapter explores how a compelling story can override logic, due diligence, and even our most basic instincts for self-preservation. At the heart of Madoff's scheme was a story of elite, quiet brilliance. He wasn't promising outlandish, get-rich, quick returns. That would have been too obvious, too crude. Instead, the story he sold was one of quiet consistency. He claimed to use a complex but supposedly foolproof strategy called a split-strike conversion. The name itself was a piece of narrative genius. It sounded sophisticated, technical, and impenetrable to the average person, lending it an air of credibility. This strategy, he claimed, allowed him to generate steady, reliable returns of around 10 to 12% per year after year, regardless of whether the market was booming or crashing. The returns were just good enough to be attractive, but not so high as to scream scam. But the true masterstroke of his narrative was not the strategy. It was the exclusivity. You couldn't just invest with Bernie Madoff. You had to be invited. He cultivated an aura of being an exclusive club for the wealthy and connected. He would famously turn potential investors away, making access to his fund a coveted status symbol. Being a Madoff investor meant you were smart. You were important. You were in the know. It was a story that catered directly to the ego. You weren't just making money. You were affirming your place among the elite. This combination, a secret, brilliant strategy, consistent and believable returns, and an ultra-exclusive door policy formed a narrative that was almost irresistible. So, why was this story so powerful that it blinded thousands of intelligent people to glaring red flags? The answer lies in human psychology. First, there was the power of social proof. Madoff's client list was a who's who of industry titans, celebrities, and respected philanthropies. Investors thought, if all these smart, successful people trust him, he must be legitimate. This herd mentality created a feedback loop where each new investor validated the decision for everyone else, making it harder and harder to question the premise. Second, the exclusivity created an intense fear of missing out, or FOMO. To question Madoff's methods was to risk being kicked out of the club. His lack of transparency was framed not as a red flag, but as a necessity to protect his secret sauce. He never provided real-time electronic access to accounts. Statements were sent by mail. His trading confirmations were often suspect, most damningly. His entire operation was audited by a tiny, two-person accounting firm in a suburban strip mall, a fact that should have set off alarm bells for any serious investor. But people ignored these signs because the cost of questioning, losing access to steady returns, and the social status that came with it seemed higher than the risk of fraud. The story was simply too good to fact-check. This brings us to the broader, universal lesson of the Madoff case: we often invest in the story first and the asset second. A compelling narrative creates a reality distortion field. We see it constantly in the world of startups, where a charismatic founder with a grand vision for changing the world can raise millions of dollars with little more than a slide deck. We see it in speculative bubbles, from dot-com stocks to cryptocurrencies, where the story of a new paradigm overpowers traditional valuation metrics. The story is what captures our imagination, our hope, and our greed. The numbers, the fundamentals, the due diligence, those often come later, if at all, as a way to rationalize the emotional decision we've already made. The human brain is wired to respond to stories, not spreadsheets. A good narrative gives us a sense of meaning, order, and potential that raw data can never provide. Madoff understood this instinctively. He knew that as long as he maintained the story, the facts didn't matter. So, how do we protect ourselves from the next Bernie Madoff? How can we separate a good story from a good investment? Here are 4 practical tips. First, actively separate the narrative from the numbers. Write down the story being sold to you. Then, on a separate page, write down only the verifiable facts and financial data. If the investment case collapses without the story, you're likely buying a lottery ticket, not an asset. Second, do not outsource your due diligence to social proof. The fact that everyone is doing it is not an investment thesis. It's often a sign that you're late to a crowded party. Verify everything yourself. Who is the auditor? Where are the assets held? Can the strategy be explained in simple terms? If you're met with secrecy, walk away. Third, be deeply suspicious of unnatural consistency. Markets are volatile. Life is volatile. Any investment that promises smooth, unwavering returns regardless of external conditions is defying financial gravity. Real returns have bumps. Perfectly smooth upward lines on a chart are one of the biggest red flags for fraud. Finally, seek out dissenting opinions. When you're captivated by a story, you fall victim to confirmation bias, looking only for information that supports your belief. Actively find the smartest people who disagree with the investment and genuinely try to understand their reasoning. The Madoff saga is more than a tale of financial crime. It's a profound lesson on the human condition. It demonstrates that a well-crafted narrative can be more powerful than financial statements, more persuasive than mathematical proof, and more alluring than common sense. As entrepreneurs building businesses or investors building wealth, we must all become students of narrative. We must learn to appreciate its power to inspire and persuade, but also to recognize when it's being used to obscure the truth. Because the most important investment you can ever make is in the ability to tell the difference between a story that's creating value and one that's just setting a trap. After spending so much time dissecting the principles of the lean startup, it feels only right to turn the analytical lens inward. We've talked about metrics, pivots, and validated learning in the context of business. But how do these powerful ideas apply to something deeply personal and often opaque our own financial lives? This is where the theory meets the pavement. This isn't the chapter you'll find in Eric Ries's book. This is my attempt to synthesize its lessons into a personal philosophy. Consider this, Chapter 38, My Personal Financial Confessions. My goal here is not to present myself as a financial guru. Far from it. Instead, my aim is to be transparent about my own framework, my successes, my mistakes, and the overarching why that drives my decisions. Because if the lean startup methodology teaches us anything, it's that the why, the grand vision, is the anchor in a sea of uncertainty. For me, that vision, my ultimate financial goal, has always been deceptively simple independence. Not get-rich-quick wealth. Not the flashy symbols of success. But the profound freedom that comes with having complete control over my most valuable, non-renewable asset, my time. It's the ability to wake up and decide what problems I want to solve that day, who I want to work with, and where I want to do it. It's the freedom to say no to projects that don't align with my values and a resounding yes to opportunities that do, regardless of the paycheck. This isn't about escaping work. It's about earning the right to do work that truly matters to me, on my own terms, It's building a life where my passive income can cover my core living expenses, creating a foundation of security from which I can take creative and professional risks. Now, before I go any further, I need to make a critical confession, one that reinforces a central theme of this book: humility in the face of uncertainty. I would be lying if I said my financial journey was the result of some masterful, prescient plan. A significant portion of my success, particularly in the early stages, can be attributed to pure, dumb luck. I was lucky to enter the job market during a boom. I was lucky to make a few early investments that, through no particular genius of my own, performed exceptionally well. I was lucky to have a support system that allowed me to take risks others couldn't. Acknowledging this isn't false modesty. It's a fundamental recognition that we operate in a complex system with countless variables beyond our control. Just as a startup can be sunk by an unforeseen market shift, our personal financial plans can be derailed by factors we never anticipated. The lesson here, straight from the Lean Startup Playbook, isn't to try and predict the future. It's to build a system that is resilient, adaptable, and robust enough to withstand the inevitable shocks and capitalize on unforeseen opportunities. Therefore, as I lay out the components of my personal financial blueprint, I urge you to view it not as universal advice, but as a personal case study. This is my financial MVP, my minimum viable product for a life of autonomy. It is a set of hypotheses I am constantly testing against the reality of the market and my own evolving life goals. It is not a prescription, but a single data point you can use to refine your own experiment. My core strategy is built on the build, measure, learn feedback loop. The build phase for me is the system of automation. I treat my savings and investments like a non-negotiable expense, an internal tax I pay to my future self first. Every paycheck, a predetermined percentage is automatically transferred to investment accounts, retirement funds, and high-yield savings. This system is crucial because it removes the single biggest point of failure: my own daily discipline and emotions. I don't have to decide to save. The decision is already made. I am building a machine that works for me, not against me. The measure phase is my version of innovation accounting. I don't obsess over daily market fluctuations. That's a vanity metric that encourages emotional, short-term decisions. Instead, I track a few key actionnables métriques. My primary one is my savings rate, the percentage of my income I'm putting toward future goals. This is the single biggest lever I can control. Second, I track my net worth on a quarterly basis, not for ego, but to get a high-level view of the trend. Is the system working? Is the overall trajectory positive? Finally, and most importantly, I track the growth of my potential passive income streams. How much could my investments generate per month? This metric directly measures my progress toward the ultimate vision of time freedom. The learn phase is where I pivot. For example, my initial hypothesis was that I should be 100% invested in aggressive growth stocks to maximize returns. I built that portfolio. I measured it through a significant market downturn and, more importantly, I measured my own psychological response. The learning was clear. The volatility was too stressful for me. It negatively impacted my sleep and my decision-making. That was validated learning. So, I pivoted. I adjusted my asset allocation to include more stable, dividend-paying assets and bonds, reducing volatility to a level I could comfortably tolerate. The goal wasn't just maximizing returns on paper, it was building a sustainable system I could stick with for decades. The pivot wasn't a failure. It was a necessary iteration toward a better product-market fit for my own life. This entire process is an exercise in validated learning. Every dollar I save is a small validation of the hypothesis that future freedom is more valuable to me than present consumption. Every investment I make is an experiment. Some will fail. Some will succeed. But each one provides data. By framing it this way, I detach my ego from the outcomes and focus on the integrity of the process. My financial life isn't a static, finished product. It's a perpetual beta test. It is, in every sense of the word, my most important lean startup. The vision is clear independence and control over my time. The product is the system of saving, investing, and tracking I've just described. And the customer is me, both now and in the future. The ultimate goal is not to create a perfect, unchangeable plan, because no such thing exists. The goal is to build a resilient, adaptable system that serves the vision, a system that allows me to iterate, learn, and grow no matter what the world throws at me. And that, I believe, is a core principle Eric Ries himself would endorse. My personal financial plan, the one my family and I have built our lives around, can be summarized in a single, unglamorous sentence: we save a lot of money. My wife and I maintain a savings rate that most financial advisors would likely applaud, but which many of our peers might find extreme. We don't do this because we're ascetics who shun pleasure, nor are we meticulously planning for some extravagant, far-off purchase like a private island or a fleet of supercars. The reason is far more fundamental, rooted in a core philosophical belief: profound humility. The absolute cornerstone of our entire financial strategy is the humble, unvarnished admission that we have absolutely no idea what the future holds. We cannot predict with any certainty what the stock market will do next month, let alone next decade. We don't know what career opportunities will materialize or what professional setbacks will blindside us in 5 years. We certainly have no clue what the world, our health, or our family will look like in 20. And because the future is a vast, opaque landscape of uncertainty, peppered with both wonderful, life-altering surprises and terrible, devastating ones, the most rational, robust, and potent tool at our disposal is a consistently high savings rate. This approach is the antithesis of a financial plan built on precise forecasting and intricate optimization models. It is, at its core, a strategy for survival in a world that is inherently unpredictable and often chaotic. Saving money, in this context, becomes the crucial gap between your ego and your income. It is the physical manifestation of acknowledging your own limitations in predicting the future. It's a powerful hedge against the inevitable reality that life will, at some point, and likely multiple points, throw a massive wrench into your carefully crafted, color-coded plans. When people hear the term high savings rate, they often conjure images of complex spreadsheets, joyless austerity, and meticulous, penny-pinching budgeting. For us, it represents the exact opposite. It's a defense mechanism that grants us simplicity and peace of mind. Born from recognizing the limits of our own knowledge, we live in a world governed by tail events, by unpredictable, low probability, high-impact black swans that can change everything overnight. A global pandemic that shuts down the economy, a sudden technological shift that renders your entire industry obsolete, a personal health crisis that incurs enormous medical bills. These are not risks you can accurately price or time. Therefore, The only logical and anti-fragile response is to build a fortress of financial security, a deep reservoir of capital that can withstand the shocks you can't possibly see coming. This is what finance professionals call a margin of safety. For us, it's not just a technical term borrowed from investing, it's a foundational principle for living. It is the explicit, daily acknowledgement that the plan might not go according to plan, and that's okay. Having a substantial buffer of cash and liquid investments means we can absorb the financial impact of unforeseen problems without being forced into desperate, value-destroying decisions. It means not having to sell our stocks at the absolute bottom of a market crash just to pay the mortgage, or not having to take on high-interest credit card debt to cover a medical emergency. It's a shock absorber that insulates our well-being from the inherent volatility of the world. This brings me to a crucial point about the true purpose of our savings. We don't value our savings for the mountain of stuff it could eventually buy. We don't fantasize about a dream car, a bigger house, or a wardrobe filled with designer clothes. We value our savings for something intangible, yet infinitely more valuable: the options it creates. Every single dollar we save is a small piece of our own future that we get to own and control. It purchases freedom, flexibility, and, most importantly, autonomy. It buys us the incredibly valuable ability to be patient in a world that demands immediate action. With a solid savings base, you can afford to wait for the right job opportunity to come along, rather than being forced to grab the first mediocre one that appears out of financial desperation. You can decide to take a year off to learn a new skill, to change careers entirely, or to pour your energy into starting a business you believe in. You can summon the courage to walk away from a toxic work environment that is draining your soul, or make the decision to move to a new city that offers a better quality of life for your family. Savings grants you the immense power to say no to things you don't want to do, and yes to opportunities that might not come with an immediate or predictable paycheck. It transforms money from a mere tool for consumption into a strategic tool for crafting the life you actually want to live, on your own terms. This, I believe, is the greatest dividend money can possibly pay. It's not about owning more things. It's about owing less of your precious time and energy to others. The ultimate goal of wealth, in my view, is to achieve control over your time. To wake up in the morning and have the genuine freedom to say, I can do whatever I want today. A high savings rate is the most direct and reliable path to that kind of profound independence. This philosophy is a direct application of two of the most crucial concepts in understanding the psychology of money. The first is building room for error. People who are excellent, detail-oriented planners often fall into a critical trap. They create plans that are so precise, so optimized, down to the last penny, that they have zero tolerance for any deviation or failure. They budget every single dollar, assuming their income will remain stable or grow predictably, and that their expenses will never unexpectedly spike. This is like an engineer building a bridge that can hold exactly the weight of one truck and not a single ounce more. It's a theoretical marvel, but a real-world disaster waiting for the first gust of wind or slightly overweight vehicle. Our savings is our room for error. It's the extra, seemingly redundant steel reinforcement in the bridge. It's the humble acknowledgement that our forecasts are often laughably wrong, that life is messy and unpredictable, and that we will inevitably make mistakes. That financial buffer allows our lives to bend without breaking when confronted with the harsh realities of the world. The second, deeply related concept is that wealth is what you don't see. Our society has a dangerously distorted view of wealth because we can only see the most visible, outward signs of it: the expensive car parked in the driveway, the lavish vacation photos on social media, the designer clothes worn to a party. But that isn't wealth. That is consumption. It is the evidence of money being spent. True wealth is the money that hasn't been spent. It's the stocks and bonds accumulating in a brokerage account, the emergency fund sitting in a high-yield savings account, the investments that are quietly and invisibly compounding in the background. It is the financial assets that you don't see that are generating the options, the freedom, the security, and the peace of mind. Our savings are our unseen wealth. It's not flashy. It doesn't earn us any social status. But it's what allows us to sleep soundly at night, secure in the knowledge that we have a cushion to protect us and our family from the world's inherent unpredictability. I have a personal story that crystallizes this principle far better than any abstract theory could. Several years ago, I found myself working in an industry that I had once been deeply passionate about, but which had, over time, become a significant source of immense stress and chronic anxiety. The hours were punishingly long. The pressure to perform was relentless, and I could feel the insidious creep of burnout poisoning every corner of my life. To make matters worse, the entire industry was undergoing a massive, disruptive technological shift, and the air was thick with constant rumors of consolidation and layoffs. My colleagues were, to put it mildly, terrified. Many of them were living paycheck to paycheck, their expensive lifestyles and financial obligations tethered directly to the job they now rightly feared losing. They were trapped, their choices narrowed to almost zero. But my situation, my internal experience, felt completely different. For years prior, my wife and I had been diligently, almost automatically, saving a significant portion of our income not for anything specific, just as a matter of principle, a hedge against the unknown. That savings account, that unseen wealth we had quietly built, completely changed the emotional and practical equation for me. Instead of feeling the tightening grip of fear, I felt a profound sense of calm. The money we had saved was far more than a financial number on a screen. It was a tangible lifeline. It represented roughly 2 full years of our family's living expenses. It meant I had options. I didn't have to passively wait for the axe to fall. I could be the protagonist in my own story. So, one Tuesday morning, I walked into my boss's office and resigned. Effective immediately. I had no other job lined up. I had no grand plan. I just knew, with absolute certainty, that I needed to get out for my own well-being. That savings cushion allowed me to take 6 months completely off work. I didn't travel the world or buy a sports car. I did something far more valuable. I recovered. I read books, went on long hikes, exercised, spent priceless time with my family, and allowed my mind to decompress from years of accumulated stress. Then, I used the following months to retrain myself, learning a new set of complex skills for a different industry that truly excited me. That transitional period of my life was the single best purchase I have ever made. And it was a purchase made possible entirely by the money I had not spent in all the years prior. My savings bought me my freedom, my sanity, and a brand new, more fulfilling career. It wasn't just a margin of safety. It was the very foundation for building a better life. That, more than any chart or projection, is why we save. We arrive now at my second core principle, a confession of sorts in a world that worships complexity and rapid-fire action. It is this, my financial life, the engine that powers my goals and secures my future, is built on a foundation of radical patience and almost comical simplicity. If my first principle was about embracing the high probability of being wrong about the future, this second one is about creating a system so simple that it's hard to mess up. Even when my own psychology is screaming at me to do otherwise, the financial industry, with its dazzling charts and breathless commentary, wants you to believe that wealth creation is an intricate dance of complex instruments, clever market timing, and esoteric knowledge available only to the initiated. I am here to tell you that durable wealth is far more often the result of something much less exciting, something many would call boring, a disciplined commitment to letting time and compounding do the heavy lifting. So, what does this radical simplicity look like in practice? If you were to gain access to my investment portfolio, you would likely be profoundly underwhelmed. There are no exotic derivatives, no secret stock picks whispered from an inside source, no leveraged bets on the next disruptive technology. Instead, what you would find can be fully described in a single sentence. I own a few globally diversified, low-cost index funds. That's it. My entire investment strategy, the product of years of reading and reflection, can be summarized on a single sticky note. It consists of a U.S. total stock market index fund, giving me a piece of thousands of American companies, from the largest titans to the smallest upstarts. Alongside it sits an international total stock market index fund, ensuring I am participating in the growth of developed and emerging economies across the globe. Finally, there's a total bond market index fund, which acts as a stabilizer, a shock absorber for the inevitable volatility of the stock market. The sheer genius of these instruments lies in their magnificent dullness. They don't promise to find the next Amazon or to double my money by next Tuesday. They promise something far more valuable and statistically probable: ownership of a tiny slice of nearly every public company and major bond in the world, at a cost that is astonishingly low. The expense ratios, the fees charged by the fund companies, are mere fractions of a percent. We're talking about paying maybe $4 a year for every $10,000 invested. This isn't just about saving a few pennies. It's about eliminating the silent killer of long-term returns: high fees. Fees, like returns, also compound over time. And a 1% or 2% annual fee can consume a staggering portion of your nest egg over an investment lifetime of several decades. My approach is to keep as much of my money working for me as possible, not for a fund manager. This minimalist structure is the direct result of a conscious, deliberate decision. I do not try to beat the market. My goal is simply to be times the market. To many, this sounds like settling for average. And in a way, it is. But average in the context of global capitalism over the long run is a truly spectacular force. The S&P 500, a common proxy for the U.S. stock market, has historically returned about 10% per year on average. Going back nearly a century, simply capturing that return, minus a nearly invisible fee, places an investor ahead of the vast majority of professionals who dedicate their lives to outperforming it. The evidence for this is not just anecdotal, it is overwhelming and has been replicated for decades, study after study. Most notably, S&P's own SPIVA reports consistently show that over any meaningful period, say, 10, 15, or 20 years, the majority of active fund managers fail to outperform their benchmark indexes. These are not amateurs. They are some of the brightest minds from the best universities, equipped with powerful computers and immense research budgets. Yet, they are collectively playing a loser's game. why the combined effects of trading costs, the difficulty of being right more often than the market itself, and the inescapable drag of their higher management fees create a headwind that is almost impossible to overcome consistently. So, my choice is a pragmatic one. I can pay a high price for the chance times to outperform the market, a chance that statistics show is slim at best. Or, I can pay a rock-bottom price to virtually times guarantee times I get the market's return. I choose the near certainty. This is an exercise in humility. It is an admission that I don't have an informational edge over the collective wisdom of millions of global investors pricing assets every second of the day. And that's not just okay. It's liberating. The goal isn't to be the smartest person in the room. It's to be the most disciplined and patient. But the most powerful feature of this simple strategy isn't mathematical. It's behavioral. As we've explored, personal finance is not the study of money. It's the study of how people behave with money. Your own temperament and emotional discipline are far more influential on your long-term results than your intellect or the sophistication of your financial products. And the simpler your strategy, the better your behavior is likely to be. Picture the scene during a severe market crash. The Dow has fallen 30%. The world feels like it's ending. Pundits on television are screaming about a new paradigm. Your portfolio statement is a sea of red ink. The primal, instinctual temptation to do anything is immense. If your portfolio is a complex web of 20 individual stocks, a few sector-specific ETFs, alternative assets, and tactical funds, you have dozens of levers to pull and buttons to press. You're forced to make decisions under duress. Should I sell this tech stock? It's down 50%. Should I rebalance into gold? Did my active manager make a colossal mistake? This complexity is a breeding ground for tinkering. And tinkering during a panic is almost always a wealth-destroying activity, usually involving selling low and buying high later. Now, consider my simple 3-fund portfolio in the same scenario. When the market crashes, what am I supposed to do? Sell my ownership stake in the entire global economy? The question itself sounds preposterous. My strategy is so broad and so simple that there are very few decisions to make. The plan, established in a time of calm, is to keep buying month after month, regardless of the headlines. In fact, when the market is down, I know I'm buying those same great companies at a discount. It's easy to understand, which makes it easy to stick with. I know exactly what I own, a slice of global capitalism. I know why I own it because I have a fundamental belief in long-term human progress and economic growth. And I know what to do when things get scary. Nothing except continue the plan. This profound simplicity acts as a circuit breaker for my own worst instincts. It's a behavioral shield against the twin demons of fear and greed that derail so many otherwise sound investment plans. This brings us back to that crucial idea we've discussed before, the power of being reasonable over being rational. A purely rational investor, according to classic economic theory, might build a portfolio optimized to the 9th decimal place. Using complex quantitative factor models and tactical asset allocation, it would look brilliant on a spreadsheet, a testament to intellectual prowess. But if that very complexity causes you to doubt it, to fail to understand it intuitively, and to panic and sell at the absolute worst time, it is functionally worthless. My strategy is not perfectly optimized for every possible market condition. It will never be the top-performing strategy in any given year. It is not rational in the academic, spreadsheet jockey sense. But it is profoundly reasonable. It is good enough. and its simplicity makes it durable against the greatest threat to my wealth, me. It's a strategy I can live with. And more importantly, a strategy I can sleep with for the next 50 years. This approach is also the ultimate antidote to the seduction of pessimism. Turn on any financial news channel, and you will be inundated with a fire hose of anxiety every single day. There is a new, compelling reason to worry: runaway inflation, impending recession, geopolitical conflict, a new technological threat that will upend society. Pessimism is intellectually seductive. It sounds smart and worldly. It signals that you see the hidden risks that the naive, wide-eyed optimists are missing. But while pessimism sounds intelligent, it's optimism that has historically paid the bills. A simple, long-term strategy of buying and holding the entire market is an act of profound, quiet optimism. It does not require you to believe that things will be great tomorrow or next year. It only requires you to believe that over the span of decades, humanity's collective drive for progress, our ingenuity, our ability to solve problems, and our universal desire for a better life for our children will lead to economic growth and value creation. By automating my investments into broad market indexes, I am effectively tuning out the deafening daily noise of pessimism. I am not tempted to react to every scary headline because my strategy doesn't require a reaction. The plan is already set. The most powerful force in finance is compounding, and it works its magic only through the uninterruptible, steady passage of time. My simple, boring strategy is designed to do one thing above all else: get out of the way and let compounding do its work. Free from the destructive interference of my own cleverness or my own fear. The goal is not to find excitement in your investments, it's to find your excitement in life. An excitement funded by your boring, predictable, and wonderfully simple investments. Welcome back. In this chapter, we pivot from the factory floor and the startup garage to a place far more intimate yet just as influential in our decision-making, the landscape of our own aspirations. We're talking about the American dream. Now, you might be asking, what does the American dream have to do with the lean startup? The answer, as Eric Ries might put it, is that the conventional American dream is a product. It's a grand, unvalidated hypothesis about what constitutes a successful life. One that millions of people invest in without ever testing its core assumptions. This chapter, Chapter 41, is about the psychology of that dream and how we can apply lean principles to build a life of genuine value, rather than one of prescribed success. The modern American dream is often sold as a package deal: a sprawling house in the suburbs, 2 new cars in the driveway, and a life filled with limitless consumption. It's a powerful narrative, deeply woven into the cultural fabric. At its core is a relentless social engine known as keeping up with the Joneses. This isn't just a quaint saying, it's a powerful psychological force. It's the pressure to measure our self-worth against the visible accomplishments of our neighbors, our colleagues, and now, the curated highlight reels of our social media feeds. This constant comparison creates a marketplace of escalating desires. Your neighbor gets a new SUV, and suddenly your perfectly functional sedan feels inadequate. A friend posts photos of a lavish European vacation, and your planned camping trip feels provincial. This social pressure functions like a competitor's product launch, forcing us to react, to upgrade, to spend. Often not because we truly need or want something, but because we feel a deep-seated need to maintain our perceived status. In the language of startups, we are chasing vanity metrics, the appearance of success rather than actionable metrics that measure our actual well-being and happiness. This modern interpretation is a stark departure from the dream's historical roots. Originally, the American dream wasn't about the size of your house, but the scope of your freedom. It was the radical idea that your birth did not dictate your destiny. It was about opportunity, self-determination, and the liberty to build a life of your own design. It was the promise of an open field, not a pre-furnished mansion. Over generations, this abstract ideal of autonomy has been replaced by a concrete catalog of consumer goods. The dream of freedom has been swapped for the dream of stuff. This shift is crucial because it transforms citizens into consumers and turns a journey of self-discovery into a race for acquisition. We've mistaken the symbols of success for success itself. A large house was once a byproduct of a prosperous life. Now, for many, acquiring the house, often through crippling debt, is treated as the goal itself, regardless of the personal freedom it costs. This powerful narrative of material success is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it can be a tremendous motivator. The desire for a better life, even a materially richer one, has fueled incredible innovation, hard work, and ambition. It has pushed people to study harder, to take entrepreneurial risks, and to build things of value for society. The prospect of upward mobility is a powerful engine for economic and personal growth. However, when unexamined, this same engine can drive us straight off a financial cliff. The pressure to achieve the complete package of the dream often leads people to make one giant, untested bet on their future. They take on massive student loans for a degree without validating their career path. They buy the biggest house they can get a mortgage for, assuming future income will always rise. They lease luxury cars and finance lifestyles on credit cards. This is the waterfall development model of life planning. You design the entire product, the perfect life up front, and commit all your resources to a grand launch, hoping the market, in this case, reality, responds favorably. As Ronald Read teaches us, this approach is fraught with risk and often ends in failure. In life, that failure looks like overwhelming debt, burnout, and a profound sense of disillusionment when the possessions we've acquired fail to deliver the happiness they promised. So, how do we escape this trap? We apply the core principles of the lean startup to redefine the dream for ourselves. This means shifting from a rigid, predefined blueprint of success to an agile, iterative process of building a life of meaning. First, treat your ideal life not as a destination, but as a hypothesis. The hypothesis might be, I believe that living in a large house in the suburbs with a high-paying corporate job will make me happy and fulfilled. Instead of going all in on this hypothesis with a 30-year mortgage and a soul-crushing commute, how can we test it? What is the minimum viable product? Or, as we might call it, the minimum viable dream. Perhaps you could rent a house in a similar neighborhood for a year. Or you could take on a high-intensity project at work to simulate the pressure of the career path you envision. The goal is to get real-world data on your own happiness and fulfillment with the smallest possible investment of time and money. This leads directly to the build, measure, learn feedback loop. This is the engine of a lean life. Let's say your redefined dream is based on financial autonomy. You times build times a side business based on a passion. You don't quit your day job, you start small. Perhaps selling handmade goods online, or offering freelance consulting services on weekends. Then, you times measure asterisk. You track not just the income, but also your energy levels, your sense of satisfaction, and the impact on your personal relationships. Finally, you times learn asterisk. Is this venture bringing you closer to your goal of autonomy? Or is it just another source of stress? Is the income scalable? Do you actually enjoy the work? Based on this validated learning, you make a crucial decision: pivot or persevere. Persevering means you found a path that works, and you double down, investing more time and resources. But pivoting is not failure. It is a strategic change in direction based on what you've learned. Maybe you learned that you hate the administrative side of a business but love the creative work. You could pivot from selling products to teaching workshops. Maybe you learned that the high-paying corporate job truly does make you miserable, despite the paycheck. A pivot might mean deliberately taking a lower-paying job that offers more flexibility and less stress, redefining rich as having more time rather than more money. This iterative process of testing, learning, and adjusting allows you to build a life that is truly your own. One that is resilient, adaptable, and aligned with your core values of freedom and autonomy, the original promise of the American dream. By applying these principles, we stop chasing the Joneses and start building a life that is lean, purposeful, and unequivocally our own. As we journey through the landscape of personal finance, it's easy to assume that the principles of saving, spending, and investing are universal truths. Like the laws of physics, we assume there is a single, rational way to handle money, and any deviation is an error. But what if our entire relationship with money, our deepest anxieties, our boldest ambitions, is not born of logic, but of geography and history today? We step outside the familiar framework and take a global look at the psychology of savings, exploring how vastly different cultures have cultivated unique and deeply ingrained financial mindsets. What we discover is that there is no one right way to think about money. There are only different stories, different fears, and different dreams, all shaped by the societies we come from. Let's begin with one of the most striking contrasts in the modern financial world: the divergence between savings habits in many East Asian nations and those in the West, particularly the United States. For decades, countries like China, Japan, and South Korea have posted some of the highest household savings rates in the world. In China, it's not uncommon for households to save over 30% of their disposable income. To many in the West, where the savings rate often struggles to reach double digits, this level of thrift seems almost superhuman. But this isn't about superior discipline. It's about a different psychological operating system. This high savings culture is often rooted in a potent combination of recent history and long-standing cultural values. For generations, many East Asian societies lacked the robust government-funded social safety nets common in the West. There was no extensive social security, public health care, or unemployment insurance to fall back on. Your family was your safety net. Therefore, saving wasn't just for a rainy day. It was for a potential monsoon. It was the only way to fund your children's education, your parents' retirement, and your own medical emergencies. This created a powerful, self-reliant mentality where a large cash buffer was synonymous with security and responsibility. This is layered upon Confucian values that emphasize frugality, planning for the future, and prioritizing the collective family unit over individual indulgence. In contrast, the post-war Western world, led by the United States, built an economic engine powered by consumption. The availability of credit became democratized. Mortgages, car loans, and credit cards weren't just financial tools. They became symbols of access to the good life. The American dream was marketed not as a dream of savings, but as a dream of ownership and experience. All attainable times. Now, times with the help of debt. A culture of optimism, combined with a relatively stable economic and political environment, fostered a live-for-today mindset. Spending became a patriotic duty to fuel the economy, and saving often took a back seat. Now, let's travel to the heart of Europe, to Germany, a country that offers a fascinating case study in how a single historical trauma can forge a nation's financial character for a century. The German word for this character is Sparsamkeit. This doesn't simply translate to thriftiness or frugality. Sparsamkeit is a cultural virtue, a moral imperative. It embodies prudence, responsibility, and a deep-seated suspicion of debt. To understand it, we must go back to the 1922 and the Weimar Republic's experience with hyperinflation. This wasn't just an economic event, it was a psychological cataclysm. Germans, who had diligently saved their entire lives, saw their nest eggs evaporate into worthlessness. A wheelbarrow full of cash could barely buy a loaf of bread. The experience annihilated the middle class and seared into the national psyche a profound and lasting fear, the fear of money losing its value and the fear of debt. This historical scar explains so much about modern German financial behavior. It's why Germany remains a nation of savers, often preferring to keep money in low-yield savings accounts rather than risk it in the stock market. It's why cash is still king in many transactions, and why Germans are famously reluctant to use credit cards, preferring debit cards that draw directly from money they already have. The concept of taking on debt for consumption is, for many, culturally abhorrent. Sparsamkeit is not about being cheap. It's about being in control. About never again allowing your financial security to be wiped out by forces beyond your control. This deeply ingrained caution stands in stark contrast to the American embrace of leverage and investment risk as pathways to wealth. This brings us to a crucial factor that underpins many of these cultural differences: the role of the state and its social safety nets. The psychological burden to save is fundamentally different depending on the society's structure. In many European countries, including Germany, France, and the Scandinavian nations, citizens pay high taxes in exchange for comprehensive social safety nets, universal health care, heavily subsidized education, généreux unemploiement bénéfique, and state-funded pensions dramatically reduce the number of financial catastrophes an individual must save for personally. If you know that a major illness won't lead to bankruptcy, that losing your job won't mean immediate destitution, and that the state will provide a basic pension in old age, the existential pressure to accumulate a massive personal fortune is lessened. Saving becomes more about enhancing one's lifestyle for travel, for a nicer home rather than a desperate defense against disaster. Conversely, in a system like that of the United States, where these safety nets are comparatively thinner, the burden falls squarely on the individual. Healthcare is often tied to employment, and its costs are astronomical. Higher education can lead to crippling debt. Retirement is largely a do-it-yourself project built around personal investment accounts, like a 401k. This framework fosters a different kind of financial anxiety. It forces individuals to become amateur actuaries, constantly calculating the enormous sums needed to protect themselves from ruin. This immense pressure doesn't always translate to higher savings rates due to other cultural factors like consumerism, but it fundamentally shapes the times for saving, imbuing the act with a sense of urgency and fear. So, what is the ultimate takeaway from this global financial tour? It is the profound realization that our relationship with money is not a matter of simple math, but of cultural inheritance. There is no universally superior financial psychology. The high-saving, risk-averse German approach is a rational response to the trauma of hyperinflation. The family-centric savings focus in China is a logical adaptation to a history with limited state support. The American comfort with debt and consumption is a product of a century of economic dominance and cultivated optimism. Understanding this doesn't just make us more knowledgeable about the world. It should make us more empathetic towards others and more insightful about ourselves. By recognizing the cultural script that has been handed to us, we can begin to question which parts still serve us and which parts we might want to rewrite. The goal is not to judge whether one culture is better than another, but to understand the invisible forces that shape our own financial decisions, enabling us to approach our money with greater awareness, intention, and, ultimately, freedom. Imagine two versions of your future self. One is unburdened, free to make choices based on passion and opportunity. The other is shackled, every decision filtered through the lens of a monthly payment. This isn't just a financial difference, it's a psychological one. Welcome to the invisible prison of debt. In this chapter, we move beyond spreadsheets and interest rates to explore the deep, often irrational psychology of why we borrow. We will uncover the emotional hooks and cognitive biases that make debt one of the most powerful and insidious forces in our modern lives. It's a story not of numbers, but of the human mind. The primary gateway to debt is a fundamental feature of our own psychology, our deep-seated preference for immediate gratification. Our brains are hardwired to value a small reward now more than a much larger reward in the future. This is known as present bias. A lender offering a loan for a new car, a dream vacation, or the latest smartphone isn't just selling you a product. They are selling you the times present asterisk. They are offering a shortcut past the discipline of saving, the patience of waiting. The car isn't just a car. It's the feeling of success and freedom times tonight asterisk. The vacation isn't just a trip. It's immediate escape from the stress of your current life. This transaction feels like a win. You get what you want, and the cost, the future payments, feels distant, abstract. A problem for a future version of yourself to handle. That future self, however, is very real, and the freedom you borrowed from them must be paid back with interest. Every dollar spent on debt service is a dollar you cannot use to build your actual future, to invest, to save, or to take a risk on a new venture. Debt, therefore, is a trade. We swap the boundless potential of our future for the fleeting satisfaction of our present. This innate human tendency is not an undiscovered secret. It is the cornerstone of the multi-trillion-dollar consumer credit industry. Financial institutions have become masters at framing debt not as a liability, but as an asset, not as a risk, but as an opportunity. Listen to the language they use. They offer you a line of credit, not a loan. A line suggests something you can draw from. A resource, they offer financing solutions, not a payment plan that will cost you more. A solution implies it's solving a problem for you. The ubiquitous buy now, pay later schemes are perhaps the most brilliant psychological maneuver. They remove the immediate pain of purchase entirely, reframing a significant expense into small, manageable, almost trivial monthly bites. The marketing focuses on the benefit, what you get, while the cost is minimized, relegated to the fine print. They sell empowerment, get the life you deserve today. They sell convenience, just a tap away. They sell status. What they never advertise is the anxiety, the sleepless nights, or the feeling of being trapped when those small, manageable bites accumulate into a monster. that consumes a significant portion of your income. They have successfully positioned debt as a tool for modern living, as normal and necessary as electricity. And by doing so, they've obscured the reality that for many, it becomes a cage. Once the initial euphoria of the purchase fades, the true psychological cost of debt begins to surface. It manifests as a low-grade, constant stress, a background hum of anxiety that colors every financial decision. This isn't just a feeling. It has measurable cognitive effects. Psychologists refer to this as cognitive load. When a significant portion of your mental energy is devoted to worrying about payments, juggling bills, and calculating how to make ends meet, your capacity for other complex tasks, like long-term planning, creative problem-solving, and impulse control is significantly diminished. This creates a vicious cycle. The stress of being in debt makes you more likely to make poor financial decisions, perhaps by seeking a short-term dopamine hit from another purchase, or by taking on a high-interest consolidation loan out of desperation. Compounding this is the profound sense of shame. In a society that equates net worth with self-worth, being in debt can feel like a personal failure. It becomes a secret, something too embarrassing to discuss with friends or family. This isolation prevents people from seeking help and allows the problem to fester. The constant fear of judgment, of a declined card, or of a call from a collector, erodes self-esteem and can lead to serious mental health issues like depression and anxiety. The weight of debt isn't just on your balance sheet, it's on your soul. It is crucial, however, to introduce a nuance. Not all debt is psychologically destructive. We can broadly categorize debt into two types: good debt and bad debt. Good debt is typically used to purchase an asset that has the potential to grow in value or increase your earning capacity. The classic example is a sensible mortgage on a home, while technically a massive liability. The psychological experience is often positive. You are building equity, creating a stable environment, and investing in an asset that will likely appreciate over time. Each payment feels like a step forward, a form of forced savings. Similarly, a reasonable student loan to finance a degree that leads to a high-paying career can be seen as an investment in your own human capital. The psychological burden is offset by the clear, long-term benefit. Contrast this with bad debt, high-interest consumer debt used to fund a lifestyle or purchase depreciating assets. This includes credit card debt for dinners and clothes, personal loans for vacations, or financing for a brand new car that loses 20% of its value the moment you drive it off the lot. Here, the psychological experience is entirely different. Each payment feels punitive. It's a constant, painful reminder of a past decision, a purchase whose pleasure is long gone. It doesn't build equity or create future value. It simply services past consumption. This is the debt that creates the stress, the shame, and the feeling of running on a hamster wheel. It's not an investment. It's a tax on your past, levied against your future. Understanding the psychology of debt is the first and most critical step toward financial freedom. It's not about being better at math. It's about understanding your own mind. It's about recognizing the allure of immediate gratification and consciously choosing the long-term prize. It's about deconstructing the marketing messages that sell you a temporary feeling at the cost of your future autonomy. It's about shedding the shame, realizing that you are not alone, and understanding that the stress you feel is a feature, not a bug, of the system. By seeing debt for what it is, a trade of future freedom for present pleasure, wrapped in a masterful sales pitch, you can begin to reclaim your power, you can start making choices not from a place of stress and scarcity, but from a place of clarity and purpose, building a future that isn't owned by your past. Welcome to Chapter 44, The Psychology of Bubbles. In our journey through the lean startup methodology, we've focused intensely on metrics, feedback loops, and building a sustainable business on a foundation of validated learning. But startups do not exist in a vacuum. They exist within a broader market ecosystem, an ecosystem that is often prone to waves of collective belief and, sometimes, collective delusion. Understanding the psychology of financial bubbles isn't an academic exercise for an entrepreneur. It is a critical survival skill. Because when capital flows like a torrent, driven by hype instead of fundamentals, it can be just as dangerous to your startup as when it dries up completely. Let's travel back in time. The year is 1637. In the Netherlands, a single tulip bulb, the Semper Augustus's, is sold for the price of a grand Amsterdam house. Merchants, artisans, and servants liquidate their life savings to speculate on the future price of flowers. This was tulip mania, the archetypal bubble. Now, jump forward to the late 1992. The internet is new, exciting, and poised to change the world. Companies with no profits, sometimes no revenue, and often just a business plan scrawled on a napkin, are achieving billion-dollar valuations overnight. Metrics like profit were deemed relics of an old economy. The new gold was eyeballs, stickiness, and mindshare. This was the dot-com bubble. Though separated by centuries and technologies, the psychological machinery driving both events was identical. At the heart of every bubble lies a powerful, primal human emotion, the fear of missing out, or FOMO. It's the gnawing anxiety you feel when you see your friends, neighbors, and colleagues getting rich from an asset you don't own. It isn't simple greed. It is a social contagion, a fear of being left behind while everyone else boards a train to prosperity. The stories begin to circulate: a secretary who became a millionaire, a college student who bought a sports car with stock options. These stories act as rocket fuel for the bubble, transforming abstract financial charts into tangible tales of life-changing wealth. The pressure to participate becomes immense. Every instinct for caution is shouted down by the deafening roar of the crowd getting richer. This is where the second psychological pillar, social proof, comes into play. Humans are wired to look to others for cues on how to behave, especially in situations of uncertainty. When a new technology or asset class emerges, few of us are true experts. So, we look around. We see seemingly intelligent people, investors, analysts, tech visionaries, all piling in. We read headlines that reinforce the excitement. The logic becomes deceptively simple. They can't all be wrong. Can they? This is a form of intellectual outsourcing. We substitute the judgment of the crowd for our own critical analysis. The act of buying is no longer an investment decision. It's an act of social conformity. Rational individuals, who would normally scrutinize a balance sheet, find themselves caught in a tide of irrational exuberance, comforted by the fact that everyone else is swimming with them. Fueling this entire process is the third critical element, a compelling new era narrative. Every major bubble is built on a story, a grand vision that justifies abandoning old rules of valuation. The story always proclaims, "This time is different." For tulip mania, the narrative was about a new form of conspicuous wealth and status. For the dot-com bubble, the story was that the internet was fundamentally rewiring the global economy. making traditional profit metrics obsolete. For a modern startup bubble, the narrative might be about artificial intelligence, the blockchain, or genetic engineering technologies so transformative that valuing companies based on current cash flow is portrayed as naive and short-sighted. This narrative is essential because it provides the intellectual justification for the suspension of disbelief. It allows participants to feel like savvy pioneers of the future, rather than mere speculators in a mania. Recognizing that you might be in a bubble is notoriously difficult from the inside. The social pressure and captivating narrative create a powerful reality distortion field. However, there are timeless warning signs that every entrepreneur and investor should be aware of. First, listen for the phrase, "This time is different." When you hear experts justifying astronomical valuations by dismissing centuries of financial history and fundamental principles, a red flag should go up. This phrase is the unofficial motto of every bubble in history. Second, watch for the democratization of expertise. When your taxi driver, your barista, and your uncle are giving you hot stock tips on companies in a sector they barely understand, it's a sign that speculation has replaced investment. When financial speculation becomes a national pastime, the end is often near. Third, scrutinize the metrics. Are valuations based on solid, verifiable traction like revenue and profit? Or are they based on fuzzy, forward-looking vanity metrics like total addressable market or user engagement? Bubbles thrive on metrics that are easy to inflate and hard to disprove. A company being celebrated for its vision while burning through cash with no viable business model is a classic symptom. Finally, and most importantly, is the shift in risk perception. Pay attention to the dominant emotion in the market. Is it a calculated assessment of risk and reward? Or is it a frantic, desperate fear of missing out? When the fear of missing out on potential gains becomes greater than the fear of losing your entire investment, the market has entered a state of mania. The lean startup methodology provides a powerful antidote to this bubble psychology. It forces us to stay grounded. Instead of being seduced by a grand narrative, we are commanded to test our hypotheses with real customers. Instead of focusing on vanity metrics, we are disciplined to track actionable metrics that are directly tied to a sustainable business model. The build, measure, learn feedback loop is not just a product development tool. It is a sanity check. It anchors us in the reality of what customers want and what they will pay for, shielding us from the intoxicating fantasies of speculative manias. Building a great company is a marathon, not a sprint fueled by cheap capital and hype. By staying lean, focusing on validated learning, and maintaining a relentless focus on creating long-term value, you can navigate the booms and busts of the market and build a business that endures. It begins not with a thunderous crash, but with a quiet flicker on a screen, a flicker of red in a sea of green you've grown accustomed to. At first, you dismiss it. Markets fluctuate. It's the cost of doing business, the price of admission, but the flicker doesn't stop. It grows. The single red stock becomes a column of red. The column becomes a page. You refresh the screen, a nerve-use habit, hoping for a glitch to be corrected. But the numbers only dig deeper, carving out value that took you years to build. Suddenly, these are no longer abstract figures on a screen. This is the down payment you saved for. Skipping vacations and working weekends. This is your child's college fund. The promise of a future without crushing debt. This is the comfortable retirement you envisioned. The reward for a lifetime of discipline. And in a matter of hours, it feels like it's all turning to smoke. A cold knot forms in your stomach. Your heart rate quickens. A frantic drumbeat against your ribs. You feel a disparity. Primal urge to do times something asterisk. To stop the bleeding. The most obvious action. The one screaming at you from the deepest, most ancient part of your brain is to sell, get out, run. And the most terrifying part, you are not alone in this feeling. Millions of others are staring at their own screens, feeling that same cold knot, hearing that same frantic drumbeat. This is the psychology of a panic. It is fear made contagious. You turn on the news, and grim-faced analysts are using words like capitulation, bloodbath, and freefall. Your phone buzzes with alerts, each one a fresh wave of nausea. The digital world becomes an echo chamber of terror, amplifying your worst fears and confirming your instinct to flee. The herd is moving. It's stampeding for a single, narrow exit. And you feel the immense, suffocating pressure to join them. The pain of seeing your life savings evaporate is immense. A visceral, physical ache. Every tick downwards is another twist of the knife. A reminder of the wealth you had just yesterday, just an hour ago. The thought process becomes a frantic loop. If I sell now, I can at least save what's left. If I wait, it could all go to zero. Everyone else is selling. They must know something I don't. I have to get out. This is the siren song of the market bottom. The moment of maximum financial opportunity, disguised as the moment of maximum risk. Why does this happen? Why are we, as supposedly rational beings, so susceptible to this self-destructive cycle? The answer lies in our evolutionary wiring. Our brains are not designed for modern financial markets. They are designed for survival on the savannah. We are wired to make pro-cyclical decisions. When the tribe found a berry bush laden with fruit, a bull market, the instinct was to gorge. When a predator was spotted, a bear market, the instinct was to run with the herd. Immediately, and without question, hesitation meant death. This ancient software still runs on our modern hardware, leading to two critical cognitive biases that fuel panics. First, there is loss aversion. Pioneering work by psychologists Daniel Kahneman and Amos Tversky showed that the pain of a loss is psychologically about twice as powerful as the pleasure of an equivalent gain. Losing $1,000 hurts far more than gaining $1,000. Feels good. During a market crash, your brain isn't calculating long-term probabilities. It's screaming to make the pain stop. And the only way to definitively stop the pain of watching your portfolio shrink is to sell, to convert the flashing red numbers back into the perceived safety of cash. It's an emotional anesthetic, but one with devastating financial side effects. Second is the recency bias. Our tendency to give greater importance to recent events. When the market has been falling for days or weeks, our brains begin to extrapolate that trend into the future indefinitely. We forget the decades of data showing that every crash in history has been followed by an eventual recovery. In that moment of panic, the only reality is the downward spiral. We project today's pain onto all of our tomorrows, convincing ourselves that this time is different. This combination of loss aversion and recency bias is the perfect recipe for buying high, fueled by the FOMO of a rising market, and selling low, driven by the terror of a falling one. So, how do we fight back against our own instincts? How do we stand still when every fiber of our being is screaming at us to run? The solution is not to be smarter or to have more information. It is to have a better system, a behavioral framework designed by your calm, rational self to protect you from your panicked Emotional self. The time to prepare for a storm is not in the middle of a hurricane, but on a clear, sunny day. First, and most critically, you must have a plan. A written investment policy statement. This document, created when you are thinking clearly, outlines your financial goals, your time horizon, your risk tolerance, and, crucially, what you will do under specific market conditions. For example, if the market drops by 20%, I will rebalance my portfolio by selling bonds and buying stocks to return to my target allocation. When the panic hits, you don't need to think. You don't need to consult grim-faced experts on TV. You simply need to consult your plan and execute it. It is a pre-commitment to rational behavior. Second, embrace automation as your greatest defense against emotional folly. Set up automatic, recurring investments into your chosen funds every single month. A strategy known as dollar cost averaging. This simple act is profoundly powerful. It forces you to buy shares regardless of the market's mood. When prices are high, your fixed dollar amount buys fewer shares. When prices crash and everyone else is panicking, your automatic investment becomes a stroke of genius, buying up many more shares at a deep discount. It removes your emotional, infallible hands from the wheel and puts your long-term plan on autopilot. Finally, control your environment. During a panic, the financial media is not your friend. It is an engine designed to monetize your fear. Turn it off. Stop checking your portfolio every 5 minutes. Constantly exposing yourself to negative stimuli is like pouring gasoline on the fire of your anxiety. Instead, create distance. Zoom out. Look at a 20-year chart of the market, not a 20-minute one. Remind yourself that market crashes are not anomalies. They are a regular, painful, but ultimately temporary feature of long-term investing. The path to wealth is not paved with perfectly timed trades, but with a quiet endurance of surviving the panics that are an inevitable part of the journey. Welcome to Chapter 46, The Psychology of Simplicity. In our relentless pursuit of growth and optimization, we often equate complexity with sophistication. We believe that a more intricate plan, a more detailed strategy, must inherently be a better one. In the world of finance, this belief is amplified 100-fold. The landscape is filled with complex derivatives, esoteric hedge fund strategies, and algorithms so convoluted they seem to possess a mind of their own. The siren song of complexity whispers that with just one more layer of analysis, one more exotic asset class, we can unlock market-beating returns and secure our financial future. But what if this is a dangerous illusion? What if the path to robust, long-term wealth isn't paved with complexity, but with profound, deliberate simplicity? In this chapter, we will dismantle the myth of complexity and make the case that a simple, good enough financial strategy often triumphs over a complex, optimized one, precisely because it is more resilient to the single greatest threat to any portfolio: human error. Let's begin by examining two distinct approaches through the lens of two hypothetical investors. First, we have Jane. Jane follows a strategy often lauded by proponents of passive investing, the three-fund portfolio. Her entire investment world consists of three broad, low-cost index funds, one tracking the total U.S. stock market, one tracking the total international stock market, and one tracking the total U.S. bond market. She decided on her allocation, say, 60% stocks, 40% bonds, split between U.S. and international, and set up automatic monthly contributions. Once a year, she spends about 30 minutes rebalancing her portfolio if its allocations have drifted too far from her target. Her total time commitment is a few hours a year. Her costs are minimal, often less than 0.1%. Her strategy is, by all accounts, boring. Now, consider John. John believes simplicity is for the uninformed. He sees himself as a sophisticated market operator. His portfolio is a complex tapestry woven from dozens of threads. He holds individual stocks he's researched, sector-specific ETFs, a small allocation to a friend's private equity venture, some commodities, and a slice in a high-fee, market-neutral hedge fund that promises returns in any environment. He spends hours each week reading analyst reports, watching financial news, and tweaking his positions. He's constantly looking for the next big thing, the next informational edge. His strategy feels dynamic, intelligent, and, most importantly, in control. For a while, John's complexity pays off. He catches a tech stock on its way up. His commodity bet surges. He feels a rush of validation. He is outsmarting the market. Jane, meanwhile, just plods along. Her portfolio rises and falls with the market's tide. She experiences no exhilarating wins, only the slow, steady process of compounding. But over a decade, a different story emerges. John's private equity venture underperforms. The hedge fund doesn't deliver on its promise, all while charging him a hefty 2% management fee and 20% of profits. He mistimes the market, selling during a panic and buying back in after the recovery was already underway. The sheer number of moving parts in his portfolio created countless opportunities for error. Each decision point was a potential pitfall, a chance for fear or greed to take the wheel. Jane, on the other hand, made almost no decisions. Her simple, automated strategy protected her from herself. She bought consistently, whether the market was up or down. Her low costs meant more of her money stayed invested and working for her. At the end of 10 years, despite all of John's effort and supposed sophistication, Jane's simple portfolio has not only matched but likely outperformed his complex one. She decided on her allocation, say, 60% stocks, 40% bonds, split between U.S. and international, and set up automatic monthly contributions. Once a year, she spends about 30 minutes rebalancing her portfolio if its allocations have drifted too far from her target. Her total time commitment is a few hours a year. Her costs are minimal, often less than 0.1%. Her strategy is, by all accounts, boring. Now, consider John. John believes simplicity is for the uninformed. It makes us feel like we have special knowledge, an inside track that the masses, like Jane, are missing. The financial industry is built on monetizing this feeling. It sells products wrapped in jargon and complexity, not because they are better, but because they are easier to sell at a high price. A simple index fund is a commodity. A global macro quantitative easing arbitrage fund sounds like a ticket to financial genius. The problem is that this perceived control is an illusion. The market is a complex adaptive system with millions of participants. The idea that one person can consistently outwit this system through a more complex personal strategy is the height of hubris. The complexity doesn't give you more control over the outcome. It just gives you more ways to fail. This brings us to the paradox of skill. a concept popularized by Michael Mauboussin. The paradox states that as the skill level of competitors in a given field increases, the impact of that skill on the outcome decreases, and the role of luck becomes more pronounced. Think of professional sports. The difference in skill between the world's #1 tennis player and the number 10 is minuscule. On any given day, a lucky break or a momentary lapse can decide the match. Investing has become the ultimate example of this paradox. A few decades ago, a diligent investor could find undervalued companies through rigorous analysis. Today, you are competing against armies of PhDs from MIT and Caltech, armed with supercomputers and instantaneous global information. Everyone is highly skilled. The result is that it is exceptionally difficult for anyone, even professional fund managers, to maintain a consistent edge. When skill is ubiquitous, the game changes. It's no longer about making brilliant offensive moves. It's about defense. It's about making the fewest mistakes. As legendary investor Charles Ellis wrote, investing has become a loser's game. The winner is not the player who hits the most winners, but the one who commits the fewest unforced errors. This is where simplicity shines. A simple, rules-based strategy, like Jane's 3-fund portfolio, is designed from the ground up to minimize error. It removes the temptation to time the market. It eliminates the risk of picking the wrong individual stock. It automates discipline through regular contributions. It minimizes costs, which is one of the few variables an investor can actually control. John's complex strategy, in contrast, is a field of landmines for unforced errors. Every decision is a chance to let emotion override logic. His high costs are a permanent, self-inflicted handicap. In a world defined by the paradox of skill, the most reliable way to win is to design a system that prevents you from losing, and that system, almost by definition, must be simple. This leads us to our final, overarching conclusion: simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. It is not a sign of ignorance, but a mark of profound understanding. It reflects an awareness of the market's nature and, more crucially, an awareness of our own human limitations. To embrace a simple strategy is to acknowledge that our predictive powers are weak, that our emotions are unreliable, and that our time is better spent on things we can control. It is the humility to accept that we are unlikely to be the next Warren Buffett, and the wisdom to know that we don't need to be. A well-designed simple portfolio works not because it is clever, but because it is robust. It is built to withstand market turmoil and, more importantly, our own irrational impulses. It harnesses the broad power of capitalism through diversification and lets the magic of compounding do the heavy lifting over time. It is a quiet, steady, and disciplined path, a stark contrast to the chaotic, ego-driven chase for complexity. The next time you are tempted by a complex investment product or a strategy that promises to outsmart everyone else, remember the psychology of simplicity. Ask yourself, is this adding genuine value? Or is it just adding moving parts, costs, and opportunities for me to make a mistake? In investing, as in many areas of life, the most sophisticated solution is often the one that strips away the non-essential and focuses with unwavering clarity on what truly matters. In our journey through the lean startup methodology, we've explored concepts forged in the fast-paced world of software development and technology. We've talked about MVPs, pivots, and validated learning. But one of the most powerful case studies for these principles comes not from Silicon Valley, but from the heart of Wall Street. It's a story about an idea so simple so profoundly reasonable that it was initially mocked and dismissed as heresy. This is the story of the index fund, an invention that embodies the lean principles of humility, patience, and the revolutionary power of being good enough. To understand the magnitude of this revolution, we must first picture the world of investing before its arrival. For decades, the financial industry was built upon a myth, the myth of the genius stock picker. The prevailing wisdom was that investing was a complex game, best left to highly paid, brilliant active managers who, through superior intellect, secret information, and sophisticated analysis, could consistently beat the market. They were the heroes of the financial narrative, navigating the treacherous waters of Wall Street to deliver superior returns for their clients. This service, of course, came at a steep price. High management fees, trading costs, and other hidden expenses were considered the necessary cost of accessing this elite expertise. The entire industry was a complex machine designed to convince the average person that they couldn't possibly succeed on their own. They needed an expensive guide. The promise was always outperformance, but the reality was often just high fees. Into this world of confident experts stepped John C. Bogle. Bogle was not an outsider. He was an industry veteran, deeply embedded in the world of mutual funds. His journey began with his senior thesis at Princeton University in 1951. In it, he conducted a study that led him to a simple but earth-shattering conclusion: most actively managed mutual funds were not worth their fees. After subtracting their substantial costs, the vast majority of these funds failed to outperform the unmanaged, broad market averages, like the S&P 500 index. He discovered that the relentless pursuit of beating the market was a loser's game, where the friction of fees and trading costs consumed any potential advantage. This idea festered for years. It was a direct assault on the very foundation of the active management industry. He was essentially saying that the so-called experts were in aggregate, adding little to no value for their clients, and in fact, were extracting immense value for themselves. In 1975, after a tumultuous career in the fund industry, Bogle founded the Vanguard Group with a radical mission to put the investor first. A year later, in 1976, he launched his great experiment, the first index investment trust, now known as the Vanguard 500 Index Fund. The concept was disarmingly simple. Instead of hiring expensive managers to try and pick winning stocks, the fund would do nothing of the sort. It would simply buy and hold all the stocks in the S&P 500 index, in the exact same proportions as the index itself. Its goal was not to be the best, not to beat the market, but to times the market. It promised to deliver the market's return, minus a tiny, almost negligible fee. It was the ultimate minimum viable product. It had one feature: own the market cheaply. There were no star managers, no complex strategies, just a simple, automated, and incredibly low-cost approach to investing. The reaction from the financial establishment was not just skeptical. It was openly hostile and derisive. They couldn't believe anyone would willingly sign up for guaranteed mediocrity. The fund was mockingly nicknamed Bogle's Folly. A poster from a rival firm famously depicted Uncle Sam urging people not to settle for being average, calling the idea un-American. The initial public offering was a spectacular failure, raising only $11 million, a tiny fraction of the $150 million target. The professional gatekeepers of finance declared the idea dead on arrival. Why? They argued, would anyone pay for average returns when they could pay for a chance at excellence? They fundamentally missed the point Bogle had discovered in his thesis 2 decades earlier. The promise of excellence was an illusion. But the certainty of high costs was real. For Bogle, accepting the market's average return was not a sign of failure, but an act of profound wisdom and humility. Decades passed, and Bogle's folly began its slow, quiet, and inevitable triumph. The proof was not in a charismatic pitch or a complex algorithm, but in the cold, hard data, relentlessly accumulating year after year, study after study. Most notably, the regular SPIVA S&P indices versus active reports confirmed Bogle's original thesis with brutal clarity. Over any significant long-term period, 10, 15, or 20 years, more than 90% of U.S. large-cap active fund managers failed to beat their benchmark index, the S&P 500. The data proved that the geniuses stock pickers were not geniuses in aggregate. The simple, low-cost, average index fund was consistently delivering superior results to the vast majority of its expensive, actively managed competitors. The validated learning was complete and irrefutable. The hypothesis had been proven on the largest possible scale over an entire generation. This is where the story of the index fund becomes a masterclass in the principles of the lean startup. First, it is the ultimate MVP. It launched with the absolute minimum set of features necessary to solve a core problem, providing market returns at a low cost. It didn't try to be everything to everyone. It was good enough, and that turned out to be revolutionary. Second, its philosophy is rooted in intellectual humility. It acknowledges the overwhelming difficulty of predicting the future and the hubris of believing one can consistently outsmart millions of other market participants. It replaces the arrogance of the expert with the wisdom of the crowd. Third, its success is a testament to validated learning. Bogle had a hypothesis based on data. He built a product to test it. And over 40 years of market data have validated that initial hypothesis beyond any doubt. Finally, the index fund is the financial embodiment of patience and long-term optimism. It is not a tool for short-term speculation. It is a commitment to participate in the long-term growth of the economy, a belief that over time, human ingenuity and progress will create value. This aligns perfectly with the lean startup's focus on building a sustainable, long-term business, not just chasing short-term metrics. In the end, the tale of the index fund teaches us a profound lesson that extends far beyond finance. It demonstrates that the most disruptive innovations are often not the most complex but the most radically simple. John Bogle didn't invent a more sophisticated way to pick stocks. He questioned the very premise of the game itself. He built a solution based on a simple truth that the entire industry had chosen to ignore. The index fund's victory is a victory for evidence over ego, for simplicity over complexity, and for the patient, humble, long-term builder over the flashy, short-term speculator. It is a perfect, enduring case study in how a lean, good enough idea can quietly change the world. Chapter 48. The Psychology of Patience. We live in an age of the instantaneous, a world engineered to eliminate waiting. We summon cars with a tap, binge entire seasons of television in a weekend, and receive news the moment it breaks. Our digital culture has become a relentless engine of immediacy, conditioning our brains to crave and expect instant gratification. This constant stimulation has had a profound and often corrosive effect on one of humanity's most underrated virtues: patience. We have been trained to see patience not as a strength, but as a friction, an inefficiency to be optimized away. In the world of finance and investing, this erosion of patience is not just a cultural curiosity. It is a multi-trillion-dollar liability. The constant ticker tape, the 24/7 news cycle, and the gamified trading apps all conspire to shorten our focus, turning investing from a long-term discipline into a short-term gamble. We check our portfolios daily, sometimes hourly, riding the emotional roller coaster of every minor fluctuation. We feel the sting of a small loss with an intensity that far outweighs the pleasure of an equivalent gain. This behavior, driven by an engineered impatience, is the primary reason why so many fail to build meaningful wealth. But here lies the profound paradox in a world where everyone is sprinting. The greatest strategic advantage is to stand still. The structural weaknesses of the professional financial world create a unique opportunity for the individual. Think about the professional fund manager. They are shackled by what is known as career risk. They operate under immense pressure to deliver short-term results, typically measured on a quarterly basis. An underperforming quarter can lead to client withdrawals. A few bad quarters can end a career. They must answer to committees, justify every decision, and avoid looking foolish in the short term, even if it means sacrificing optimal long-term outcomes. Their time horizon, despite their expertise and resources, is tragically short. The small investor, on the other hand, operates under none of these constraints. Your time horizon is the one competitive advantage that the professionals can never take from you. You have no quarterly report to file, no anxious clients to placate. Your only boss is your future self. You have the freedom to be truly long-term, to let a brilliant business execute its strategy over 5, 10, or even 20 years. This is not a small edge. It is the entire game. Your ability to patiently wait is a superpower in a market full of professionals who are structurally incapable of doing so. The process is best understood through the metaphor of planting a tree. The initial work is crucial and active. You must do your research, find a healthy sapling, a quality company, analyze the soil and sunlight, the industry and economic environment, and dig a proper hole, determine a fair valuation. This is the difficult, intellectual labor of investing. But once the tree is planted, the nature of your work changes entirely. You do not unearth the sapling each morning to see if the roots have grown. You do not tug on its leaves to accelerate its journey to the sky. To do so would be to kill it. Instead, your job is to practice active patience. You water it when necessary, periodically review your thesis. You protect it from pests, ignore market noise and fear-mongering, and you let the fundamental forces of nature, sun, water, and time do their work. The growth of a tree, like the growth of a great business, is a process that is powerful but slow, and it cannot be rushed. Patience is the ingredient that unlocks the three most powerful forces in wealth creation. First, it allows the magic of compounding to work. Compounding is a quiet force. It starts as a whisper and grows into a roar. But only if you give it the silence of time to gather strength. Every time you sell a stock out of impatience or fear, you interrupt that process. You force the tree to start growing all over again from a sapling. Patiently holding a wonderful business for decades allows earnings to be reinvested and grow upon themselves, creating an exponential curve that is impossible to achieve through frantic trading. Second, patience is the ultimate defense against behavioral errors. Impatience is the fuel for almost every great investment mistake. It is the fear of missing out FOMO that compels you to buy an asset at its peak. It is the panic that forces you to sell at the bottom of a crash. The market will scream at you, tempt you, and terrify you. Patience is the act of putting in your earplugs and listening instead to the quiet logic of your original research. It creates a space between stimulus and response, allowing you to act on your plan rather than react to the market's mood swings. Finally, patience allows you to outlast the impatient. The market is often described as a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. Financial markets are a grand arena. And in every crisis, every bubble, and every crash, the impatient are flushed out. They sell their wonderful businesses at bargain prices because they cannot bear the short-term emotional pain. The patient investor, who understands that volatility is the price of admission for long-term returns, not only survives these episodes, but can even thrive, using the panic of others as an opportunity. Patience, then, is not the passive act of waiting for something to happen. It is the active and disciplined refusal to let the short-term noise of the world distract you from your long-term goals. It is the strategic decision to play a game that you can win, a game measured in decades, not days. In a world obsessed with speed, learning to be patient is learning to be powerful. Welcome back. In today's chapter, we step away from balance sheets and market analyses to explore a far more fundamental force shaping our financial destiny: a simple marshmallow. Picture a small room at Stanford University in the late 1960 seconds. A child, no older than 5, sits at a table. In front of them is a single, fluffy marshmallow. A researcher makes a simple proposition. You can eat this one marshmallow right now. But if you can wait for 15 minutes while I leave the room, you can have 2 marshmallows when I return. Then, the researcher leaves. What follows is a fascinating, and often comical, display of human willpower. Some children gobble up the treat the second the door closes. Others stare at it, poke it, sniff it, even hide under the table to resist its allure. This was the famous Stanford marshmallow experiment, a groundbreaking study in delayed gratification. Its findings, however, were anything but childlike. Years later, the researchers followed up with the participants. The results were startling. The children who had managed to wait for the second marshmallow, the ones who delayed their gratification, tended to have better life outcomes across the board. They had higher SAT scores, lower levels of substance abuse, better stress responses, and were more likely to be in a healthy weight range. The ability to wait for a bigger reward was a powerful predictor of future success. And this, right here, is the core of our discussion today. Because every single day, you and I are sitting in that room. The researcher is gone. And on the table sits a marshmallow, except our marshmallow might be a new smartphone, a designer handbag, an expensive meal out, or that impulse buy that pops up in our social media feed. Our entire financial life is one long, continuous marshmallow test. The one marshmallow now is the instant thrill of consumption. It's the dopamine hit of clicking buy now. It's the short-term pleasure of having something new. And it's incredibly tempting. The 2 marshmallows later is the silent, almost invisible power of saving and investing. It's the money you don't spend on that fleeting want, but instead put to work for your future self. It's the magic of compound interest. where your money starts earning money. And that money earns even more money. Let's make this concrete. That daily $5 specialty coffee that's one marshmallow. It feels good now. But if you invested that $5 every day, over 30 years, with an average market return, you could have over $100. Ling, ling, ling. That's not two marshmallows. That's a whole factory. The $1, 000 you spend on the latest phone for a minor upgrade. One marshmallow. That same $1, 000 invested, could become over $7. 600 inches, 20 years. The choice seems obvious when laid out like this. So why is it so hard? Why do we so often choose the first marshmallow? The answer is that we are not living in the quiet room at Stanford. We are living inside a multi-trillion-dollar marketing machine, meticulously designed to make us fail the test. This machine is engineered to destroy your ability to delay gratification. Think about it. Frictionless purchasing systems like Amazon's one-click buy or Apple Pay remove the pause between desire and acquisition. There's no time to think. Buy now. Pay later services create the illusion that you can have the reward now, with no immediate consequence. Social media platforms are a constant parade of what others have, triggering a powerful fear of missing out. Or FOMO. Algorithms track your every move, learning your deepest desires and weaknesses, only to present you with the perfect temptation when your willpower is at its lowest. Every ad, every influencer post, every limited time offer is a researcher leaning in and whispering, "Just eat the marshmallow. It's right there. You deserve it now." This constant bombardment rewires our brain, training it to seek immediate rewards and devalue future outcomes. But here is the crucial takeaway. Your ability to delay gratification is not a fixed trait you were born with. It is a muscle. And like any muscle, it can be strengthened with practice. So, how do we build this financial willpower? First, reintroduce friction. The marketers want to make spending effortless. Your job is to make it deliberate. Delete your saved credit card information from websites. Unsubscribe from marketing emails that tempt you. Institute a mandatory waiting period for any non-essential purchase over a certain amount. Say $50. Call it the 30-day rule. If you still want it after 30 days, then you can consider it. You'll be amazed how many must-have items become don't-need items after a few weeks. Second, make the future reward tangible and exciting. It's hard to save for an abstract concept like retirement. It's much easier to save for something you can vividly imagine. Create a vision board of what financial freedom looks like to you. Is it a home by the beach, traveling the world, leaving a legacy for your family? Name your savings accounts after your goals: Fiji Vacation Fund or Mortgage Freedom Account. By making the two marshmallows more concrete and emotionally appealing, you give yourself a powerful reason to wait. Third, and this is perhaps the most effective strategy of all, automate your success. The single best way to pass the marshmallow test is to take the decision out of your hands altogether. Set up automatic transfers from your checking account to your savings and investment accounts for the day you get paid. This is the principle of paying yourself first. Before you have a chance to spend that money on the first marshmallow, it's already whisked away to work on building your second, third, and fourth. Automation bypasses the need for moment-to-moment willpower, putting your long-term goals on autopilot. Finally, practice with small wins. Start by identifying one small, recurring expense you can cut, like a subscription you don't use, or that daily coffee. Then, consciously transfer the money you save into a dedicated savings account. Watching that balance grow, even by a few dollars a day, provides a positive feedback loop. It proves to you that you are in control and that delaying gratification has a visible reward. This builds the confidence and momentum you need to tackle bigger financial challenges. The marshmallow test is not just an old psychology experiment. It is the central battleground of personal finance in the 21st century. The world will always offer you one marshmallow now. It will be shiny, delicious, and easy to grab. But wealth, freedom, and true security are not built on a foundation of instant gratification. They are the second marshmallow. They are the reward for patience, for discipline, and for understanding that the best things in life are worth waiting for. We have arrived at the final chapter, the culmination of our journey through the intricate, often paradoxical world of money. For dozens of chapters, we've explored data, anecdotes, strategies, and the quirks of human psychology. Now, it is time to distill it all, to forge a single, unified theory. This is the mindset that underpins everything, the philosophical anchor in the turbulent sea of personal finance. If you take only one lesson from our time together, let it be the core idea we've revisited time and again when it comes to money. How you behave is infinitely more important than what you know. You can memorize every financial formula, read every annual report, and build the most sophisticated forecasting models. But if you lose your cool in a panic, or let greed blind you to obvious risks, you are destined to fail. Conversely, an individual with a basic understanding of finance save more than you spend. Invest in a diversified portfolio can achieve spectacular results if they simply master their own behavior. Financial success is not a hard science. It's a soft skill. It's less about the numbers on the page and more about the narrative in your head. It's about managing fear, curbing envy, and understanding that the gap between what you know and what you do can be a chasm wide enough to swallow a fortune. This is the bedrock of our unified theory. Your behavior is the most powerful lever you have to build wealth. And that behavior is governed by a small handful of timeless virtues. The first and most critical of these is humility. Humility in finance is the profound understanding that the world is overwhelmingly complex and that the future is fundamentally unknowable. It's recognizing the enormous role that luck, chance, and unforeseen risks play in every outcome. The most brilliant investment thesis can be shattered by a random global event. A can't-miss stock can be brought to its knees by a scandal you never saw coming. Humility, therefore, isn't about pessimism. It's about realism. It protects you from the single greatest point of failure: overconfidence. It compels you to build a margin of safety, to save more than you think you'll need because unforeseen expenses are a certainty. It pushes you to diversify, not because you know which asset will perform best, but precisely because you don't. Humility is the voice that whispers, "What if I'm wrong?" and prepares you for that possibility. It is the foundation upon which resilient wealth is built. The second pillar of our theory is patience. If humility is the shield, patience is the engine of wealth creation. It is the virtue that allows the most powerful force in the universe, compounding, to work its magic. Compounding is not intuitive. Our brains are wired for linear thinking, for immediate cause and effect, but the returns from compounding are exponential. They are quiet and unnoticeable for years, even décades, and then they explode with a force that is difficult to comprehend. To harness this power, you must give it the one ingredient: it cannot function without time. This requires an almost supernatural level of patience. It means resisting the urge to chase the hot new trend that promises quick riches. It means not pulling your money out during a terrifying market crash, thereby interrupting the compounding process. It means accepting that true wealth is not built in days or weeks, but over a lifetime of consistent, disciplined investment. Patience is the art of doing nothing, when every fiber of your being is screaming at you to do something. It is the quiet confidence to let time do the heavy lifting. The third and final virtue, the one that binds the others together, is discipline. If humility is your strategic plan and patience is your long-term goal, discipline is the daily execution. It is the bridge between your intentions and your actions. Humility in finance is the profound understanding that the world is overwhelmingly complex and that the future is fundamentally unknowable. It's recognizing the enormous role that luck, chance, and unforeseen risks play in every outcome. The most brilliant investment thesis can be shattered by a random global event. A can't-miss stock can be brought to its knees by a scandal you never saw coming. Humility, therefore, isn't about pessimism. It's about realism. It is the mundane, unglamorous, repetitive work that builds extraordinary results. Humility, patience, and discipline, these are not complex financial instruments. They are character traits, accessible to everyone, that form an unbreakable psychological framework, and they all serve one ultimate purpose. The true goal of this entire endeavor, using money to live a better life. But what does a better life mean? It is not about owning more stuff. It is not a bigger house, a faster car, or more luxurious vacations. Though those things can be nice. The highest form of wealth, the ultimate dividend that money can pay, is control over your time. It is the freedom to wake up in the morning and say, I can do whatever I want today. It's the ability to choose work that you find meaningful, not just work that pays the bills. It is the flexibility to spend unstructured time with your loved ones. It is the peace of mind that comes from knowing you have enough to weather any storm, to handle an unexpected medical bill or job loss without spiraling into crisis. This freedom, this autonomy, is the real return on your savings and investments. The money itself is just a tool, a means to an end. The end is a life lived on your own terms. And this brings us to the most empowering message of all. This unified theory of money, this mindset built on behavior, humility, patience, and discipline, all in service of a life of freedom, is universally accessible. It does not require a 7-figure income. It does not require a prestigious degree or an encyclopedic knowledge of the markets. A person with a modest salary who saves 20% of their income has more power over their future than a high-earning executive who spends every dollar they make. The janitor who patiently invested small sums for decades can end up wealthier than the hedge fund manager who took on too much risk and was wiped out. Your success is not defined by how much you earn, but by your savings rate. It's not defined by your IQ, but by your temperament. You have control over this. You can start today, right now, by deciding to value your future freedom more than your present desires. You can cultivate humility by acknowledging what you don't know. You can practice patience by focusing on the long term. You can build discipline by automating one small, positive financial habit. The path to financial well-being is not a secret. It is a mindset. It is yours to adopt, to cultivate, and to master. Your financial life is not a lottery ticket. It is a garden. And the seeds you plant today, tended with this unified mindset, will grow to provide the shade and fruit of a free and independent life for years to come. Listening and learning is the first step, but true change comes from action. That's why we've created a simple, 7-day kickstart plan to help you immediately apply the powerful lessons from The Psychology of Money. This isn't about overhauling your entire life overnight. It's about taking small, deliberate steps that build powerful momentum. Are you ready? Let's begin. For the first 2 days, your task is to define your enough. The goalposts of wealth are always moving. If you don't define what's enough for you, you'll be running a race with no finish line. So, take out a pen and paper, or open a new document. I want you to answer this question. What does a truly rich life look like for you? Forget about what society tells you. Forget the Lamborghinis and mansions. Unless that's genuinely your goal, focus instead on autonomy. What does it mean to have complete control over your time? Describe a perfect Tuesday. Where are you? Who are you with? What are you doing? What level of income or savings would allow you to live that day? Every day. Without financial stress, don't focus on a giant number. Focus on the feeling of freedom and the activities that bring you joy. This is your personal definition of wealth. Write it down. Be specific. And keep it somewhere you can see it. Now that you have a destination, let's build the tracks to get there. For days 3 and 4, your task is to automate one thing. The single most powerful force in building wealth is consistency. And the easiest way to be consistent is to make it automatic. Your mission is simple. Log into your bank account and set up a recurring automatic transfer to a separate savings or investment account. The amount does not matter right now. It could be $50, $10, or even just $1. We are not trying to get rich this week. We are building the muscle, the habit of paying yourself first. The goal is to prove to yourself that it can be done, to remove the friction of making a manual decision every payday. This small, automated step is a vote for your future self. Sit it, forget it, and let consistency do the heavy lifting. On day 5, we address a critical concept, the margin of safety. Wealth isn't just about growth. It's about resilience. It's about being able to survive the inevitable surprises life throws at you. Your task today is to conduct a margin of safety audit. You're looking for a single point of failure in your financial life. This is the one thing that, if it went wrong, could cause a cascade of problems. For many, it's having no emergency fund. For others, it might be having all your investments tied up in one company's stock or relying on a single source of income in a volatile industry. Identify just one. Once you've found it, your only job is to create a simple, one-page plan to address it. If it's the emergency fund, the plan might be, I will direct my new automatic transfer to a high-yield savings account until I have 1 month of expenses saved. You don't have to solve it today, but you must make a concrete plan to start building your buffer. For our final 2 days, we're going to dig a little deeper. Your task is to write your money story. Your relationship with money today is not a spreadsheet, it's a story. Written over years, by your experiences, your family, your culture, and the era you grew up in. Open that journal or document again. Start by writing down your earliest memories of money. Was it a coin from a grandparent? Listening to your parents discuss bills at the kitchen table? The feeling of wanting a toy you couldn't afford? Write down what you were taught about money, both directly and indirectly. Was it a source of stress or security? A tool for freedom or a corrupting influence? The purpose here is not to judge your past or your parents. It's simply to acknowledge the invisible scripts that guide your decisions today. By understanding where your financial beliefs came from, You gain the power to decide which ones you want to keep and which ones no longer serve you. And that's it. 7 days. 4 simple actions. You've defined your goal, automated your progress, identified a weakness, and understood your own psychology. This is the foundation. Keep building on it, and you'll turn the wisdom of this book into your own reality. We have journeyed through hundreds of minutes of analysis, strategies, and stories. But if you were to forget everything else, if the complexities of balance sheets and market cycles were to fade from memory, what should remain? If we distill this entire body of knowledge down to its most potent, unbreakable essence, we are left with 3 fundamental truths. These are not tips or tricks. They are the bedrock principles upon which lasting financial success is built. Grasp these, and you will have a compass that will guide you through any economic weather. Let's begin with the first, and arguably the most important truth. Your behavior is your biggest edge. We are often taught to think of finance as a field of mathematics and data. Like physics or engineering, we build intricate spreadsheets. We analyze price-to-earnings ratios, and we model future cash flows. But in reality, financial success is a soft skill. It is psychology in action. The most critical moments in your financial life will not be decided by what you know, but by how you act when you are gripped by fear or seduced by greed. Imagine the stock market plunges 30% in a month. Your spreadsheet, a model of cold, hard logic, tells you that assets are now on sale, that this is a historical buying opportunity. It tells you to hold firm, to rebalance, to stick to the plan. But what does your heart tell you? It pounds in your chest. The news headlines scream of collapse. Your friends are panic selling. Every fiber of your being is screaming at you to sell, to stop the bleeding, to just make the pain go away. The gap between what your spreadsheet says and what your lizard brain screams is where fortunes are won and lost. The person who can remain calm, who can manage their fear and stick to their logical plan, has an almost unfair advantage over the genius who builds a perfect model but sells everything at the bottom. The same is true for greed. When a particular stock or cryptocurrency is soaring, when stories of overnight millionaires are everywhere, the fear of missing out, FOMO, becomes an overwhelming force. Logic goes out the window. You shouldn't put all your money into one speculative bet. But the temptation, the greed, is powerful. You see others getting rich, and you feel like you're being left behind. Again, your behavior, your ability to control this primal urge, is more important than your ability to analyze the asset itself. True financial skill is mastering the art of inaction when your emotions are telling you to do something drastic. It's about building a plan that accounts for your own psychological flaws. It's about creating a portfolio that lets you sleep soundly at night. Because a strategy you can't stick with during tough times is a useless strategy. The biggest risk in investing is not volatility. It's you. It's the person looking back at you in the mirror. Master your own behavior, and you will have conquered the most formidable opponent on your path to wealth. This brings us to the second immutable truth. Time, not timing, builds wealth. The single most powerful force in finance is compounding, and compounding is a force that needs one crucial ingredient above all others: a long runway. Think of it like a snowball. The magic isn't in finding the wettest snow or pushing it with superhuman strength at the start. The magic is in finding a very, very long hill and simply letting it roll. The majority of the snowball's size is gained in the final stretches of its journey. So it is with wealth. Too many people are obsessed with timing the market. They try to find the perfect moment to buy low and the perfect moment to sell high. They expend enormous energy trying to predict the unpredictable to get the highest possible returns this year, this month, this week. But history is littered with the financial wreckage of those who tried. Even the world's most brilliant economists cannot consistently predict market movements. Trying to time the market is a fool's errand. And worse, it's a dangerous one. In your attempt to sidestep the downturns, you are overwhelmingly likely to miss the best days of recovery. And missing just a handful of the market's best days can absolutely decimate your long-term returns. The goal, therefore, is not to achieve the highest returns, but to achieve pretty good returns that you can sustain for the longest possible period of time. The goal is to stay in the game. Your focus should shift from short-term brilliance to long-term durability. This means avoiding catastrophic mistakes. It means not getting wiped out by a single bad decision or a highly leveraged bet. It means having enough cash and a diversified portfolio so that you can withstand any market storm without being forced to sell your assets at the worst possible time. Look at Warren Buffett. His genius is not just in his stock picks. His true superpower is time. He started investing as a child. The vast majority of his immense fortune was earned after his 50th birthday. His runway was simply longer than almost anyone else's. He allowed the snowball to roll down an incredibly long hill. So, forget about trying to find the next 10-bagger in 10 months. Instead, focus on a sensible, diversified strategy that you can stick with for 10, 20, 30, or 40 years. The real magic isn't in frantic activity. It's in the quiet, relentless, and often boring process of letting your money work for you. Day after day, year after year. Let time be your greatest ally. And finally, this leads us to the third and most profound truth. Wealth's true purpose is freedom. Why do we seek to build wealth in the first place? Our culture often presents a very specific image. The fast cars, the sprawling mansions, the designer clothes, the extravagant vacations. But this is a misconception. That isn't wealth. That is the expense times of wealth. It is the visible consumption that often reduces wealth. The true, highest form of wealth is far more subtle and infinitely more valuable. It is the ability to wake up every single morning and say, I can do whatever I want today. True wealth is control over your time. It is the freedom to choose your work based on passion, not just a paycheck. It is the ability to walk away from a toxic job or a bad boss without fear. It is the freedom to spend unstructured time with your children, to take a sabbatical to learn a new skill, or to care for a sick parent without worrying about your income. It's the ability to handle life's inevitable emergencies, a medical issue, to a car repair as a simple inconvenience, rather than a financial catastrophe that upends your entire life. This is the real dividend that wealth pays. Each dollar you save and invest is not just a number on a screen. It is a piece of your future freedom that you are buying. You are purchasing sovereignty over your own life, minute by minute, day by day. When you view wealth through this lens, your entire financial perspective shifts. The goal is no longer to have the most toys. The goal is to have the most options. The goal is to build a buffer between yourself and the world's demands. This freedom is purchased by following the first two truths. You control your behavior to avoid costly mistakes. And you give your investments the gift of time to let compounding work its magic. Together, these actions build a financial foundation so strong that you become the one who calls the shots in your own life. This freedom is purchased by following the first two truths. You control your behavior to avoid costly mistakes. And you give your investments the gift of time to let compounding work its magic. Together, these actions build a financial foundation so strong that you become the one who calls the shots in your own life. This is where your story truly begins. This is your call to action. So, I have a question for you. Reflect on your own idea, your project, your startup. What is the single biggest leap of faith assumption you are making right now? What is that one belief that, if proven wrong, would cause your entire venture to fail? I want you to share that single assumption in the comments below. Your insight, your vulnerability in sharing that core hypothesis could be the spark that helps someone else identify their own. It creates a community of builders right here. And if this exploration of validated learning and innovation accounting has fundamentally changed the way you think about building a business or launching a new product, please show your support by liking this video. It helps us reach more aspiring entrepreneurs just like you. And to ensure you don't miss our next deep dive into another paradigm-shifting book, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. This video is, of course, a summary, a tribute to the groundbreaking work of Eric Read. To truly grasp the depth and nuance of these concepts, the single best next step you can take is to buy and read the Lean Startup for yourself. It's a manual for the modern innovator. We've placed a link for you in the description below. Finally, and most importantly, I challenge you. Don't let this be passive learning. Don't let the inspiration fade. The principles of Lean Startup are not meant to be admired. They are meant to be times used asterisk. So, your challenge is this. Take that leap of faith assumption you identified. Now, what is the absolute smallest, simplest experiment you can run times today, times to start testing it? That is your first MVP. It doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to facilitate learning. The best time to stop planning in a vacuum and start learning from real users was yesterday. The next best time is right now. Begin your first build, measure, learn cycle today.